Section 40 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Applegate. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Groveton and the Second Manassas, Part 2. On August 24th, Lee removed his headquarters to Jefferson, where Jackson was already encamped, and on the same evening, with Pope's captured correspondence before them, the two generals discussed the problem. What occurred at this council of war was never made public. To use Lee's words, a plan of operations was determined on, but by whom it was suggested there is none to tell us. Jackson was so reticent, writes Dr. McGuire, that it was only by accident that we ever found out what he proposed to do, and there is no staff officer living, as of 1897, who could throw any light on this matter. The day before we started to march round Pope's army, I saw Lee and Jackson conferring together. Jackson, for him, was very much excited, drawing with the toe of his boot a map in the sand, and gesticulating in a much more earnest way than he was in the habit of doing. General Lee was simply listening, and after Jackson had got through, he nodded his head as if acceding to some proposal. I believe, from what occurred afterwards, that Jackson suggested the movement as it was made, but I have no further proof than the incident I have just mentioned. It is only certain that we have record of few enterprises of greater daring than that which was then decided on, and no matter from whose brain it emanated, on Lee fell the burden of the responsibility. On his shoulders, and on his alone, rested the honor of the Confederate arms, the fate of Richmond, the independence of the South, and, if we may suppose, so consonant was the design proposed with the strategy which Jackson had already practiced, that it was to him its inception was due. It is still to Lee that we must assign the higher merit. It is easy to conceive, it is less easy to execute. But to risk cause and country, name and reputation, on a single throw, and to abide the issue with unflinching heart, is the supreme exhibition of the soldier's fortitude. Lee's decision was to divide his army. Jackson, marching northwards, was to cross the Bull Run Mountains at Thoroughfare Gap, 10 miles as the crow flies from the enemy's right, and strike the railway which formed Pope's line of supply. The Federal commander, who would meanwhile be held in play by Longstreet, would be compelled to fall back in a northeasterly direction to save his communications, and thus be drawn away from McClellan. Longstreet would then follow Jackson, and it was hoped that the Federals, disconcerted by these movements, might be attacked in detail or forced to fight at a disadvantage. The risk, however, was very great. An army of 55,000 men was about to march into a region occupied by 100,000, who might easily be reinforced to 150,000, and it was to march in two wings, separated from each other by 2 days' march. If Pope were to receive early warning of Jackson's march, he might hurl his whole force on one or the other. Moreover, defeat, with both Pope and McClellan between the Confederates and Richmond, spelt ruin and nothing less. But as Lee said after the war, referring to the criticism evoked by maneuvers in this as in other of his campaigns, which were daring even to rashness, such criticism is obvious, but the disparity of force between the contending forces rendered the risks unavoidable. In the present case, the only alternative was an immediate retreat, and retreat, so long as the enemy was not fully concentrated and there was a chance of dealing with him in detail, was a measure which neither Lee nor Jackson was ever willing to advise. On the evening of the 24th, Jackson began his preparations for the most famous of his marches. His troops were quietly withdrawn from before the Sulphur Springs, and Longstreet's division, unobserved by the Federals, took their place. Captain Boswell was ordered to report on the most direct and hidden route to Manassas Junction, and the three divisions, Ewell's, Hill's, and the Stonewall, now commanded by Taliaferro, assembled near Jefferson. 3 days' cooked rations were to be carried in the haversacks, and a herd of cattle, together with green corn, standing in the fields, was relied upon for subsistence until requisition could be made on the Federal magazines. The troops marched light. Knapsacks were left behind. Tin cans and a few frying pans formed the only camp equipment, and many an officer's outfit consisted of a few badly baked biscuits and a handful of salt. August 25. Long before dawn, the divisions were afoot. The men were hungry, and their rest had been short, but they were old acquaintances of the Morning Star, and to march while the east was still gray had become a matter of routine. But as their guides led northward, and the sound of the guns, opening along the Rappahannock, grew fainter and fainter, a certain excitement began to pervade the column. Something mysterious was in the air. What their movement portended, not the shrewdest of the soldiers could divine, but they recalled their marches in the valley and their inevitable results, and they knew instinctively that a surprise on a still larger scale was in contemplation. The thought was enough. Asking no questions and full of enthusiasm, they followed with quick step the leader in whom their confidence had become so absolute. The flood had subsided on the upper Rappahannock, and the divisions forded it at Hinson's Mill unmolested and apparently unobserved. Without halting, it pressed on, Boswell, with a small escort of cavalry, leading the way. The march led first by Amisville, thence north to Orleans, beyond Hedgeman's River, and thence to Salem, a village on the Manassas Gap Railroad. Where the roads diverged from the shortest line, the troops took to the fields. Guides were stationed by the advanced guard at each gap and gate which marked the route. Every precaution was taken to conceal the movement. The roads in the direction of the enemy were watched by cavalry, and so far as possible the column was directed through woods and valleys. The men, although they knew nothing of their destination, whether Winchester or Harper's Ferry or even Washington itself, strode on mile after mile through field and ford in the fierce heat of the August noon without question or complaint. Old Jack had asked them to do their best, and that was enough to command their most strenuous efforts. Near the end of the day, Jackson rode to the head of the leading brigade and complimented the officers on the fine condition of the troops and the regularity of the march. They had made more than 20 miles and were still moving briskly, well closed up and without stragglers. Then, standing by the wayside, he watched his army pass. The sun was setting, and the rays struck full on his familiar face, brown with exposure, and his dusty uniform. Ewell's division led the way, and when the men saw their general, they prepared to salute him with their usual greeting, but as they began to cheer, he raised his hand to stop them, and word passed down the column, "Don't shout, boys, the Yankees will hear us," and the soldiers contented themselves with swinging their caps in mute acclamation. When the next division passed, a deeper flush spread over Jackson's face. Here were the men he had so often led to triumph, the men he had trained himself, the men of the valley, of the First Manassas, of Kernstown and McDowell. The Stonewall regiments were before him, and he was unable to restrain them. Devotion such as theirs was not to be silenced at such a moment, and the wild battle yell of his own brigade set his pulses tingling. For once, a breach of discipline was condoned. "It is of no use," said Jackson, turning to his staff. "You see, I can't stop them." And then, with a sudden access of intense pride in his gallant veterans, he added, half to himself, "Who could fail to win battles with such men as these?" It was midnight before the column halted near Salem village, and the men, wearied outright with their march of 26 miles, threw themselves on the ground by the piles of muskets without even troubling to unroll their blankets. So far, the movement had been entirely successful. Not a Federal had been seen, and none appeared during the warm midsummer night, yet the soldiers were permitted scant time for rest. Once more they were aroused while the stars were bright, and, half awake, snatching what food they could, they stumbled forward through the darkness. August 26. As the cool breath of the morning rose about them, the dark forests of the Bull Run Mountains became gradually visible in the faint light of the eastern sky, and the men at last discovered whither their general was leading them. With the knowledge which spread quickly through the ranks that they were making for the communications of the boaster, Pope, the regiment stepped out with renewed energy. There was no need for speech, no breath to spare if there had been, only the shuffling tramp of marching feet, the rumbling of wheels, the creak and clank of harness and accoutrements, with an occasional order uttered under breath, and always the same, "Close up, men, close up." Through Thoroughfare Gap, a narrow gorge in the Bull Run Range, with high cliffs covered with creepers and crowned with pines on either hand, the column wound steadily upwards, and gaining the higher level, the troops looked down on the open country to the eastward, over a vast area of alternate field and forest, bounded by distant uplands. The shadows of the clouds were slowly sailing. Issuing from the mouth of the pass and trending a little to the southeast ran the broad high road, passing through two tiny hamlets, Haymarket and Gainesville, and climbing by gentle gradients to a great bare plateau familiar to the soldiers of Bull Run under the name of Manassas Plains. At Gainesville, this road was crossed by another, which, lost in dense woods, appeared once more on the open heights to the far northeast, where the white buildings of Centerville glistened in the sunshine. The second road was the Warrenton and Alexandria Highway, the direct line of communication between Pope's army and Washington, and it is not difficult to divine the anxiety with which it was scrutinized by Jackson. If his march had been detected, A far superior force might already be moving to intercept him. At any moment, the news might come in that the Federal Army was rapidly approaching, and even were that not the case, it seemed hardly possible that the Confederate column, betrayed by the dust, could escape the observation of passing patrols or orderlies. But not a solitary scout was visible. No movement was reported from the direction of Warrenton, and the troops pressed on, further and further round the Federal rear, further and further from Lee and Longstreet. The cooked rations which they carried had been consumed or thrown away. There was no time for the slaughter and distribution of the cattle, but the men took tribute from the fields and orchards, and green corn and green apples were all the morning meal that many of them enjoyed. At Gainesville, the column was joined by Stuart, who had maintained a fierce artillery fight at Waterloo Bridge the previous day, and then, slipping quietly away under cover of the darkness, had marched at 2 in the morning to cover Jackson's flank. The sun was high in the heavens, and still the enemy made no sign. Munford's horsemen, forming the advance guard, had long since reached the Alexandria Turnpike, sweeping up all before them, and neither patrols nor orderlies had escaped to carry the news to Warrenton. So the point of danger was safely passed, and 13 miles in rear of Pope's headquarters, right across the communications he had told his troops to disregard, the long column swung swiftly forward in the noonday heat. Not a sound, save the muffled roll of many wheels, broke the stillness of the tranquil valley. Only the great dust cloud, rolling away eastward up the slopes of the Manassas Plateau, betrayed the presence of war. Beyond Gainesville, Jackson took the road which led to Bristow Station, some 7 miles south of Manassas Junction. Neither the success which had hitherto accompanied his movement, nor the excitement incident on his situation, had overbalanced his judgment. From Gainesville, the junction might have been reached in little more than an hour's march, and prudence would have recommended a swift dash at the supply depot, swift destruction, and swift escape. But it was always possible that Pope might have been alarmed, and the railroad from Warrenton Junction supplied him with the means of throwing a strong force of infantry rapidly to his rear. In order to obstruct such a movement, Jackson had determined to seize Bristow Station. Here, breaking down the railway bridge over Broad Run and establishing his main body in an almost impregnable position behind the stream, he could proceed at his leisure with the destruction of the stores at Manassas Junction. The advantages promised by this maneuver more than compensated for the increased length of the march. The sun had not yet set when the advance guard arrived within striking distance of Bristow Station. Munford's squadrons, still leading the way, dashed upon the village. Ewell followed in hot haste, and a large portion of the guard, consisting of 2 companies, one of cavalry and one of infantry, was immediately captured. A train returning empty from Warrenton Junction to Alexandria darted through the station under a heavy fire. The line was then torn up, and 2 trains, which followed in the same direction as the first, were thrown down a high embankment. A 4th, scenting danger ahead, moved back before it reached the break in the road. The column had now closed up, and it was already dark. The escape of the 2 trains was most unfortunate. It would soon be known, both at Alexandria and Warrenton, that Manassas Junction was in danger. The troops had marched nearly 25 miles, but if the object of the expedition was to be accomplished, further exertions were absolutely necessary. Trimble, energetic as ever, volunteered with 2 regiments, the 21st Georgia and the 21st North Carolina, to move on Manassas Junction. Stuart was placed in command, and without a moment's delay the detachment moved northward through the woods. The night was hot and moonless. The infantry moved in order of battle, the skirmishers in advance, and pushing slowly forward over a broken country. It was nearly midnight before they reached the junction. Half a mile from the depot, their advance was greeted by a salvo of shells. The Federal garrison, warned by the fugitives from Bristow Station, were on the alert, but so harmless was their fire that Trimble's men swept on without a check. The 2 regiments, one on either side of the railroad, halted within 100 yards of the Federal guns. The countersign was passed down the ranks, and the bugles sounded the charge. The Northern gunners, without waiting for the onset, fled through the darkness, and 2 batteries, each with its full complement of guns and wagons, became the prize of the Confederate infantry. Stuart, coming up on the flank, rode down the fugitives. Over 300 prisoners were taken, and the remainder of the garrison streamed northward through the deserted camps. The results of this attack more than compensated for the exertions the troops had undergone. Only 15 Confederates had been wounded, and the supplies on which Pope's army, whether it was intended to move against Longstreet or merely to hold the line of the Rappahannock, depended, both for food and ammunition, were in Jackson's hands. August 27. The next morning, Hill's and Taliaferro's divisions joined Trimble. Ewell remained at Bristow, Cavalry patrols were sent out in every direction, and Jackson, riding to Manassas, saw before him the reward of his splendid march. Streets of warehouses, stored to overflowing, had sprung up round the junction. A line of freight cars 2 miles in length stood upon the railway. Thousands of barrels containing flour, pork, and biscuit covered the neighboring fields. Brand-new ambulances were packed in regular rows, field ovens with the fires still smoldering, and all the paraphernalia of a large bakery attracted the wondering gaze of the Confederate soldiery, while great pyramids of shot and shell piled with the symmetry of an arsenal testified to the profusion with which the enemy's artillery was supplied. It was a strange commentary on war. Washington was but a long day's march to the north, Warrenton, Pope's headquarters, but 12 miles distant to the southwest, and along the Rappahannock between Jackson and Lee stood the tents of a host which outnumbered the whole Confederate army. No thought of danger had entered the minds of those who selected Manassas Junction as the depot of the Federal forces. Pope had been content to leave a small guard as a protection against raiding cavalry. Halleck, concerned only with massing the whole army on the Rappahannock, had used every effort to fill the storehouses. If he thought there was one place in Virginia where the Stars and Stripes might be displayed in full security, that place was Manassas Junction. And here, as nowhere else, the wealth of the North had been poured out with a prodigality such as had never been seen in war. To feed, clothe, and equip the Union armies, no expenditure was deemed extravagant. For the comfort and well-being of the individual soldier, the purse strings of the nation were freely loosed. No demand, however preposterous, was disregarded. The markets of Europe were called upon to supply the deficiencies of the states, and if money could have effected the re-establishment of the Union, the war would have already reached a triumphant issue. But the Northern government had yet to learn that the accumulation of men, material, and supplies is not in itself sufficient for success. Money alone cannot provide good generals, a trained staff, or an efficient cavalry. And so, on this August morning, 20,000 ragged Confederates, the soldiers of a country which ranked as the poorest of nations, had marched right round the rear of the Federal army, and were now halted in undisturbed possession of all that made that army an effective force. Few generals have occupied a position so commanding as did Jackson on the morning of August 27. His enemies would henceforward have to dance while he piped. It was Jackson, and not Pope, who was to dictate the movements of the Federal army. It was impossible that the latter could now maintain its position on the Rappahannock, and Lee's strategy had achieved its end. The capture of Manassas Junction, however, was only the first step in the campaign. Pope, to restore his communications with Alexandria, would be compelled to fall back. But before he could be defeated, the two Confederate wings must be united, and the harder part of the work would devolve on Jackson. The Federals at Warrenton were nearer by 5 miles to Thoroughfare Gap, his shortest line of communication with Lee and Longstreet, than he was himself. Washington held a large garrison, and the railway was available for the transit of the troops. The fugitives from Manassas must already have given the alarm, and at any moment the enemy might appear. If there were those in the Confederate ranks who considered the maneuvers of their leader overbold, their misgivings were soon justified. A train full of soldiers from Warrenton Junction put back on finding Ewell in possession of Bristow Station, but a more determined effort was made from the direction of Alexandria. So early as 7 o'clock, a brigade of infantry, accompanied by a battery, detrained on the north bank of Bull Run and advanced in battle order against the junction. The Federals, unaware that the depot was held in strength, expected to drive before them a few squadrons of cavalry, but when several batteries opened a heavy fire and heavy columns advanced against their flanks, the men broke in flight towards the bridge. The Confederate infantry followed rapidly, and 2 Ohio regiments, which had just arrived from the Kanawha Valley, were defeated with heavy loss. Fitz-Lee, who had fallen back before the enemy's advance, was then ordered in pursuit. The cars and railway bridge were destroyed, and during the day the brigade followed the fugitives as far as Burke's Station, only 12 miles from Alexandria. This feeble attack appears to have convinced Jackson that his danger was not pressing. It was evident that the enemy had as yet no idea of his strength. Stuart's cavalry watched every road. Ewell held a strong position on Broad Run, barring the direct approach from Warrenton Junction, and it was determined to give the wearied soldiers the remainder of the day for rest and pillage. It was impossible to carry away even a tithe of the stores, and when an issue of rations had been made, the bakery set working, and the liquor placed under guard, the regiments were let loose on the magazines. Such an opportunity occurs but seldom in the soldier's service, and the hungry Confederates were not the men to let it pass. Weak and haggard from their diet of green corn and apples, one can well imagine, says Gordon, with what surprise their eyes opened upon the contents of the sutler's stores, containing an amount and variety of property such as they had never conceived. Then came a storming charge of men rushing in, a tumultuous mob over each other's heads, under each other's feet, anywhere, everywhere, to satisfy a craving stronger than a yearning for fame. There were no laggards in that charge, and there was an abundant evidence of the fruits of victory. Men, ragged and famished, clutched tenaciously at whatever came in their way, whether of clothing or food, of luxury or necessity. Here a long, yellow-haired, barefooted son of the South claimed as prizes a toothbrush, a box of candles, a barrel of coffee, while another, whose butternut homespun hung round him in tatters, crammed himself with lobster salad, sardines, potted game, and sweetmeats, and washed them down with Rhenish wine. Nor was the outer man neglected. From piles of new clothing the Southerners arrayed themselves in the blue uniforms of the Federals. The naked were clad, the barefooted were shod, and the sick provided with luxuries to which they had long been strangers. The history of war records many extraordinary scenes, but there are few more ludicrous than this wild revel at Manassas. Even the chagrin of Northern writers gives way before the spectacle, and Jackson must have smiled grimly when he thought of the maxim which Pope had promulgated with such splendid confidence: "Let us study the probable lines of retreat of our opponents and leave our own to take care of themselves." It was no time, however, to indulge in the reflections on the irony of fortune. All through the afternoon, while the sharp-set Confederates were sweeping away the profits which the Northern settlers had wrung from Northern soldiers, Stuart's vigilant patrols sent in report on report of the Federal movements. From Warrenton, heavy columns were hurrying over the great high road to Gainesville, and from Warrenton Junction a large force of all arms was marching direct on Bristow. There was news, too, from Lee. Despite the distance to be covered and the proximity of the enemy, a trooper of the Black Horse, a regiment of young planters which now formed Jackson's escort, disguised as a countryman, made his way back from headquarters, and Jackson learned that Longstreet, who had started the previous evening, was following his own track by Orleans, Salem, and Thoroughfare Gap. It was evident, then, that the whole Federal army was in motion northwards, and that Longstreet had crossed the Rappahannock. But Longstreet had many miles to march and Thoroughfare Gap to pass before he could lend assistance, and the movement of the enemy on Gainesville threatened to intervene between the widely separated wings of the Confederate army. It was no difficult matter for Jackson to decide on the course to be adopted. There was but one thing to do, to retreat at once, and only one line of escape still open, the roads leading north and northwest from Manassas Junction. To remain at Manassas and await Lee's arrival would have been to sacrifice his command. 20,000 men, even with the protection of intrenchments, could hardly hope to hold the whole Federal army at bay for 2 days, and it was always possible that Pope, blocking Thoroughfare Gap with a portion of his force, might delay Lee for even longer than 2 days. Nor did it recommend itself to Jackson as sound strategy to move south, attack the Federal column approaching Bristow, and driving it from his path to escape past the rear of the column moving to Gainesville. The exact position of the Federal troops was far from clear. Large forces might be encountered near the Rappahannock, and part of McClellan's army was known to be marching westward from Aquia Creek. Moreover, such a movement would have accentuated the separation of the Confederate wings, and a local success over a portion of the hostile army would have been but a poor substitute for the decisive victory which Lee hoped to win when his whole force was once more concentrated. About 3 in the afternoon, the thunder of artillery was heard from the direction of Bristow. Ewell had sent a brigade along the railroad to support some cavalry on reconnaissance and to destroy a bridge over Kettle Run. Hardly had the latter task been accomplished when a strong column of Federal infantry emerged from the forest and deployed for action. Hooker's division of 5,500 men belonging to McClellan's army had joined Pope on the same day that Jackson had crossed the Rappahannock and had been dispatched northwards from Warrenton Junction as soon as the news came in that Manassas Junction had been captured. Hooker had been instructed to ascertain the strength of the enemy at Manassas, for Pope was still under the impression that the attack on his rear was nothing more than a repetition of the raid on Catlett's Station. Striking the Confederate outposts at Kettle Run, he deployed his troops in 3 lines and pushed briskly forward. The batteries on both sides opened, and after a hot skirmish of an hour's duration, Ewell, who had orders not to risk an engagement with superior forces, found that his flanks were threatened. In accordance with his instructions, he directed his 3 brigades to retire in succession across Broad Run. This difficult maneuver was accomplished with trifling loss, and Hooker, ascertaining that Jackson's whole corps, estimated at 30,000 men, was near at hand, advanced no further than the stream. Ewell fell back slowly to the junction, and shortly after midnight the 3 Confederate divisions had disappeared into the darkness. The torch had already been set to the captured stores, warehouses, trains, camps, and hospitals were burning fiercely, and the dark figures of Stuart's troopers, still urging on the work, passed to and fro amid the flames. Of the value of property destroyed it is difficult to arrive at an estimate. Jackson, in his official report, enumerates the various items with an unction which he must have inherited from some moss-trooping ancestor. Yet the actual quantity mattered little, for the stores could be readily replaced. But the effect of their destruction on the Federal operations was, for the time being, overwhelming. And of this destruction Pope himself was a witness. The fight with Ewell had just ceased, and the troops were going into bivouac, when the commander-in-chief, anxious to ascertain with his own eyes the extent of the danger to which he was exposed, reached Bristow Station. There, while the explosion of the piles of shells resembled the noise of a great battle from the ridge above Broad Run, he saw the sky to the northeast lurid with the blaze of a vast conflagration, and there he learned for the first time that it was no mere raid of cavalry, but Stonewall Jackson, with his whole army corps, who stood between himself and Washington. For the best part of 3 days, the Union general had been completely mystified. Jackson had left Jefferson on the 25th, but although his march had been seen by the Federal signaler on the hills near Waterloo Bridge, and the exact strength of his force had been reported, his destination had been unsuspected. When the column was last seen, it was moving northward from Orleans, but the darkness had covered it, and the measure of prolonging the march to midnight bore good fruit. For the best part of 2 days, Jackson had vanished from his enemy's view, to be found by Pope himself at Manassas Junction. Nevertheless, although working in the dark, the Federal commander, up to the moment he reached Bristow Station, had acted with sound judgment. He had inferred from the reports of his signalmen that Jackson was marching to Front Royal on the Shenandoah. But in order to clear up the situation, on the 26th, Sigel and McDowell were ordered to force the passage of the Rappahannock at Waterloo Bridge and the Sulphur Springs and obtain information of the enemy's movements. Reno, at the same time, was to cross below the railway bridge and make for Culpeper. The maneuvers, however, were not carried out as contemplated. Only McDowell advanced, and as Lee had replaced Longstreet, who marched to Orleans the same afternoon, by Anderson, but little was discovered. It was evident, however, that the Confederates were trending steadily northwards, and on the night of the 26th, Pope ordered his 80,000 Federals to concentrate in the neighborhood of Warrenton. Reports had come in that hostile troops had passed through Salem, White Plains, and Thoroughfare Gap, but it seemed improbable, both to Pope and McDowell, the second in command, that more was meant by this than a flank attack on Warrenton. McDowell expressed his opinion that a movement round the right wing in the direction of Alexandria was far too hazardous for the enemy to attempt. Pope appears to have acquiesced, and a line of battle near Warrenton, with a strong reserve at Greenwich to the right rear, was then decided on. Franklin's Army Corps from the peninsula, instead of proceeding to Aquia Creek, was disembarking at Alexandria, and Halleck had been requested to push these 10,000 men forward with all speed to Gainesville. The Kanawha regiments had also reached Washington, and Pope was under the impression that these too would be sent to join him. He had therefore but little apprehension for his rear. The one error of judgment into which both Pope and McDowell had been betrayed was in not giving Lee due credit for audacity or Jackson for energy. That Lee would dare to divide his army they had never conceived. That Jackson would march 50 miles in 2 days and place his single corps astride their communications was an idea which, had they thought of, they would have instantly dismissed. Like the Austrian generals when they first confronted Napoleon, they might well have complained that their enemy broke every rule of the military art, and, like all generals who believe that war is a mere matter of precedent, they found themselves egregiously deceived. The capture of Manassas, to use Pope's own words, rendered his position at Warrenton no longer tenable, and early on the 27th, the army, instead of concentrating on Warrenton, was ordered to move to Gainesville. From Gainesville, it was easy to block Thoroughfare Gap. Buford's cavalry brigade was thrown out towards White Plains to observe Longstreet, and Hooker was dispatched to clear up the situation at Manassas. This move, which was completed before nightfall, could hardly have been improved upon. The whole Federal army was now established on the direct line of communication between Jackson and Lee, and although Jackson might still escape, the Confederates had as yet gained no advantage beyond the destruction of Pope's supplies. It seemed impossible that the two wings could combine east of the Bull Run Mountains, but on the evening of the 27th, after the conclusion of the engagement at Bristoe Station, Pope lost his head. The view he now took of the situation was absolutely erroneous. Ewell's retreat before Hooker he interpreted as an easy victory, which fully compensated for the loss of his magazines. He imagined that Jackson had been surprised, and that no other course was open to him than to take refuge in the entrenchments of Manassas Junction and await Lee's arrival. Orders were at once issued for a maneuver which should ensure the defeat of the presumptuous foe. The Federal Army Corps, marching in 3 columns, were called up to Manassas, a movement which would leave Thoroughfare Gap unguarded save by Buford's cavalry. Some were to move at midnight, others at the very earliest blush of dawn. "We shall bag the whole crowd if they are prompt and expeditious," said Pope, with a sad lapse from the poetical phraseology he had just employed. End of section 40. Section 41 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Applegate. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Groveton and the Second Manassas, Part 3. August 28. And so, on the morning of the 28th, the Federal Army once more set out with the expectation of surrounding Jackson, to find once more that the task was beyond their powers. The march was slow. Pope made no movement from Bristoe Station until Hooker had been reinforced by Kearny and Reno. McDowell, before he turned east from Gainesville, was delayed by Sigel's trains, which crossed his line of march, and it was not till noon that Hooker's advance guard halted amid the still smoldering ruins on the Manassas Plateau. The march had been undisturbed. The redoubts were untenanted. The woods to the north were silent. A few gray-coated vedettes watched the operations from far-distant ridges. A few stragglers, overcome perhaps by their gargantuan meal of the previous evening, were picked up in the copses, but Jackson's divisions had vanished from the earth. Then came order and counter-order. Pope was completely bewildered. By 4 o'clock, however, the news arrived that the railway at Burke Station, within 12 miles of Alexandria, had been cut, and that the enemy was in force between that point and Centreville. On Centreville, therefore, the whole army was now directed. Hooker, Kearny, and Reno, forming the right wing, marched by Blackburn's Ford, and were to be followed by Porter and Banks. Sigel and Reynolds, forming the center, took the road by Newmarket and the Stone Bridge. McDowell, King's, and Ricketts' divisions, forming the left, was to pass through Gainesville and Groveton. But when the right wing reached Centreville, Pope was still at fault. There were traces of a marching column, but some small patrols of cavalry, who retreated leisurely before the Federal advance, were the sole evidence of the enemy's existence. Night was at hand, and as the divisions he accompanied were directed to their bivouacs, Pope sought in vain for the enemy he had believed so easy a prey. Before his troops halted, the knowledge came to him. Far away to the southwest, where the great Groveton Valley, backed by the wooded mountains, lay green and beautiful, rose the dull booming of cannon, swelling to a continuous roar. And as the weary soldiers climbing the slopes near Centreville looked eagerly in the direction of the sound, the rolling smoke of a fierce battle was distinctly visible above the woods which bordered the Warrenton-Alexandria highway. Across Bull Run, in the neighborhood of Groveton, and still further westward, where the cleft in the Blue Hills marked Thoroughfare Gap, was seen the flash of distant guns. McDowell, marching northwards through Gainesville, had evidently come into collision with the enemy. Jackson was run to earth at last, and it was now clear that while Pope had been moving northwards on Centreville, the Confederates had been moving westward, and that they were once more within reach of Lee. But by what means, Pope might well have asked, had a whole army corps, with its batteries and wagons, passed through the cordon which he had planned to throw around it, and passed through as if gifted with the secret of invisibility? The explanation was simple. While his enemies were watching the midnight glare above Manassas, Jackson was moving north by 3 roads, and before morning broke, A.P. Hill was near Centerville. Ewell had crossed Bull Run by Blackburn's Ford, and Taliaferro was north of Bald Hill, with the brigade at Groveton, while Stuart's squadrons formed a screen to front and flank. Then, as the Federals slowly converged on Manassas, Hill and Ewell, marching unobserved along the north bank of Bull Run, crossed the stone bridge. Taliaferro joined them, and before Pope had found that his enemy had left the junction, the Confederates were in bivouac north of Groveton, hidden in the woods, and recovering from the fatigue of their long night march. Jackson's arrangements for deceiving his enemy, for concealing his line of retreat, and for drawing Pope northward on Centerville had been carefully thought out. The march from Manassas was no hasty movement to the rear. Taliaferro, as soon as darkness fell, had moved by Newmarket on Bald Hill. At 1 a.m., Ewell followed Hill to Blackburn's Ford, but instead of continuing the march on Centerville, had crossed Bull Run, and, moving upstream, had joined Taliaferro by way of the Stone Bridge. Hill, leaving Centerville at 10 a.m., marched to the same rendezvous. Thus, while the attention of the enemy was attracted to Centerville, Jackson's divisions were concentrated in the woods beyond Bull Run, some 5 or 6 miles west. The position in which his troops were resting had been skillfully selected. South of Sidley Springs and north of the Warrenton Turnpike, it was within 12 miles of the Thoroughfare Gap and a line of retreat in case of emergency, as well as a line by which Lee could join him, should Thoroughfare Gap be blocked, ran to Aldie Gap, the northern pass of the Bull Run Mountains. Established on his enemy's flank, he could avoid the full shock of his force should Lee be delayed, or he could strike effectively himself, and it was to retain the power of striking that he had not moved further northward and secured his front by camping beyond Catharpin Run. It was essential that he should be prepared for offensive action. The object with which he had marched upon Manassas had only been half accomplished. Pope had been compelled to abandon the strong line of the Rappahannock, but he had not yet been defeated, and if he were not defeated, he would combine with McClellan and advance in a few days in overwhelming force. Lee looked for a battle with Pope before he could be reinforced, and to achieve this end it was necessary that the Federal commander should be prevented from retreating further, that Jackson should hold him by the throat until Lee should come up to administer the coup de grace. It was with this purpose in mind that Jackson had taken post near Groveton, and he was now awaiting the information that should tell him the time had come to strike. But, as already related, the march of the Federals on Manassas was slow and toilsome. It was not till morning was well on that the brigade of Taliaferro's division near Groveton, commanded by Colonel Bradley Johnson, was warned by the cavalry that the enemy was moving through Gainesville in great strength. A skirmish took place a mile or 2 north of that village, and Johnson, finding himself menaced by far superior numbers, fell back to the wood near the Douglas house. He was not followed. The Union generals, Sigel and Reynolds, who had been ordered to Manassas to bag Jackson, had received no word of his departure from the junction, and believing that Johnson's small force was composed only of cavalry, they resumed the march, which had been temporarily interrupted. The situation, however, was no clearer to the Confederates. The enemy had disappeared in the great woods southwest of Groveton, and heavy columns were still reported coming up from Gainesville. During the afternoon, however, the cavalry captured a Federal courier carrying McDowell's orders for the movement of the left and center, which had been placed under his command, to Manassas Junction, and this important document was immediately forwarded to Jackson. Johnson's messenger, says General Taliaferro, found the Confederate headquarters established on the shady side of an old-fashioned worm fence, in the corner of which General Jackson and his division commanders were profoundly sleeping after the fatigues of the preceding night, notwithstanding the intense heat of the August day. There was not so much as an ambulance at headquarters. The headquarters train was back beyond the Rappahannock at Jefferson, with remounts, camp equipage, and all the arrangements for cooking and serving food. All the property of the general, the staff, and the headquarters bureau was strapped to the pommels and cantles of the saddles, and these formed the pillows of their weary owners. The captured dispatch roused Jackson like an electric shock. He was essentially a man of action. He rarely, if ever, hesitated. He never asked advice. He called no counsel to discuss the situation disclosed by this communication, although his ranking officers were almost at his side. He asked no conference of opinion. He made no suggestion, but simply, without a word, except to repeat the language of the message, turned to me and said, "Move your division and attack the enemy," and to Ewell, "Support the attack." The slumbering soldiers sprang from the earth at the first murmur. They were sleeping almost in ranks, and by the time the horses of their officers were saddled, the long lines of infantry were moving to the anticipated battlefield. The two divisions, after marching some distance to the north of the turnpike, were halted and rested, and the prospect of an engagement on that afternoon seemed to disappear with the lengthening shadows. The enemy did not come. The Warrenton Turnpike, along which it was supposed he would march, was in view, but it was as free from Federal soldiery as it had been 2 days before, when Jackson's men had streamed along its highway. Jackson, however, was better informed than his subordinate. Troops were still moving through Gainesville, and instead of turning off to Manassas, were marching up the turnpike on which so many eyes were turned from the neighboring woods. King's division, while on the march to Manassas, had been instructed to countermarch and make for Centerville by Groveton and the Stone Bridge. Ricketts, who had been ordered by McDowell to hold Thoroughfare Gap, was already engaged with Longstreet's advance guard, and of this Jackson was aware, for Stuart, in position at Haymarket 3 miles north of Gainesville, had been skirmishing all day with the enemy's cavalry and had been in full view of the conflict at the Gap. Jackson, however, knew not that one division was all that was before him. The Federal movements had covered so wide an extent of country and had been so well concealed by the forests that it was hardly possible for Stuart's patrols, enterprising as they were, to obtain accurate information. Unaccustomed to such disjointed marches as were now in progress across his front, Jackson believed that King's column was the flank guard of McDowell's Army Corps, but although he had been compelled to leave Hill near Stone Bridge in order to protect his line of retreat on Aldie, he had still determined to attack. The main idea which absorbed his thoughts is clear enough. The Federal army, instead of moving direct from Warrenton on Alexandria, as he had anticipated, had apparently taken the more circuitous route by Manassas, and if Pope was to be fought in the open field before he could be reinforced by McClellan, he must be induced to retrace his steps. To do this, the surest means was a resolute attack on King's division, despite the probability that it might be strongly reinforced, and it is by no means unlikely that Jackson deferred his attack until near sunset in order that, if confronted by superior numbers, he might still be able to hold on till nightfall and obtain time for Longstreet to come up. Within the wood due north of the Dogan House, through which ran an unfinished railroad, Ewell's and Taliaferro's divisions, awaiting the propitious moment for attack, were drawn up in order of battle. 8 brigades and 3 small batteries, which had been brought across country with great difficulty, were present, and the remainder of the artillery was not far distant. Taliaferro, on the right, had 2 brigades, A.G. Taliaferro's and the Stonewall, in first line. Stark was in second line and Bradley Jackson near Groveton village. Ewell, on the left, had placed Lawton and Trimble in front, while Early and Forno formed a general reserve. This force numbered in all about 8,000 men, and even the skirmishers, thrown out well to the front, were concealed by the undulations of the ground. The Federal division, commanded by General King, although unprovided with cavalry and quite unsupported, was no unworthy enemy. It was composed of 4 brigades of infantry, led by excellent officers and accompanied by 4 batteries. The total strength was 10,000 men. The absence of horsemen, however, placed the Northerners at a disadvantage from the outset. The leading brigade was within a mile of Groveton, a hamlet of a few houses at the foot of a long descent, and the advanced guard, deployed as skirmishers, was searching the woods in front. On the road in rear, with the batteries between the columns, came the 3 remaining brigades, Gibbon's, Doubleday's, and Patrick's, in the order named. The wood in which the Confederates were drawn up was near a mile from the highway on a commanding ridge overlooking a broad expanse of open ground which fell gently in successive undulations to the road. The Federals were marching in absolute unconsciousness that the enemy, whom the last reports had placed at Manassas far away to the right, was close at hand. No flank guards had been thrown out. General King was at Gainesville, sick, and a regimental band had just struck up a merry quickstep. On the open fields to the left, bathed in sunshine, there was not a sign of life. The whitewashed cottages, surrounded by green orchards, which stood upon the slopes, were lonely and untenanted, and on the edge of the distant wood, still and drooping in the heat, was neither stir nor motion. The troops trudged steadily forward through the dust. Regiment after regiment disappeared in the deep copse which stands west of Groveton, and far to the rear the road was still crowded with men and guns. Jackson's time had come. 2 Confederate batteries, trotting forward from the wood, deployed upon the ridge. The range was soon found, and the effect was instantaneous. But the confusion in the Northern ranks was soon checked. The troops found cover inside the bank which lined the road, and 2 batteries, one with the advance guard and one from the center of the column, wheeling into the fields to the left, came quickly into action. About the same moment, Bradley Johnson became engaged with the skirmishers near Groveton. The Confederate infantry, still hidden by the rolling ground, was forming for attack when a Federal brigade led by General Gibbon, rapidly deploying on the slopes, moved forward against the guns. It was Stuart's horse artillery, so the Northerners believed, which had fired on the column, and a bold attack would soon drive back the cavalry. But as Gibbon's regiments came forward, the Southern skirmishers, lying in front of the batteries, sprang to their feet and opened with rapid volleys. And then the gray line of battle, rising suddenly into view, bore down upon the astonished foe. Taliaferro, on the right, seized a small farmhouse near Gainesville and occupied the orchard. The Stonewall brigade advanced upon his left, and Lawton and Trimble prolonged the front towards the Douglas house. But the western farmers of Gibbon's brigade were made of stubborn stuff. The Wisconsin regiments held their ground with unflinching courage. Both flanks were protected by artillery, and strong reinforcements were coming up. The advance guard was gradually falling back from Groveton. The rear brigades were hurrying forward up the road. The 2 Confederate batteries, overpowered by superior metal, had been compelled to shift position. Only a section of Stuart's horse artillery under Captain Pelham had come to their assistance, and the battle was confined to a frontal attack at the closest range. In many places, the lines approached within 100 yards, the men standing in the open and blazing fiercely in each other's faces. Here and there, as fresh regiments came up on either side, the gray or the blue gave way for a few short paces, but the gaps were quickly filled, and the wave once more surged forward over the piles of dead. Men fell like leaves in autumn. Ewell was struck down, and Taliaferro, and many of their field officers, and still the Federals held their ground. Night was settling on the field, and although the gallant Pelham, the boy soldier, brought a gun into action within 70 paces of Gibbon's line, yet the front of fire, flashing redly through the gloom, neither receded nor advanced. A flank attack on either side would have turned the scale, but the fight was destined to end as it had begun. The Federal commander, ignorant of the enemy's strength, and reaching the field when the fight was hottest, was reluctant to engage his last reserves. Jackson had ordered Early and Forno, moving through the wood west of the Douglas house, to turn the enemy's right, but within the thickets ran the deep cuttings and high embankments of the unfinished railroad, and the regiments, bewildered in the darkness, were unable to advance. Meanwhile, the fight to the front had gradually died away. The Federals, outflanked upon the left and far outnumbered, had slowly retreated to the road. The Confederates had been too roughly handled to pursue. The reports of the engagement at Groveton are singularly meager. Preceded and followed by events of still greater moment, it never attracted the attention it deserved. On the side of the Union, 2,800 men were engaged. On the side of the Southerners, 4,500, and for more than an hour and a half the lines of infantry were engaged at the very closest quarters. The rifled guns of the Federals undoubtedly gave them a marked advantage, but the men who faced each other that August evening fought with a gallantry that has seldom been surpassed. The Federals, surprised and unsupported, bore away the honors. The Western Brigade, commanded by General Gibbon, displayed a coolness and a steadfastness worthy of the soldiers of Albuera. Out of 2,000 men, the 4 Wisconsin and Indiana regiments lost 750, and were still unconquered. The 3 regiments which supported them, although it was their first battle, lost nearly half their number, and the casualties must have reached a total of 1,100. The Confederate losses were even greater. Ewell, who was shot down in the first line and lay long on the field, lost 725 out of 3,000. The Stonewall Brigade, which had by this time dwindled to 600 muskets, lost over 200, including 5 field officers. The 21st Georgia of Trimble's brigade, 178 men out of 242. And it is probable that the Valley Army on this day was diminished by more than 1,200 stout soldiers. The fall of Ewell was a terrible disaster. Zealous and indefatigable, a stern fighter and beloved by his men, he was the most able and the most loyal of Jackson's generals. Taliaferro, particularly acceptable to his Virginia regiments as a Virginian himself, had risen from the rank of colonel to the command of a division, and his spurs had been well won. The Battle of Groveton left gaps in Jackson's ranks, which it was hard to fill. And although the men might well feel proud of their stubborn fight, they could hardly boast of a brilliant victory. Strategically, however, the engagement was decisive. Jackson had brought on the fight with the view of drawing the whole Federal army on himself, and he was completely successful. The center, marching on the stone bridge from Manassas Junction, heard the thunder of the cannon and turned westward, and before nightfall A.P. Hill's artillery became engaged with Sigel's advanced guard. Pope himself, who received the intelligence of the engagement at 9:20 p.m., immediately issued orders for an attack on Jackson the next morning, in which the troops who had already reached Centerville were to take part. McDowell, ran the order, has intercepted the retreat of the enemy. Sigel is immediately in his front, and I see no possibility of his escape. But Pope, full of the idea that Jackson had been stopped in attempting to retreat through Thoroughfare Gap, altogether misunderstood the situation. He was badly informed. He did not know even the position of his own troops. His divisions, scattered over a wide extent of country, harassed by Stuart's cavalry and ignorant of the topography, had lost all touch with the commander-in-chief. Important dispatches had been captured, messages and orders were slow in arriving, if they arrived at all. Even the generals were at a loss to find either the commander-in-chief or the right road. McDowell had ridden from Gainesville to Manassas in order to consult with Pope, but Pope had gone to Centerville. McDowell thereupon set out to rejoin his troops, but lost his way in the forest and went back to Manassas. From Ricketts, Pope received no information whatever. He was not aware that after a long skirmish at Thoroughfare Gap, Longstreet had opened the pass by sending his brigades over the mountains on either hand, threatening both flanks of the Federals and compelling them to retire. He was not aware that King's division, so far from intercepting Jackson's retreat, had abandoned the field of Groveton at 1 a.m. and, finding its position untenable in face of superior numbers, had fallen back on Manassas, or that Ricketts, who had by this time reached Gainesville, had in consequence continued his retreat in the same direction. Seldom have the baneful effects of dispersion been more strikingly illustrated, and the difficulty, under such circumstances, of keeping the troops in the hand of the commander-in-chief. On the morning of the 28th, Pope had ordered his army to march in 3 columns on Manassas. 1 column starting from Warrenton Junction, 1 from Greenwich, and 1 from Buckland Mills, the roads which they were to follow being at their furthest point no more than 7 miles apart. And yet at dawn on the 29th he was absolutely ignorant of the whereabouts of McDowell's Army Corps. He was but vaguely informed of what had happened during the day, and while part of his army was at Bald Hill, another part was at Centerville, 7 miles northeast, and a third at Manassas, and at Bristow, from 7 to 12 miles southeast. Nor could the staff be held to blame for the absence of communication between the columns. In peace, it is an easy matter to assume that a message sent to a destination 7 miles distant by a high road or even country lanes arrives in good time. 7 miles in peace are very short. In war, in the neighborhood of the enemy, they are very long. In peace, roads are easy to find. In war, it is the exception that they are found, even when messengers are provided with good maps and the country is thickly populated, and it is from war that the soldier's trade is to be learned. Jackson's Army Corps bivouacked in the position they had held when the fierce musketry of Groveton died away. It was not till long after daybreak on the 29th that his cavalry patrols discovered that King's troops had disappeared, and that Longstreet's advance guard was already through Thoroughfare Gap. Nor was it till the sun was high that Lee learned the events of the previous evening, and these threw only a faint light on the general situation. But had either the commander-in-chief or his lieutenant, on the night of the 28th, known the true state of affairs, they would have had reason to congratulate themselves on the success of the plan which had been hatched on the Rappahannock. They had anticipated that should Jackson's movement on Manassas prove successful, Pope would not only fall back, but that he would fall back in all the confusion which arises from a hastily conceived plan and hastily executed maneuvers. They had expected that in his hurried retreat his Army Corps would lose touch and cohesion, that divisions would become isolated, that the care of his impedimenta suddenly turned in a new direction would embarrass every movement, and that the general himself would become demoralized. The orders and counter-orders, the marches and counter-marches of August 28th and the consequent dispersion of the Federal Army are sufficient in themselves to prove the deep insight into war possessed by the Confederate leaders. Nevertheless, the risk bred of separation, which, in order to achieve great results, they had deliberately accepted, had not yet passed away. Longstreet had indeed cleared the pass, and the Federals who guarded it had retreated. but the main body of the Confederate Army had still 12 miles to march before it could reach Jackson, and Jackson was confronted by superior numbers. On the plateau of Bull Run, little more than 2 miles from the field of Groveton, were encamped over 20,000 Federals, with the main number at Manassas. At Centerville, a 7 miles march, were 18,000, and at Bristow Station, about the same distance, 11,000. It was thus possible for Pope to hurl a superior force against Jackson before Lee could intervene, and although it would have been sounder strategy on the part of the Federal commander to have concentrated toward Centerville and have there awaited reinforcements now fast coming up, he had some reason for believing that he might still, unaided, deal with the enemy in detail. The high virtue of patience was not his. Ambition, anxiety to retrieve his reputation, already blemished by his enforced retreat, the thought that he might be superseded by McClellan, whose operations in the peninsula he had contemptuously criticized, all urged him forward. An unsuccessful general who feels instinctively that his command is slipping from him, and who sees in victory the only hope of retaining it, seldom listens to the voice of prudence. August 29. So on the morning of the 29th, Jackson had to do with an enemy who had resolved to overwhelm him by weight of numbers, nor could he expect immediate help. The Federal cavalry still stood between Stewart and Thoroughfare Gap, and not only was Jackson unaware that Longstreet had broken through, but he was unaware whether he could break through. In any case, it would be several hours before he could receive support, and for that space of time his 3 divisions, worn with long marching and the fierce fight of the previous evening, would have to hold their own unaided. The outlook, to all appearance, was anything but bright. But on the opposite hills, where the Federals were now forming in line of battle, the Valley soldiers had already given proof of their stubborn qualities on the defensive. The sight of their baptismal battlefield and the memories of Bull Run must have gone far to nerve the hearts of the Stonewall regiments, and in preparing once more to justify their proud title, the troops were aided by their leader's quick eye for position. While it was still dark, the divisions which had been engaged at Groveton took ground to their left, and passing north of the hamlet, deployed on the right of A.P. Hill. The long, flat-topped ridge, covered with scattered copses and rough undergrowth, which stands north of the Warrenton-Centerville road, commands the approaches from the south and east, and some 500 yards below the crest ran the unfinished railroad. Behind the deep cuttings and high embankments, the Confederate fighting line was strongly placed. The left, lightly thrown back, rested on a rocky spur near Bull Run, commanding Sudley Springs Ford and the road to Aldi Gap. The front extended for 1 3/4 miles southwest. Early, with 2 brigades and a battery, occupied a wooded knoll where the unfinished railroad crosses the high road, protecting the right rear and stretching a hand to Longstreet. The infantry and artillery were thus disposed. Infantry left A.P. Hill's division. First and second line, 3 brigades, Field, Thomas, Gregg. Third line, 3 brigades, Branch, Pender, Archer. Infantry center, 2 brigades of Ewell's division, now commanded by Lawton, Trimble's, and Lawton's. Infantry right, Taliaferro's division, now commanded by Stark. First and second line, 2 brigades. Third line, 2 brigades. Force detached on the right, 2 brigades of Ewell's division, Early and Forno, and 1 battery. Artillery, 16 guns behind the left, 24 guns behind the right center. On the ridge, 500 yards in rear of the fighting line. The flanks were secured by Stewart. A portion of the cavalry was placed at Haymarket to communicate as soon as possible with Longstreet. A regiment was pushed out towards Manassas, and on the left bank of Bull Run, Fitz-Lee's brigade watched the approaches from Centerville and the north. Jackson's strength, deducting the losses of the previous day and the numerous stragglers left behind during his forced marches, can hardly have exceeded 18,000 muskets, supported by 40 guns, all that there was room for, and some 2,500 cavalry. These numbers, however, were ample for the defense of the position which had been selected. Excluding the detached force on the extreme right, the line occupied was 3,000 yards in length, and to every yard of this line there were more than 5 muskets, so that half the force could be retained in third line or reserve. The position was thus strongly held, and strong by nature, the embankments formed stout parapets, the cuttings deep ditches. Before the right and the right center, the green pastures, shorn for 1,300 yards of all obstacles save a few solitary cottages, sloped almost imperceptibly to the brook which is called Young's Branch. The left, center, and left, however, were shut in by a belt of timber from 400 to 600 yards in width, which we may call the Groveton Wood. This belt closed in upon, and at one point crossed, the railroad, and as regards the field of fire, it was the weakest point. In another respect, however, it was the strongest, for the defenders were screened by the trees from the enemy's artillery. The rocky hill on the left, facing northeast, was a point of vantage, for an open cornfield lay between it and Bull Run. Within the position, behind the copses and undulations, there was ample cover for all troops not employed on the fighting line, and from the ridge in rear, the general could view the field from commanding ground. End of section 41. Section 42 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Applegate. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Groveton and the Second Manassas, Part 4. 5:15 a.m. Shortly after 5 a.m., while the Confederates were still taking up their positions, the Federal columns were seen moving down the heights near Henry House. Jackson had ridden round his lines and, ordering Early to throw forward 2 regiments east of the turnpike, had then moved to the great battery forming in rear of his right center. His orders had already been issued. The troops were merely to hold their ground. No general counterstroke was intended, and the divisional commanders were to confine themselves to repulsing the attack. The time for a strong offensive return had not yet come. The enemy advanced slowly in imposing masses. Shortly after 7 o'clock, hidden to some extent by the woods, 4 divisions of infantry deployed in several lines at the foot of the Henry Hill, and their skirmishers became engaged with the Confederate pickets. At the same moment, 3 batteries came into action on the rise northeast of Groveton, opposite the Confederate center, and Sigel, supported by Reynolds, prepared to carry out his instructions and hold Jackson until the remainder of Pope's army should arrive upon the field. At the end of July, Sigel's army corps had numbered 13,000 men. Allowing for stragglers and for casualties on the Rappahannock, where it had been several times engaged, it must still have mustered 11,000. It was accompanied by 10 batteries, and Reynolds' division was composed of 8,000 infantry and 4 batteries. The attack was thus no stronger than the defense, and as the Federal artillery positions were restricted by the woods, there could be little doubt of the result. In other respects, moreover, the combatants were not evenly matched. Reynolds' Pennsylvanians were fine troops already seasoned in the battles on the peninsula and commanded by such officers as Meade and Seymour. But Sigel, who had been an officer in the Baden army, had succeeded Fremont, and his corps was composed of those same Germans whom Ewell had used so hardly at Cross Keys. Many of them were old soldiers who had borne arms in Europe, but the stern discipline and trained officers of conscript armies were lacking in America, and the Confederate volunteers had little respect for these foreign levies, nor were Sigel's dispositions a brilliant example of offensive tactics. His 3 divisions, Schurz, Schenck's, and Steinwehr's, supported by Milroy's Independent Brigade, advanced to the attack along a wide front. Schurz, with 2 brigades moving into the Groveton Wood, assailed the Confederate left, while Milroy and Schenck advanced over the open meadows which lay in front of the right. Steinwehr was in reserve, and Reynolds, somewhat to the rear, moved forward on the extreme left. The line was more than 2 miles long. The artillery, hampered by the ground, could render but small assistance, and at no single point were the troops disposed in sufficient depth to break through the front of the defense. The attack, too, was piecemeal. Advancing through the wood, Schurz's division was at once met by a sharp counterstroke delivered by the left brigade, Gregg's, South Carolina, of A.P. Hill's division, which drove the 2 Federal brigades apart. Reinforcements were sent in by Milroy, who had been checked on the open ground by the heavy fire of Jackson's guns, and the Germans rallied. But after some hard fighting, a fresh counterstroke, in which Thomas's brigade took part, drove them in disorder from the wood, and the South Carolinians, following to the edge, poured heavy volleys into their retreating masses. Schenck, meanwhile, deterred by the batteries on Jackson's right, had remained inactive. The Federal artillery, such as had been brought into action, had produced no effect. Reynolds, who had a difficult march, had not yet come into action, and in order to support the broken troops, Schenck was now ordered to close in upon the right. But the opportunity had already passed. 10:15 a.m. It was now 10:30 a.m., and Jackson had long since learned that Lee was near at hand. Longstreet's advance guard had passed through Gainesville, and the main body was closing up. Not only had time been gained, but 2 brigades alone had proved sufficient to hold the enemy at arm's length, and the rough counterstrokes had disconcerted the order of attack. A fresh Federal force, however, was already approaching. The troops from Centreville, comprising the divisions of Hooker, Kearny, and Reno, 17,000 or 18,000 men, were hurrying over the stone bridge, and a second, more vigorous attack was now to be withstood. Sigel, too, was still capable of further effort. Bringing up Steinwehr's division and demanding reinforcements from Reno, he threw his whole force against the Confederate front. Schenck, however, still exposed to the fire of the massed artillery, was unable to advance, and Milroy in the center was hurled back. But through the wood the attack was vigorously pressed, and the fight raged fiercely at close quarters along the railway. Between Gregg's and Thomas's brigades a gap of over 100 yards, as the men closed in upon the center, had gradually opened. Opposite the gap was a deep cutting, and the Federals, covered by the wood, massed here unobserved in heavy force. Attack from this quarter was unexpected, and for a moment Hill's first line was in jeopardy. Gregg, however, had still a regiment in second line, and throwing it quickly forward, he drove the enemy across the railroad. Then Hill, bringing up Branch from the third line, sent this fresh brigade to Gregg's support and cleared the front. The Germans had now been finally disposed of, but although Longstreet had arrived upon the ground and was deploying in the woods on Jackson's right, thus relieving Early, who at once marched to support the center, Jackson's men had not yet finished with the enemy. Pope had now taken over command, and besides the troops from Centreville, who had already reached the field, McDowell and Porter, with 27,000 men, were coming up from Manassas, and Reynolds had not yet been engaged. But it is one thing to assemble large numbers on the battlefield, another to give them the right direction. In the direction of Gainesville, high woods and rolling ridges had concealed Longstreet's approach, and the Federal patrols had been everywhere held in check by Stuart's squadrons. In ignorance, therefore, that the whole Confederate army was concentrated before him, Pope, anticipating an easy victory, determined to sweep Jackson from the field. But it was first necessary to relieve Sigel. Kearny's division had already deployed on the extreme right of the Federal line, resting on Bull Run. Hooker was on the left of Kearny, and a brigade of Reno's on the left of Hooker. While Sigel assembled his shattered forces, these 10,000 fresh troops, led by some of the best officers of the Army of the Potomac, were ordered to advance against A.P. Hill. Reynolds, under the impression that he was fighting Jackson, was already in collision with Longstreet's advanced guard, and McDowell and Porter, marching along the railway from Manassas, might be expected to strike at the Confederate rear right at any moment. It was then, with good hope of victory, that Pope rode along his line and explained the situation to his generals. But the fresh attack was made with no better concert than those which preceded it. Kearny, on the right near Bull Run, was held at bay by Jackson's guns, and Hooker and Reno advanced alone. 1 p.m. As the Federals moved forward, the gray skirmishers fell back through the Groveton wood, and scarcely had they reached the railroad before the long blue lines came crashing through the undergrowth. Hill's riflemen, lying down to load and rising only to fire, poured in their deadly volleys at point-blank range. The storm of bullets, shredding leaves and twigs, stripped the trees of their verdure, and the long dry grass, ignited by the powder sparks, burst into flames between the opposing lines. But neither flames nor musketry availed to stop Hooker's onset. Bayonets flashed through the smoke, and a gallant rush placed the stormers on the embankment. The Confederates reeled back in confusion, and men crowded round the colors to protect them, but assistance was at hand. A fierce yell and a heavy volley, and the regiments of the second line surged forward, driving back the intruders and closing the breach. Yet the Federal ranks reformed. The wood rang with cheers, and a fresh brigade advanced to the assault. Again the parapet was carried. Again the Southern bayonets cleared the front. Hooker's leading brigade, abandoning the edge of the wood, had already given ground. Reno's regiments, suffering fearful slaughter, with difficulty maintained their place. And Hill, calling once more upon his reserves, sent in Pender to the counterstroke. Passing by the right of Thomas, who, with Field, had borne the brunt of the last attack, Pender crossed the railroad and charged into the wood. Many of the men in the fighting line joined in the onward movement. The Federals were borne back. The brigades in rear were swept away by the tide of fugitives. The wood was cleared, and a battery nearby was deserted by the gunners. Then Pender, received with a heavy artillery fire from the opposite heights, moved boldly forward across the open. But the counterstroke had been pushed too far. The line faltered. Hostile infantry appeared on either flank, and as the Confederates fell back to the railroad, the enemy came forward in pursuit. Grover's brigade of Hooker's division had hitherto been held in reserve, sheltered by a roll of the land opposite that portion of the front which was held by Thomas. 3 p.m. It was now directed to attack. "Move slowly forward," were the orders which Grover gave to his command, "until the enemy opens fire. Then advance rapidly, give them one volley, and then the bayonet." The 5 regiments moved steadily through the wood in a single line. When they reached the edge, they saw immediately before them the red earth of the embankment, at this point 10 feet high, and lined with riflemen. There was a crash of fire, a swift rush through the rolling smoke, and the Federals, crossing the parapet, swept all before them. Hill's second line received them with a scattered fire, turned in confusion, and fled back upon the guns. Then beckoned victory to him who had held his reserves in hand. Jackson had seen the charge, and Forno's Louisianians, with a regiment of Lawtons, had already been sent forward with the bayonet. In close order the counterstroke came on. The thinned ranks of the Federals could oppose no resolute resistance. Fighting, they fell back, first to the embankment, where for a few moments they held their own, and then to the wood. But without supports it was impossible to rally. Johnson's and Stark's brigades swept down upon their flank, the Louisianians supported by Field and Archer against their front, and in 20 minutes, with the loss of 1/4 his numbers, Grover, in his turn, was driven beyond the Warrenton Turnpike. 4 divisions, Schurz's, Steinwehr's, Hooker's, and Reno's, had been hurled in succession against Jackson's front. Their losses had been enormous. Grover's brigade had lost 461 out of 2,000, of which one regiment, 288 strong, accounted for 6 officers and 106 men. 3 regiments of Reno's lost 530, and it is probable that more than 4,000 men had fallen in the wood which lay in front of Hill's brigades. The fighting, however, had not been without effect on the Confederates. The charges to which they had been exposed, impetuous as they were doubtless less trying than a sustained attack, pressed on by continuous waves of fresh troops and allowing the defense no breathing space. Such steady pressure, always increasing in strength, saps the morale more rapidly than a series of fierce assaults, delivered at wide intervals of time. But such pressure implies, on the part of the assailant, an accumulation of superior force, and this accumulation the enemy's generals had not attempted to provide. In none of the 4 attacks which had shivered against Hill's front had the strength of the assailants been greater than that of his own division. And to the tremendous weight of such a stroke as had won the battles of Gaines' Mill or Cedar Run, to the closely combined advance of overwhelming numbers, Jackson's men had not yet been subjected. The battle, nevertheless, had been fiercely contested, and the strain of constant vigilance and close-range fighting had told on the like division. The Federal skirmishers, boldly advancing as Pender's men fell back, had once more filled the wood, and their venomous fire allowed the defenders no leisure for repose. Ammunition had already given out. Many of the men had but 2 or 3 cartridges remaining, and the volunteers who ran the gauntlet to procure fresh supplies were many of them shot down. Moreover, 9 hours' fighting, much of it at close range, had piled the corpses thick upon the railroad, and the ranks of Hill's brigades were terribly attenuated. The second line had already been brought up to fill the gaps, and every brigade had been heavily engaged. 4 p.m. It was about 4 o'clock, and for a short space, the pressure on the Confederate lines relaxed. The continuous roar of the artillery dwindled to a fitful cannonade, and along the edge of the wood, drooping under the heat, where the foliage was white with the dust of battle, the skirmishers let their rifles cool. But the valley soldiers knew that their respite would be short. The Federal masses were still marching and counter-marching on the opposite hills. From the forest beyond, long columns streamed steadily to the front, and near the Warrenton Turnpike, fresh batteries were coming into action. Pope had ordered Kearny and Reno to make a fresh attack. The former, one of the most dashing officers in the Federal Army, disposed his division in 2 lines. Reno, in the same formation, deployed upon Kearny's right, and, with their flank resting on Bull Run, the 5 brigades went forward to the charge. The Confederate batteries, posted on the ridge and rear, swept the open ground along the stream, but regardless of their fire, the Federals came rapidly to close quarters and seized the railroad. 4:30 p.m. When Hill saw this formidable storm bursting on his lines, he felt that the supreme moment had arrived. Would Gregg, on whose front the division of Reno was bearing down, be able to hold his own? That gallant soldier, although more than 1/2 of his command lay dead or wounded, replied, in answer to his chief's inquiry, that his ammunition was almost expended, but that he had still the bayonet. Nevertheless, the pressure was too heavy for his wearied troops. Foot by foot they were forced back, and at the same moment Thomas, Field, and Branch, still fighting desperately, were compelled to yield their ground. Hill, anxiously looking for succor, had already called on Early. The enemy, swarming across the railroad, had penetrated to a point 300 yards within the Confederate position, but the gray line was not yet shattered. The men of the Light Division, though borne backwards by the rush, still faced towards the foe, and Early's brigade, supported by 2 regiments of Lawton's division, advanced with leveled bayonets, drove through the tumult, and opposed a solid line to the crowd of Federals. Once more the fresh reserve, thrown in at the propitious moment, swept back numbers far superior to itself. Once more order prevailed over disorder, and the cold steel asserted its supremacy. The strength of the assailants was already spent. The wave receded more swiftly than it had risen, and through the copses and across the railroad the Confederates drove their exhausted foe. General Hill had instructed Early that he was not to pass beyond the original front, but it was impossible to restrain the troops, and not till they had advanced several hundred yards was the brigade halted and brought back. 5:15 p.m. The counterstroke was as completely successful as those that had preceded it. Early's losses were comparatively slight, those inflicted on the enemy were heavy, and Hill's brigades were finally relieved. Pope abandoned all further efforts to crush Jackson. 5 assaults had failed. 30,000 infantry had charged in vain through the fatal wood, and of the 8,000 Federal casualties reported on this day, by far the larger proportion was due to the deadly fire and dashing counterstrokes of Jackson's infantry. While Pope was hurling division after division against the Confederate left, Lee, with Longstreet at his side, observed the conflict from Stewart's Hill, the wooded eminence which stands southwest of Groveton. On this wing, though a mile distant from Jackson's battle, both Federals and Confederates were in force. At least 1/2 of Pope's army had gradually assembled on this flank. Here were Reynolds and McDowell, and on the Manassas road stood 2 divisions under Porter. Within the woods on Stewart's Hill, with the cavalry on his flank, Longstreet had deployed his whole force, with the exception of Anderson, who had not yet passed Thoroughfare Gap. But although both Pope and Lee were anxious to engage, neither could bring their subordinates to the point. Pope had sent vague instructions to Porter and McDowell, and when at length he had substituted a definite order, it was not only late in arriving, but the generals found that it was based on an absolutely incorrect view of the situation. The Federal commander had no knowledge that Longstreet, with 25,000 men, was already in position beyond his left. So close lay the Confederates that, under the impression that Stewart's Hill was still untenanted, he desired Porter to move across it and envelop Jackson's right. Porter, suspecting that the main body of the Southern army was before him, declined to risk his 10,000 men until he had reported the true state of affairs. A peremptory reply to attack at once was received at 6:30, but it was then too late to intervene. Nor had Lee been more successful in developing a counterstroke. Longstreet, with a complacency it is difficult to understand, has related how he opposed the wishes of the commander-in-chief. 3 times Lee urged him forward. The first time, he rode to the front to reconnoiter and found that the position, in his own words, was not inviting. Again, Lee insisted that the enemy's left might be turned. While the question was under discussion, a heavy force, Porter and McDowell, was reported advancing from Manassas Junction. No attack followed, however, and Lee repeated his instructions. Longstreet was still unwilling. A large portion of the Federal force on the Manassas Road now marched northward to join Pope, and Lee, for the last time, bade Longstreet attack towards Groveton. I suggested, says the latter, that the day being far spent, it might be as well to advance before night on a forced reconnaissance, get our troops into the most favorable positions, and have all things ready for battle the next morning. To this, General Lee reluctantly gave consent, and orders were given for an advance to be pursued under cover of night until the main position could be carefully examined. It so happened that an order to advance was issued on the other side at the same time, so that the encounter was something of a surprise to both sides. Hood, with his 2 Texan brigades, led the Confederates, and King's division, now commanded by Hatch, met him on the slopes of Stewart's Hill. Although the Federals, since 1 a.m. the same morning, had marched to Manassas and back again, the fight was spirited. Hood, however, was strongly supported, and the Texans pushed forward 1.5 miles in front of the position they had held since noon. Longstreet had now full leisure to make his reconnaissance. The ground to which the enemy had retreated was very strong. He believed it strongly manned, and an hour after midnight Hood's brigades were ordered to withdraw. The firing, even of the skirmishers, had long since died away on the opposite flank. The battle was over, and the Valley Army had been once more victorious. But when Jackson's staff gathered round him in the bivouac, their triumph, says Dabney, bore a solemn hue. Their great task had been accomplished, and Pope's army, harassed, starving, and bewildered, had been brought to bay, but their energies were worn down. The incessant marching by day and night, the suspense of the past week, the fierce strife of the day that had just closed, pressed heavily on the whole force. Many of the bravest were gone. Trimble, that stout soldier, was severely wounded. Field and Forno had fallen, and in Gregg's brigade alone 40 officers were dead or wounded. Dr. McGuire, fresh from the ghastly spectacle of the silent battlefield, said, "General, this day has been won by nothing but stark and stern fighting." "No," replied Jackson very quietly, "it has been won by nothing but the blessing and protection of Providence." And in this attitude of acknowledgment, general and soldiers were as one. When the pickets had been posted and night had fallen on the forest, officers and men gathered together round their chaplains, made such preparations for the morrow's battle as did the host of King Harry on the eve of Agincourt. End of section 42.
Section number 43 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patrick McCook. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. The Second Manassas continued. Part 1. During the night of August 30, the long line of campfires on the heights above Bull Run and the frequent skirmishes along the picket line told General Lee that his enemy had no intention of falling back behind the stream, and when morning broke the Federal troops were observed upon every ridge. August 30th. The Confederate leader, eager as he had been to force the battle to an issue on the previous afternoon, had now abandoned all idea of attack. The respite which the enemy had gained might have altogether changed the situation. It was possible that the Federals had been largely reinforced. Pope and McClellan had been given time, and the hours of the night might have been utilized to bring up the remainder of the Army of the Potomac. Lee resolved, therefore, to await events. The Federal position was strong. Their masses were well concentrated. There was ample space on the ridges beyond Young's Branch for the deployment of their numerous artillery, and it would be difficult to outflank them. Moreover, a contingent of fresh troops from Richmond, the divisions of D.H. Hill, McLaws, and Walker, together with Hampton's brigade of cavalry and part of the reserve artillery, 20,350 men in all, had crossed the Rappahannock. Until this force should join him, he determined to postpone further maneuvers and to rest his army. But he was not without hope that Pope might assume the initiative and move down from the heights on which his columns were already forming. Aware of the sanguine and impatient temper of his adversary, confident in the morale of his troops and in the strength of his position, he foresaw that an opportunity might offer for an overwhelming counterstroke. Meanwhile, the Confederate divisions, still hidden in the woods, lay quietly on their arms. Few changes were made in the dispositions of the previous day. Jackson, despite his losses, had made no demand for reinforcements, and the only direct support afforded him was a battery of 18 guns, drawn from the battalion of Colonel S.D. Lee, and established on the high ground west of the Douglas House at right angles to his line of battle. These guns, pointing northeast, overlooked the wide tract of undulating meadow which lay in front of the Stonewall and Lawton's divisions, and they commanded a field of fire over a mile long. The left of the battery was not far distant from the guns on Jackson's right, and the whole of the open space was thus exposed to the crossfire of a formidable artillery. To the right of the batteries, Stewart's Hill was strongly occupied by Longstreet, with Anderson's division as general reserve, and this wing of the Confederate army was gradually wheeled up, but always under cover, until it was almost perpendicular to the line of the unfinished railroad. The strength of Lee's army at the Battle of Manassas was hardly more than 50,000 of all arms. Jackson's command had been reduced by battle and forced marches to 17,000 men. Longstreet mustered 30,000 and the cavalry 2,500. But numbers are of less importance than the confidence of the men in their ability to conquer, and the spirit of the Confederates had been raised to the highest pitch. The keen critics in Longstreet's ranks, although they had taken no part in the Manassas raid or in the battles of August 28 and 29, fully appreciated the daring strategy which had brought them within 2 short marches of Washington. The junction of the 2 wings in the very presence of the enemy, after many days of separation, was a maneuver after their own hearts. The passage of Thoroughfare Gap revealed the difficulties which had attended the operations, and the manner in which the enemy had been outwitted appealed with peculiar force to their quick intelligence. Their trust in Lee was higher than ever, and the story of Jackson's march, of the capture of Manassas, of the repulse of Pope's army, if it increased their contempt for the enemy, inspired them with an enthusiastic determination to emulate the achievements of their comrades. The soldiers of the Valley Army who, unaided by a single bayonet, had withstood the 5 successive assaults which had been launched against their position, were supremely indifferent, now Longstreet was in line, to whatever the enemy might attempt. It was noticed that, notwithstanding the heavy losses they had experienced, Jackson's troops were never more lighthearted than on the morning of August 30. Cartridge boxes had been replenished, rations had been issued, and for several hours the men had been called on neither to march nor fight. As they lay in the woods and the pickets, firing on the enemy's patrols, kept up a constant skirmish to the front, the laugh and jest ran down the ranks, and the unfortunate Pope, who had only seen the backs of his enemies, served as whetstone for their wit. By the troops who had reveled in the spoils of Winchester Banks had been dubbed Old Jack's Commissary General. By universal acclamation, after the Manassas foray, Pope was promoted to the same distinction, and had it been possible to penetrate to the Federal headquarters, the mirth of those ragged privates would hardly have diminished. Pope was in an excellent humor, conversing affably with his staff, and viewing with pride the martial aspect of his massed divisions. Nearly his whole force was concentrated on the hills around him, and Porter, who had been called up from the Manassas road, was already marching northwards through the woods. 10:15 p.m. Banks was still absent at Bristow Station, in charge of the trains and stores which had been removed from Warrenton, but shortly after 10 o'clock, 65,000 men with 28 batteries were at Pope's disposal. He had determined to give battle, although Franklin and Sumner, who had already reached Alexandria, had not yet joined him, and he anticipated easy triumph. He was laboring, however, under an extraordinary delusion. The retreat of Hood's brigades the preceding night, after their reconnaissance, had induced him to believe that Jackson had been defeated, and he had reported to Halleck at daybreak, "We fought a terrific battle here yesterday with the combined forces of the enemy, which lasted with continuous fury from daylight until dark, by which time the enemy was driven from the field which we now occupy." The enemy is still in our front, but badly used up. We lost not less than 8,000 men killed and wounded, but from the appearance of the field the enemy lost at least 2 to 1. The news has just reached me from the front that the enemy is retreating towards the mountains. If in these days of long-range weapons Napoleon's dictum still stands good, that the general who is ignorant of his enemy's strength and dispositions is ignorant of his trade, then of all generals Pope was surely the most incompetent. At 10 o'clock on the morning of August 30, and for many months afterwards, despite his statement that he had fought the combined forces of the enemy on the previous day, he was still under the impression, so skillfully were the Confederate troops concealed, that Longstreet had not yet joined Jackson, and that the latter was gradually falling back on Thoroughfare Gap. His patrols had reported that the enemy's cavalry had been withdrawn from the left bank of Bull Run. A small reconnaissance in force, sent to test Jackson's strength, had ascertained that the extreme left was not so far forward as it had been yesterday, while 2 of the Federal generals, reconnoitering beyond the turnpike, observed only a few skirmishers. On these negative reports, Pope based his decision to seize the ridge which was held by Jackson. Yet the woods along the unfinished railroad had not been examined, and the information from other sources was of a different color and more positive. Buford's cavalry had reported on the evening of the 29th that a large force had passed through Thoroughfare Gap. Porter declared that the enemy was in great strength on the Manassas road. Reynolds, who had been in close contact with Longstreet since the previous afternoon, reported that Stewart's Hill was strongly occupied. Ricketts, moreover, who had fought Longstreet for many hours at Thoroughfare Gap, was actually present on the field. But Pope, who had made up his mind that the enemy ought to retreat, and that therefore he must retreat, refused credence to any report whatever which ran counter to these preconceived ideas. 12 noon. Without making the slightest attempt to verify, by personal observation, the conclusions at which his subordinates had arrived at midday, to the dismay of his best officers, his army being now in position, he issued orders for his troops to be immediately thrown forward in pursuit of the enemy and to press him vigorously. Porter and Reynolds formed the left of the Federal army. These generals, alive to the necessity of examining the woods, deployed a strong skirmish line before them as they formed for action. Further evidence of Pope's hallucination was at once forthcoming. The moment Reynolds moved forward against Stewart's Hill, he found his front overlapped by long lines of infantry, and, riding back, he informed Pope that in so doing he had had to run the gauntlet of skirmishers who threatened his rear. Porter, too, pushing his reconnaissance across the meadows west of Groveton, drew the fire of several batteries. But at this juncture, unfortunately for the Federals, a Union prisoner, recaptured from Jackson, declared that he had heard the rebel officers say that their army was retiring to unite with Longstreet. So positively did the indications before him contradict this statement, that Porter, on sending the man to Pope, wrote, "In duty bound I send him, but I regard him as either a fool or designedly released to give a wrong impression. No faith should be put in what he says." If Jackson employed this man to delude his enemy, the ruse was eminently successful. Porter received the reply, "General Pope believes that soldier and directs you to attack." Reynolds was dismissed with a message that cavalry would be sent to verify his report, and McDowell was ordered to put in the divisions of Hatch and Ricketts on Porter's right. During the whole morning the attention of the Confederates had been directed to the Groveton wood. Beyond the timber rose the hill northeast, and on this hill 3 or 4 Federal batteries had come into action at an early hour, firing at intervals across the meadows. The Confederate guns, save when the enemy's skirmishers approached too close, hardly deigned to reply, reserving their ammunition for warmer work. That such work was to come was hardly doubtful. Troops had been constantly in motion near the hostile batteries, and the thickets below were evidently full of men. 12:15 p.m. Shortly after noon, the enemy's skirmishers became aggressive, swarming over the meadows and into the wood which had seen such heavy slaughter in the fight of yesterday. As Jackson's pickets, extended over a wide front, gave slowly back, his guns opened in earnest, and shell and shrapnel flew fast over the open space. The strong force of skirmishers betrayed the presence of a line of battle not far in rear, and ignoring the fire of their artillery, the Confederate batteries concentrated on the covert behind which they knew the enemy's masses were forming for attack. But, except the pickets, not a single man of either the Stonewall or Lawson's division was permitted to expose himself. A few companies held the railroad. The remainder were carefully concealed. The storm was not long in breaking. Jackson had just ridden along his lines, examining with his own eyes the stir in the Groveton wood, when, in rear of the skirmishers advancing over the high road, appeared the serried ranks of the line of battle. 20,000 bayonets, on a front which extended from Groveton to near Bull Run, swept forward against his front. 40,000, formed in dense masses on the slopes in rear, stood in readiness to support them, and numerous batteries, coming into action on every rising ground, covered the advance with a heavy fire. Pope, standing on a knoll near the stone house, saw victory within his grasp. The Confederate guns had been pointed out to his troops as the objective of the attack. Unsupported, as he believed, save by the scattered groups of skirmishers who were already retreating to the railroad and assailed in front and flank, these batteries, he expected, would soon be flying to the rear, and the Federal army in possession of the high ground would then sweep down in heavy columns towards Thoroughfare Gap. Suddenly his hopes fell. Porter's masses, stretching far to right and left, had already passed the Dogan House. Hatch was entering the Groveton wood. Ricketts was moving forward along Bull Run, and the way seemed clear before them, when loud and clear above the roar of the artillery rang out the Confederate bugles, and along the whole length of the ridge beyond the railroad long lines of infantry streaming forward from the woods ran down to the embankment. The effect, said an officer who witnessed this unexpected apparition, was not unlike flushing a covey of quails. Instead of the small rear guard which Pope had thought to crush by sheer force of overwhelming numbers, the whole of the Stonewall division, with Lawton on the left, stood across Porter's path. Reynolds, south of the turnpike, and confronting Longstreet, was immediately ordered to fall back and support the attack, and two small brigades, Warren's and Alexander's, were left alone on the Federal left. Pope had committed his last and his worst blunder. Sigel, with two divisions, was in rear of Porter, and for Sigel's assistance Porter had already asked. But Pope, still under the delusion that Longstreet was not yet up, preferred rather to weaken his left than grant the request of a subordinate. Under such a leader the courage of the troops, however vehement, was of no avail, and in Porter's attack the soldiers displayed a courage to which the Confederates paid a willing tribute. Morrell's division, with the two brigades abreast, arrayed in three lines, advanced across the meadows. Hatch's division, in still deeper formation, pushed through the wood on Morrell's right. Nearer Bull Run were two brigades of Ricketts, and to Morrell's left rear the division of regulars moved forward under Sykes. Morrell's attack was directed against Jackson's right. In the center of the Federal line, a mounted officer whose gallant bearing lived long in the memories of the Stonewall division rode out in front of the column and, drawing his saber, led the advance over the rolling grassland. The Confederate batteries with a terrible crossfire swept the Northern ranks from end to end. The volley of the infantry lying behind their parapet struck them full in face, but the horse and his rider lived through it all. The men followed close, charging swiftly up the slope, and then the leader, putting his horse straight at the embankment, stood for a moment on the top. The daring feat was seen by the whole Confederate line, and a yell went up from the men along the railroad. "Don't kill him! Don't kill him!" But while the cry went up, horse and rider fell in one limp mass across the earthwork, and the gallant Northerner was dragged under shelter by his generous foes. With such men as this to show the way, what soldiers would be backward? As the Russians followed Skobelev's gray up the bloody slopes of Plevna, so the Federals followed the bright chestnut of this unknown hero, and not till the colors waved within 30 paces of the parapet did the charge falter. But despite the supports that came thronging up, Jackson's soldiers, covered by the earthwork, opposed a resistance which no mere frontal attack could break. 3 times as the lines in rear merged with the first, the Federal officers brought their men forward to the assault, and 3 times they were hurled back, leaving hundreds of their number dead and wounded on the blood-soaked turf. One regiment of the Stonewall Division, posted in a copse beyond the railroad, was driven in, but others, when cartridges failed them, had recourse, like the guards at Inkerman, to the stones which lay along the railway bed, and with these strange weapons, backed up by the bayonet, more than one desperate effort was repulsed. In arresting Garnett after Kernstown, because when his ammunition was exhausted he had abandoned his position, Jackson had lost a good general, but he had taught his soldiers a useful lesson. So long as the cold steel was left to them, and their flanks were safe, they knew that their indomitable leader expected them to hold their ground, and right gallantly they responded. For over 30 minutes the battle raged along the front at the closest range. Opposite a deep cutting, the colors of a Federal regiment for nearly half an hour rose and fell, as bearer after bearer was shot down within 10 yards of the muzzles of the Confederate rifles, and after the fight 100 dead Northerners were found where the flag had been so gallantly upheld. Hill, meanwhile, was heavily engaged with Hatch. Every brigade, with the exception of Gregg's, had been thrown into the fighting line, and so hardly were they pressed that Jackson, turning to his signalers, demanded reinforcements from his colleague. Longstreet, in response to the call, ordered 2 more batteries to join Colonel Stephen Lee, and Morrell's division, pinned in that deadly cockpit between Stewart's Hill and the Groveton Wood, shattered by musketry in front and by artillery at short range in flank, fell back across the meadows. Hatch soon followed suit, and Jackson's artillery, which during the fight at close quarters had turned its fire on the supports, launched a storm of shell on the defeated Federals. Some batteries were ordered to change position so as to rake their lines, and the Stonewall division, reinforced by a brigade of Hill's, was sent forward to the counterattack. At every step the losses of the Federals increased, and the shattered divisions, passing through 2 regiments of regulars, which had been sent forward to support them, sought shelter in the woods. Then Porter and Hatch, under cover of their artillery, withdrew their infantry. Ricketts had fallen back before his troops arrived within decisive range. Under the impression that he was about to pursue a retreating enemy, he had found on advancing instead a thin screen of skirmishers, a line of battle strongly established and backed by batteries to which he was unable to reply. Against such odds, attack would only have increased the slaughter. It was after 4 o'clock. 3 hours of daylight yet remained, time enough still to secure a victory, but the Federal army was in no condition to renew the attack. Worn with long marches, deprived of their supplies, and oppressed by the consciousness that they were ill-led, both officers and men had lost all confidence. Every single division on the field had been engaged, and every single division had been beaten back. For 4 days, according to General Pope, they had been following a flying foe. "We were sent forward," reported a regimental commander with quiet sarcasm, "to pursue the enemy who was said to be retreating. We found the enemy, but did not see them retreat." Nor, had there been a larger reserve in hand, would a further advance have been permitted. The Stonewall division, although Porter's regiments were breaking up before its onset, had been ordered to fall back before it became exposed to the full sweep of the Federal guns. But the woods to the south, where Longstreet's divisions had been lying for so many hours, were already alive with bayonets. The gray skirmishers, extending far beyond Pope's left, were moving rapidly down the slopes of Stewart's Hill, and the fire of the artillery, massed on the ridge and rear, was increasing every moment in intensity. The Federals, just now advancing in pursuit, were suddenly thrown on the defensive, and the hand of a great captain snatched control of the battle from the grasp of Pope. As Porter reeled back from Jackson's front, Lee had seen his opportunity. The whole army was ordered to advance to the attack. Longstreet, prepared since dawn for the counterstroke, had moved before the message reached him, and the exulting yells of his soldiers were now resounding through the forest. Jackson was desired to cover Longstreet's left, and sending Stark and Lawton across the meadows, strewn with the bloody debris of Porter's onslaught, he instructed Hill to advance en echelon with his left refused. Anticipating the order, the commander of the light division was already sweeping through the Groveton Wood. The Federal gunners, striving valiantly to cover the retreat of their shattered infantry, met the advance of the Southerners with a rapid fire. Pope and McDowell exerted themselves to throw a strong force onto the heights above Bull Run, and the 2 brigades upon the left, Warren's and Alexander's, already overlapped, made a gallant effort to gain time for the occupation of the new position. But the counterstroke of Lee was not to be withstood by a few regiments of infantry. The field of Bull Run had seen many examples of the attack as executed by indifferent tacticians. At the first battle, isolated brigades had advanced at wide intervals of time. At the second battle, the Federals had assaulted by successive divisions. Out of 50,000 infantry, no more than 20,000 had been simultaneously engaged, and when a partial success had been achieved, there were no supports at hand to complete the victory. When the Confederates came forward, it was in other fashion, and those who had the wit to understand were now to learn the difference between mediocrity and genius, between the half measures of the one and the resolution of the other. Lee's order for the advance embraced his whole army. Every regiment, every battery, and every squadron was deployed. No reserves, save the artillery, were retained upon the ridge, but wave after wave of bayonets followed closely on the fighting line. To drive the attack forward by a quick succession of reinforcements, to push it home by weight of numbers, to pile blow on blow, to keep the defender occupied along his whole front, and to provide for retreat should retreat be necessary, not by throwing in fresh troops, but by leaving the enemy so crippled that he would be powerless to pursue. Such were the tactics of the Confederate leader. The field was still covered with Porter's and Hatch's disordered masses when Lee's strong array advanced, and the sight was magnificent. As far as the eye could reach, the long gray lines of infantry, with the crimson of the colors gleaming like blood in the evening sun, swept with ordered ranks across the Groveton valley. Batteries galloped furiously to the front. Far away to the right fluttered the guidons of Stuart's squadrons, and over all the massed artillery maintained a tremendous fire. The men drew fresh vigor from this powerful combination. The enthusiasm of the troops was as intense as their excitement. With great difficulty, it is related, were the gunners restrained from joining in the charge, and the officers of the staff could scarcely resist the impulse to throw themselves with their victorious comrades upon the retreating foe. The advance was made in the following order. Wilcox's division, north of the turnpike, connected with Jackson's right. Then came Evans, facing the two brigades which formed the Federal left, and extending across the turnpike. Behind Evans came Anderson on the left and Kemper on the right. Then, in prolongation of Kemper's line, but at some interval, marched the full division of D.R. Jones, flanked by Stuart's cavalry, and on the further wing, extending towards Bull Run, were Stark, Lawton, and A.P. Hill. 50,000 men, including the cavalry, were thus deployed over a front of 4 miles. Each division was formed in at least 2 lines, and in the center, where Anderson and Kemper supported Evans, were no less than 8 brigades, one in rear of the other. The Federal advanced line, behind which the troops had been engaged in the last attack, were slowly rallying, extended from the Groveton wood to a low hill, south of the turnpike and east of the village. This hill was quickly carried by Hood's brigade of Evans's division. The 2 regiments which defended it, rapidly outflanked and assailed by overwhelming numbers, were routed with the loss of nearly half their muster. Jackson's attack through the Groveton wood was equally successful, but on the ridge in rear were posted the regulars under Sykes, and further east on Buck Hill had assembled the remnants of 4 divisions. Outflanked by the capture of the hill upon their left, and fiercely assailed in front, Sykes's well-disciplined regiments, formed in lines of columns and covered by a rear guard of skirmishers, retired steadily under the tremendous fire, preserving their formation and falling back slowly across Young's branch. Then Jackson, reforming his troops along the Sudley road, and swinging around to the left, moved swiftly against Buck Hill. Here, in addition to the infantry, were posted 3 Union batteries, and the artillery made a desperate endeavor to stay the counterstroke. But nothing could withstand the vehement charge of the valley soldiers. They came on, says the correspondent of a northern journal, like demons emerging from the earth. The crests of the ridges blazed with musketry, and Hill's infantry, advancing in the very teeth of the canister, captured 6 guns at the bayonet's point. Once more Jackson reformed his lines, and as twilight came down upon the battlefield, from position after position in the direction of the stone bridge, the division of Stevens, Ricketts, Kearny, and Hooker were gradually pushed back. On the Henry Hill, the key of the Federal position, a fierce conflict was meanwhile raging. From the high ground to the south, Longstreet had driven back several brigades, which, in support of the artillery, Sigel and McDowell had massed upon Bald Hill. But this position had not been occupied without a protracted struggle. Longstreet's first line, advancing with over-impetuosity, had outstripped the second, and before it could be supported was compelled to give ground under the enemy's fire, one of the brigades losing 62 officers and 560 men. Anderson and Kemper were then brought up. The flank of the defenders was turned, a counterstroke was beaten back, ridge after ridge was mastered, the edge of every wood was stormed, and as the sun set behind the mountains, Bald Hill was carried. During this fierce action, the division of D.R. Jones, leaving the Chin House to the left, had advanced against the Henry Hill. 6 p.m. On the very ground which Jackson had held in his first battle, the best troops of the Federal Army were rapidly assembling. Here were Sykes Regulars and Reynolds Pennsylvanians, where the woods permitted batteries had been established, and Porter's 5th Army Corps, who at Gaines Mill and Malvern Hill had proved such stubborn fighters, opposed a strong front once more to their persistent foes. Despite the rapid fire of the artillery, the Southerners swept forward with unabated vigor. But as the attack was pressed, the resistance of the Federals grew more stubborn, and before long the Confederate formation lost its strength. The lines in rear had been called up. The assistance of the strong center had been required to rout the defenders of Bald Hill, and although Anderson and Wilcox pressed forward on his left, Jones had not sufficient strength to storm the enemy's last position. Moreover, the Confederate artillery had been unable to follow the infantry over the broken ground. The cavalry, confronted by Buford's squadrons and embarrassed by the woods, could lend no active aid, and the Federals, defeated as they were, had not yet lost all heart. Whatever their guns could do in so close a country to relieve the infantry had been accomplished, and the infantry, though continually outflanked, held together with unflinching courage. Stragglers there were, and stragglers in such large numbers that Bayard's cavalry brigade had been ordered to the rear to drive them back, but the majority of the men, hardened by months of discipline and constant battle, remained staunch to the colors. The conviction that the battle was lost was no longer a signal for the thinking bayonets to make certain of their individual safety, and the regulars, for the second time on the same field, provided a strong nucleus of resistance. Thrown into the woods along the Second Manassas road, 5 battalions of the United States Army held the extreme left, the most critical point of the Federal line, until the 2nd Brigade relieved them. To their right, Meade and his Pennsylvanians held fast against Anderson and Wilcox, and although 6 guns fell into the hands of the Confederate infantry, and 4 of Longstreet's batteries, which had accompanied the cavalry, were now raking their left, Pope's soldiers, as twilight descended upon the field, redeemed as far as soldiers could the errors of their general. Stuart, on the right flank of the Confederate line, charged down the opposing cavalry and crossed Bull Run at Lewis Ford, but the dark masses on the Henry Hill, increased every moment by troops ascending from the valley, still held fast, with no hope indeed of victory, but with a stern determination to maintain their ground. Had the hill been lost, nothing could have saved Pope's army. The crest commanded the crossings of Bull Run. The stone bridge, the main point of passage, was not more than a mile northward, within the range of artillery, and Jackson was already in possession of the Matthew Hill, not 1,400 yards from the road by which the troops must pass in their retreat. 7:30 p.m. The night, however, put an end to the battle. Even the valley soldiers were constrained to halt. It was impossible in the obscurity to distinguish friend from foe. The Confederate lines presented a broken front, here pushed forward and here drawn back. Divisions, brigades, and regiments had intermingled, and the thick woods, intervening at frequent intervals, rendered combination impracticable. During the darkness, which was accompanied by heavy rain, the Federals quietly withdrew, leaving thousands of wounded on the field, and morning found them in position on the heights of Centerville, 4 miles beyond Bull Run. Pope, with an audacity which disaster was powerless to tame, reported to Halleck that, on the whole, the results of the battle were favorable to the Federal army. "The enemy," he wrote, "largely reinforced, assailed our position early today. We held our ground firmly until 6 o'clock p.m., when the enemy, massing very heavy forces on our left, forced that wing back about half a mile. At dark we held that position. Under all the circumstances, with horses and men having been 2 days without food, and the enemy greatly outnumbering us, I thought it best to move back to this place at dark. The movement has been made in perfect order and without loss. The battle was most furious for hours without cessation, and the losses on both sides very heavy. The enemy is badly whipped, and we shall do well enough. Do not be uneasy. We will hold our own here." Pope's actions, however, were invariably at variance with Pope's words. At 6 p.m., he had ordered Franklin, who was approaching Bull Run from Alexandria with 10,000 fresh troops, to occupy with his own command and whatever other troops he could collect the fortifications round Centerville and hold them to the last extremity. Banks, still at Bristow Station, was told to destroy all the supplies of which he was in charge, as well as the railway, and to march on Centerville, while 30 guns and more than 2,000 wounded were left upon the field. Nor were Pope's anticipations as to the future to be fulfilled. The position at Centerville was strong. The entrenchments constructed by the Confederates during the winter of 1861 were still standing. Halleck had forwarded supplies. There was ammunition in abundance, and 20,000 infantry under Franklin and Sumner, for the latter also had come up from Washington, more than compensated for the casualties of the battle. But formidable earthworks against generals who dare maneuver are often a mere trap for the unwary. End of section 43. Section number 44 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patrick McCook. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. The Second Manassas continued. Part 2. August 31st. Before daylight, Stuart and his troopers were in the saddle, and, picking up many stragglers as they marched, came within range of the guns at Centerville. Lee, accompanied by Jackson, having reconnoitered the position, determined to move once more upon the Federal rear. Longstreet remained on the battlefield to engage the attention of the enemy and cover the removal of the wounded, while Jackson, crossing not by the stone bridge but by Sudley Ford, was entrusted with the work of forcing Pope from his strong position. The weather was inclement, the roads were quagmires, and the men were in no condition to make forced marches. Yet before nightfall, Jackson had pushed 10 miles through the mud, halting near Pleasant Valley on the Little River Turnpike, 5 miles northwest of Centerville. During the afternoon, Longstreet, throwing a brigade across Bull Run to keep the enemy on the qui vive, followed the same route. Of these movements, Pope received no warning, and Jackson's proclivity for flank maneuvers had evidently made no impression on him, for in blissful unconsciousness that his line of retreat was already threatened, he ordered all wagons to be unloaded at Centerville and to return to Fairfax Station for forage and rations. September 1st. But on the morning of September 1st, although his whole army, including Banks, was closely concentrated behind strong entrenchments, Pope had conceived a suspicion that he would find it difficult to fulfill his promise to Halleck that he would hold on. The previous night Stuart had been active towards his right and rear, capturing his reconnoitering parties and shelling his trains. Before noon, suspicion became certainty. Either stragglers or the country people reported that Jackson was moving down the Little River Turnpike, and Centerville was at once evacuated, the troops marching to a new position round Fairfax Courthouse. Jackson, meanwhile, covered by the cavalry, was advancing to Chantilly, a fine old mansion which the Federals had gutted, with the intention of seizing a position whence he could command the road. The day was somber, and a tempest was gathering in the mountains. Late in the afternoon, Stuart's patrols near Ox Hill were driven in by hostile infantry, the thick woods preventing the scouts from ascertaining the strength or dispositions of the Federal force. Jackson at once ordered 2 brigades of Hill's to field the enemy. The remainder of the light division took ground to the right, followed by Lawton. Stark's division held the turnpike, and Stuart was sent towards Fairfax Courthouse to ascertain whether the Federal main body was retreating or advancing. Reno, who had been ordered to protect Pope's flank, came briskly forward, and Hill's advanced guard was soon brought to a standstill. 3 fresh brigades were rapidly deployed. As the enemy pressed the attack, a 4th was sent in, and the Northerners fell back with the loss of a general and many men. Lawton's first line became engaged at the same time, and Reno, now reinforced by Kearny, made a vigorous effort to hold the Confederates in check. Hay's brigade of Lawton's division, commanded by an inexperienced officer, was caught while clubbed during a change of formation and driven back in disorder, and Trimble's brigade, now reduced to a handful, became involved in the confusion. But a vigorous charge of the second line restored the battle. The Federals were beginning to give way. General Kearney, riding through the murky twilight into the Confederate lines, was shot by a skirmisher. The hostile lines were within short range, and the advent of a reserve on either side would probably have ended the engagement. But the rain was now falling in torrents. Heavy peals of thunder, crashing through the forest, drowned the discharges of the 2 guns which Jackson had brought up through the woods, and the red flash of musketry paled before the vivid lightning. Much of the ammunition was rendered useless. The men were unable to discharge their pieces, and the fierce wind lashed the rain in the faces of the Confederates. The night grew darker and the tempest fiercer, and as if by mutual consent, the opposing lines drew gradually apart. On the side of the Confederates, only half the force had been engaged. Stark's division never came into action, and of Hill's and Lawton's there were still brigades in reserve. 500 men were killed or wounded, but although the 3 Federal divisions are reported to have lost 1,000, they had held their ground, and Jackson was thwarted in his design. Pope's trains and his whole army reached Fairfax Courthouse without further disaster, but the persistent attacks of his indefatigable foe had broken down his resolution. He had intended, he told Halleck, when Jackson's march down the Little River Turnpike was first announced, to attack the Confederates the next day, or certainly the day after. September 2nd. The action at Chantilly, however, induced a more prudent mood, and on the morning of the 2nd, he reported that there was an intense idea among the troops that they must get behind the entrenchments of Alexandria, that there was an undoubted purpose on the part of the enemy to keep on slowly turning his position so as to come in on the right, and that the forces under his command were unable to prevent him doing so in the open field. Halleck must decide what was to be done. The reply was prompt. Pope was to bring his forces, as best he could, under the shelter of the heavy guns. Whatever might be the truth as regards the troops, there could be no question but that the general was demoralized, and, preceded by thousands of stragglers, the army fell back without further delay to the Potomac. It was not followed except by Stuart. It was found, says Lee in his official dispatch, that the enemy had conducted his retreat so rapidly that the attempt to interfere with him was abandoned. The proximity of the fortifications around Alexandria and Washington rendered further pursuit useless. On the same day, General McClellan was entrusted with the defense of Washington, and Pope, permitted to resign, was soon afterwards relegated to an obscure command against the Indians of the Northwest. His errors had been flagrant. He can hardly be charged with want of energy, but his energy was spasmodic. On the field of battle he was strangely indolent, and yet he distrusted the reports of others. But more fatal than his neglect of personal reconnaissance was his power of self-deception. He was absolutely incapable of putting himself in his enemy's place, and time after time he acted on the supposition that Lee and Jackson would do exactly what he most wished them to do. When his supplies were destroyed, he concentrated at Manassas Junction, convinced that Jackson would remain to be overwhelmed. When he found Jackson near Sudley Springs and Thoroughfare Gap open, he rushed forward to attack him, convinced that Longstreet could not be up for 48 hours. When he sought shelter at Centerville, he told Halleck not to be uneasy, convinced that Lee would knock his head against his fortified position. Before the engagement at Chantilly, he had made up his mind to attack the enemy the next morning. A few hours later, he reported that his troops were utterly untrustworthy, although 20,000 of them, under Franklin and Sumner, had not yet seen the enemy. In other respects, his want of prudence had thwarted his best endeavors. His cavalry at the beginning of the campaign was effectively employed, but so extravagant were his demands on the mounted arm that before the Battle of Manassas half his regiments were dismounted. It is true that the troopers were still indifferent horsemen and bad horsemasters, but it was the fault of the commander that the unfortunate animals had no rest, that brigades were sent to do the work of patrols, and that little heed was paid to the physical wants of man and beast. As a tactician, Pope was incapable. As a strategist, he lacked imagination, except in his dispatches. His horizon was limited, and he measured the capacity of his adversaries by his own. He was familiar with the campaign in the valley, with the operations in the peninsula, and Cedar Run should have enlightened him as to Jackson's daring. But he had no conception that his adversaries would cheerfully accept great risk to achieve great ends. He had never dreamt of a general who would deliberately divide his army, or of one who would make 56 miles in 2 marches. Lee, with his extraordinary insight into character, had played on Pope as he had played on McClellan, and his strategy was justified by success. In the space of 3 weeks, he had carried the war from the James to the Potomac. With an army that at no time exceeded 55,000 men, he had driven 80,000 into the fortifications of Washington. He had captured 30 guns, 7,000 prisoners, 20,000 rifles, and many stand of colors. He had killed or wounded 13,500 Federals, destroyed supplies and material of enormous value, and all this with a loss to the Confederates of 10,000 officers and men. So much had he done for the South. For his own reputation he had done more. If, as Moltke avers, the junction of two armies on the field of battle is the highest achievement of military genius, the campaign against Pope has seldom been surpassed, and the great counterstroke at Manassas is sufficient in itself to make Lee's reputation as a tactician. Salamanca was perhaps a more brilliant example of the same maneuver, for at Salamanca Wellington had no reason to anticipate that Marmont would blunder, and the mighty stroke which beat 40,000 French in 40 minutes was conceived in a few moments. Nor does Manassas equal Austerlitz. No such subtle maneuvers were employed as those by which Napoleon induced the Allies to lay bare their center, and drew them blindly to their doom. It was not due to the skill of Lee that Pope weakened his left at the crisis of the battle, but in the rapidity with which the opportunity was seized, in the combination of the three arms, and in the vigor of the blow. Manassas is in no way inferior to Austerlitz or Salamanca. That the result was less decisive was due to the greater difficulties of the battlefield, to the stubborn resistance of the enemy, to the obstacles in the way of rapid and connected movement, and to the inexperience of the troops. Manassas was not, like Austerlitz and Salamanca, won by veteran soldiers, commanded by trained officers, perfect in drill and inured to discipline. Lee's strategic maneuvers were undoubtedly hazardous, but that an antagonist of different caliber would have met them with condign punishment is short-sighted criticism. Against an antagonist of different caliber, against such generals as he was afterwards to encounter, they would never have been attempted. He studied his adversary, says his military secretary, knew his peculiarities, and adapted himself to them. His own methods no one could foresee. He varied them with every change in the commanders opposed to him. He had one method with McClellan, another with Pope, another with Hooker, another with Meade, and yet another with Grant. Nor was the dangerous period of the Manassas campaign so protracted as might be thought. Jackson marched north from Jefferson on August 25th. On the 26th, he reached Bristow Station. Pope, during these 2 days, might have thrown himself either on Longstreet or on Jackson. He did neither, and on the morning of the 27th, when Jackson reached Sudley Springs, the crisis had passed. Had the Federals blocked Thoroughfare Gap that day and prevented Longstreet's passage, Lee was still able to concentrate without incurring defeat. Jackson, retreating by Aldie Gap, would have joined Longstreet west of the mountains. Pope would have escaped defeat, but the Confederates would have lost nothing. Moreover, it is well to remember that the Confederate cavalry was in every single respect in leading, horsemanship, training, and knowledge of the country superior to the Federal. The whole population, too, was staunchly Southern. It was always probable, therefore, that information would be scarce in the Federal camps, and that if some items did get through the cavalry screen, they would be so late in reaching Pope's headquarters as to be practically useless. There can be no question that Lee, in these operations, relied much on the skill of Stuart. Stuart was given a free hand. Unlike Pope, Lee issued few orders as to the disposition of his horsemen. He merely explained the maneuvers he was about to undertake, pointed out where he wished the main body of the cavalry should be found, and left all else to their commander. He had no need to tell Stuart that he required information of the enemy, or to lay down the method by which it was to be obtained. That was Stuart's normal duty, and right well was it performed. How admirably the young cavalry general cooperated with Jackson has already been described. The latter suggested, the former executed, and the combination of the three arms during the whole of Jackson's operations against Pope was as close as when Ashby led his squadrons in the valley. Yet it was not on Stuart that fell, next to Lee, the honors of the campaign. Brilliant as was the handling of the cavalry, impenetrable the screen it formed, and ample the information it procured, the breakdown of the Federal horse made the task comparatively simple. Against adversaries whose chargers were so leg-weary that they could hardly raise a trot, it was easy to be bold. One of Stuart's brigadiers would have probably done the work as well as Stuart himself, But the handling of the Valley Army from the time it left Jefferson on the 25th until Longstreet reached Gainesville on the 29th demanded higher qualities than vigilance and activity. Throughout the operations, Jackson's endurance was the wonder of his staff. He hardly slept. He was untiring in reconnaissance, in examination of the country, and in observation of the enemy, and no detail of the march escaped his personal scrutiny. Yet his muscles were much less hardly used than his brain. The intellectual problem was more difficult than the physical. To march his army 56 miles in 2 days was far simpler than to maintain it on Pope's flank until Longstreet came into line. The direction of his marches, the position of his bivouacs, the distribution of his 3 divisions were the outcome of long premeditation. On the night of the 25th, he disappeared into the darkness on the road to Salem, leaving the Federals under the conviction that he was making for the valley. On the 26th, he moved on Bristow Station, rather than on Manassas Junction, foreseeing that he might be interrupted from the southwest in his destruction of the stores. On the 27th, he postponed his departure till night had fallen, moving in 3 columns, of which the column marching on Centerville, whither he desired that the enemy should follow, was the last to move. Concentrating at Sudley Springs on the 28th, he placed himself in the best position to hold Pope fast, to combine with Longstreet, or to escape by Audy Gap. And on the 29th, the ground he had selected for battle enabled him to hold out against superior numbers. Neither strategically nor tactically did he make a single mistake. His attack on King's division at Groveton on the evening of the 28th was purely frontal, and his troops lost heavily. But he believed King to be the flank guard of a larger force, and under such circumstances turning movements were over-hazardous. The woods, too, prevented the deployment of his artillery, and the attack, in its wider aspect, was eminently successful, for the aim was not to defeat King, but to bring Pope back to a position where Lee could crush him. On the 29th, his dispositions were admirable. The battle is a fine example of defensive tactics. The position, to use a familiar illustration, fitted the troops like a glove. It was of such strength that, while the front was adequately manned, ample reserves remained in rear. The left, the most dangerous flank, was secured by Bull Run, and masked batteries gave protection to the right. The distribution of the troops, the orders, and the amount of latitude accorded to subordinate leaders followed the best models. The front was so apportioned that each brigadier on the fighting line had his own reserve, and each divisional general half his force in third line. The orders indicated that counterstrokes were not to be pushed so far as to involve the troops in an engagement with the enemy's reserves, and that subordinate generals were encouraged, without waiting for orders and thus losing the occasion, to seize all favorable opportunities for a counterstroke. The methods employed by Jackson were singularly like those of Wellington. A position was selected which gave cover and concealment to the troops, and against which the powerful artillery of a more numerous enemy was practically useless. These were the characteristics of Vimiera, Busaco, Talavera, and Waterloo. Nor did Jackson's orders differ from those of the great Englishman. The Duke's subordinates, when placed in position, acted on a well-established rule. Within that position they had unlimited power. They could defend the first line, or they could meet the enemy with a counterattack from a position in rear, and in both cases they could pursue. But the pursuit was never to be carried beyond certain defined limits. Moreover, Wellington's views as to the efficacy of the counterstroke were identical with those of Jackson, and he had the same predilection for cold steel. "If they attempt this point again, Hill," were his orders to that general at Busaco, "give them a volley and charge bayonets, but don't let your people follow them too far." But it was neither wise strategy nor sound tactics which was the main element in Pope's defeat. Neither the strong effort of a powerful brain, nor the judicious devolution of responsibility. A brilliant military historian, more conversant perhaps with the War of Secession than the wars of France, concludes his review of this campaign with a reference to Jackson as the Ney of the Confederate Army. The allusion is obvious. So long as the victories of Napoleon are remembered, the name of his lieutenant will always be a synonym for heroic valor. But the valor of Ney was of a different type from that of Jackson. Ney's valor was animal, Jackson's was moral, and between the two there is a vast distinction. Before the enemy, when his danger was tangible, Ney had few rivals. But when the enemy was unseen and his designs were doubtful, his resolution vanished. He was without confidence in his own resources. He could not act without direct orders, and he dreaded responsibility. At Bautzen, his timidity ruined Napoleon's combinations. In the campaign of Leipzig, he showed himself incapable of independent command, and he cannot be acquitted of hesitation at Quatre Bras. It was in the same circumstances that Ney's courage invariably gave way, that Jackson's courage shone with the brightest luster. It might appear that he had little cause for fear in the campaign of the Second Manassas, that he had only to follow his instructions, and that if he had failed, his failure would have been visited upon Lee. The instructions which he received, however, were not positive, but contingent on events. If possible, he was to cut the railway, in order to delay reinforcements which Pope was expecting from Alexandria, and then, should the enemy permit, he was to hold fast east of the Bull Run Mountains until Lee came up. But he was to be guided in everything by his own discretion. He was free to accept battle or refuse it, to attack or to defend, to select his own line of retreat, to move to any quarter of the compass that he pleased. For 3 days, from the morning of August 26th to the morning of August 29th, he had complete control of the strategic situation. On his movements were dependent the movements of the main army. The bringing the enemy to bay and the choice of the field of battle were both in his hands. And during these 3 days he was cut off from Lee and Longstreet. The mountains with their narrow passes lay between, and, surrounded by 3 times his number, he was abandoned entirely to his own resources. Throughout the operations, he had been in unusually high spirits. The peril and responsibility seemed to act as an elixir, and he threw off much of his constraint. But as the day broke on August 29th, he looked long and earnestly in the direction of Thoroughfare Gap, and when a messenger from Stuart brought the intelligence that Longstreet was through the pass, he drew a long breath and uttered a sigh of relief. The period of suspense was over, but even on that unyielding heart the weight of anxiety had pressed with fearful force. For 3 days he had only received news of the main army at long and uncertain intervals. For 2 of these days his information of the enemy's movements was very small. While he was marching to Bristow Station, Pope, for all he knew, might have been marching against Longstreet with his whole force. When he attacked King on the 28th, the Federals, in what strength he knew not, still held Thoroughfare Gap. When he formed for action on the 29th, he was still ignorant of what had happened to the main body, and it was on the bare chance that Longstreet would force the passage that he accepted battle with far superior numbers. It is not difficult to imagine how a general like Ney, placed in Jackson's situation, would have trimmed and hesitated, how in his march to Manassas, when he had crossed the mountains and left the gap behind him, he would have sent out reconnaissances in all directions, halting his troops until he learned the coast was clear, how he would have dashed at the junction by the shortest route, how he would have forced his weary troops northward when the enemy's approach was reported, how, had he reached Sudley Springs, he would have hugged the shelter of the woods and let King's division pass unmolested, and finally, when Pope's columns converged on his position, have fallen back on Thoroughfare or Audi. Nor would he have been greatly to blame. Unless gifted with that moral fortitude which Napoleon ranks higher than genius or experience, no general would have succeeded in carrying Lee's design to a successful issue. In his unhesitating march to Manassas Junction, in his deliberate sojourn for 24 hours astride his enemy's communications, in his daring challenge to Pope's whole army at Groveton, Jackson displayed the indomitable courage characteristic of the greatest soldiers. As suggested in the first volume, it is too often overlooked by those who study the history of campaign that war is the province of uncertainty. The reader has the whole theater of war displayed before him. He notes the exact disposition of the opposing forces at each hour of the campaign, and with this in his mind's eye he condemns or approves the action of the commanders. In the action of the defeated general he usually often sees much to blame, in the action of the successful general but little to admire. But his judgment is not based on a true foundation. He has ignored the fact that the information at his disposal was not at the disposal of those he criticizes. And until he realizes that both generals, to a greater or less degree, must have been groping in the dark, he will neither make just allowance for the errors of the one, nor appreciate the genius of the other. It is true that it is difficult in the extreme to ascertain how much or how little these generals whose campaigns have become historical knew of their enemy at any particular moment. For instance, in the campaign before us, we are nowhere told whether Lee, when he sent Jackson to Manassas Junction, was aware that a portion of McClellan's army had been shipped to Alexandria in place of Aquia. or whether he knew on the second day of the Battle of Manassas that Pope had been reinforced by 2 army corps from the peninsula. He had certainly captured Pope's dispatch book, and no doubt it threw much light on the Federal plans, but we are not aware how far into the future this light projected. We do know, however, that in addition to this correspondence, such knowledge as he had was derived from reports. But reports are never entirely to be relied on. They are seldom full, they are often false, and they are generally exaggerated. However active the cavalry, however patriotic the inhabitants, no general is ever possessed of accurate information of his enemy's dispositions, unless the forces are very small or the precautions to elude observation very feeble. On August 28th, Stuart's patrols covered the whole country round Jackson's army, and during the whole day the Federal columns were converging on Manassas. Sigel and Reynolds' 4 divisions passed through Gainesville, not 5 miles from Sudley Springs, and for a time were actually in contact with Jackson's outposts, and yet Sigel and Reynolds mistook Jackson's outposts for reconnoitering cavalry. Again, when King's single division, the rear guard of Pope's army, appeared upon the turnpike, Jackson attacked it with the idea that it was the flank guard of a much larger force. Nor was this want of accurate intelligence due to lack of vigilance or to the dense woods. As a matter of fact, the Confederates were more amply provided with information than is usually the case in war, even in an open country and with experienced armies. But if in the most favorable circumstances a general is surrounded by an atmosphere which has been most aptly named the fog of war, his embarrassments are intensified tenfold when he commands a portion of a divided army. Under ordinary conditions, a general is at least fully informed of the dispositions of his own forces, but when between 2 widely separated columns a powerful enemy, capable of crushing each in turn, intervenes, when the movements of that enemy are veiled in obscurity, when anxiety has taken possession of the troops and the soldiers of either column, striving hopelessly to penetrate the gloom, reflect on the fate that may have overtaken their comrades, on the obstacles that may delay them, on the misunderstandings that may have occurred. It is at such a crisis that the courage of their leader is put to the severest test. His situation has been compared to a man entering a dark room full of assailants, never knowing when or whence a blow may be struck against him. The illustration is inadequate. Not only has he to contend with the promptings of his own instincts, but he has to contend with the instincts and to sustain the resolution of his whole army. It is not from the enemy he has most to fear. A time comes in all protracted operations when the nervous energy of the best troops becomes exhausted, when the most daring shrink from further sacrifice, when the desire of self-preservation infects the stoutest veterans, and the will of the mass opposes a tacit resistance to all further effort. Then, says Clausewitz, the spark in the breast of the commander must rekindle hope in the hearts of his men, and so long as he is equal to this, he remains their master. When his influence ceases, and his own spirit is no longer strong enough to revive the spirit of others, the masses, drawing him with them, sink into that lower region of animal nature which recoils from danger and knows not shame. Such are the obstacles which the brain and courage of the military commander must overcome if he is to make his name illustrious. And the obstacles are never more formidable than when his troops see no sign of the support they have expected. Then, if he still moves forward, although his peril increase at every step, to the point of junction, if he declines the temptation, although overwhelming numbers threaten him, of a safe line of retreat, if, as did Jackson, he deliberately confronts and challenges the hostile masses, then indeed does the soldier rise to the highest level of moral energy. Strongly does Napoleon inveigh against operations which entailed the division of an army into 2 columns unable to communicate, and especially does he reprobate the strategy which places the point of junction under the very beard of a concentrated enemy. Both of these maxims Lee violated, the last because he knew Pope, the first because he knew Jackson. It is rare indeed that such strategy succeeds. When all has depended on a swift and unhesitating advance, generals renowned for their ardent courage have wavered and turned aside. Hasdrubal, divided from Hannibal by many miles and a consular army, fell back to the Metaurus, and Rome was saved. 2,000 years later, Prince Frederick Charles, divided by a few marches and 2 Austrian army corps from the Crown Prince, lingered so long upon the Lier that the supremacy of Prussia trembled in the balance. But the character of the Virginian soldier was of loftier type. It has been remarked that after Jackson's death, Lee never again attempted those great turning movements which had achieved his most brilliant victories. Never again did he divide his army to unite it again on the field of battle. The reason is not far to seek. There was now no general in the Confederate army to whom he dared confide the charge of the detached wing, and in possessing one such general, he had been more fortunate than Napoleon. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ashley Crossman. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Harper's Ferry, Part 1 of 3. September 1862. The Confederate operations in Virginia during the spring and summer of 1862 had been successful beyond expectation and almost beyond precedent. Within 6 months, 2 great armies had been defeated. McClellan had been driven from the peninsula, and Pope from the Rappahannock. The villages of Virginia no longer swarmed with foreign bayonets. The hostile camps had vanished from her inland counties. Richmond was free from menace, and in the valley of the Shenandoah the harvest was gathered in without let or hindrance. Except at Winchester and Martinsburg, where the garrisons, alarmed by the news of Pope's defeat, were already preparing to withdraw, in the vicinity of Norfolk and at Fortress Monroe, the invaders had no foothold within the boundaries of the state they had just now overrun, and their demoralized masses, lying exhausted behind the fortifications of Washington and Alexandria, were in no condition to resume the offensive. The North had opened the campaign in the early spring with the confident hope of capturing the rebel capital. Before the summer was over, it was questionable whether it would be able to save its own. Had the rival armies been equally matched in numbers and equipment, this result would have hardly been remarkable. The Federals had had great difficulties to contend with: an unknown country, bad roads, a hostile population, natural obstacles of formidable character, statesmen ignorant of war, and generals at loggerheads with the administration. Yet so superior were their numbers, so ample their resources, that even these disadvantages might have been overcome had the strategy of the Southern leaders been less admirable. Lee, Jackson, and Johnston had played the role of the defender to perfection. No attempt had been made to hold the frontier. Mobility, and not earthwork, was the weapon on which they had relied. Richmond, the only fortress, had been used as a pivot of operations, and not merely as a shelter for the army. The specious expedient of pushing forward advanced guards to harass or delay the enemy had been avoided, and thus no opportunity had been offered to the invaders of dealing with the defense in detail or of raising their own morale by victory over isolated detachments. The generals had declined battle until their forces were concentrated and the enemy was divided, nor had they fought except on ground of their own choice. Johnston had refused to be drawn into decisive action until McClellan became involved in the swamps of the Chickahominy. Jackson, imitating like his superior the defensive strategy of Wellington and Napoleon, had fallen back to a zone of maneuver south of the Massanuttons. By retreating to the inaccessible fastness of Elk Run Valley, he had drawn Banks and Fremont up the Shenandoah, their lines of communication growing longer and more vulnerable at every march, and requiring daily more men to guard them. Then, rushing from his stronghold, he had dealt his blows, clearing the valley from end to end, destroying the Federal magazines, and threatening Washington itself. And when the overwhelming masses he had drawn on himself sought to cut him off, he had selected his own battlefield and crushed the converging columns which his skill had kept apart. The hapless Pope, too, had been handled in the same fashion as McClellan, Banks, Shields, and Fremont. Jackson had lured him forward to the Rapidan, and although his retreat had been speedy, Lee had completed his defeat before he could be efficiently supported. But, notwithstanding all that had been done, much yet remained to do. It was doubtless within the bounds of probability that a second attempt to invade Virginia would succeed no better than the first, but it was by no means certain that the resolution of the North was not sufficient to withstand a long series of disasters so long as the war was confined to Southern territory. And, at the same time, it might well be questioned whether the South could sustain, without foreign aid, the protracted and exhausting process of a purely defensive warfare. If her tactics, as well as her strategy, could be confined to the defensive, that is, if her generals could await the invaders in selected and prepared positions, and if no task more difficult should devolve upon her troops than shooting down their foes as they moved across the open to the assault of strong entrenchments, then the hope might reasonably be entertained that she might tire out the North. But the campaign, so far as it had progressed, had shown, if indeed history had not already made it sufficiently clear, that opportunities for such tactics were not likely to occur. The Federal generals had consistently refused to run their heads against earthworks. Their overwhelming numbers would enable them to turn any position, however formidable, and the only chance of success lay in keeping these numbers apart and in preventing them from combining. It was by strategic and tactical counterstrokes that the recent victories had been won. Although it had awaited attack within its own frontier, the Army of Northern Virginia had but small experience of defensive warfare. With the exception of the actions round Yorktown, of Cross Keys, and of the Second Manassas, the battle had been entirely aggressive. The idea that a small army, opposed to one vastly superior, cannot afford to attack because the attack is costly, and that it must trust for success to favorable ground, had been effectually dispelled. Lee and Jackson had taught the Southerners that the secret of success lies not in strong positions, but in the concentration, by means of skillful strategy, of superior numbers on the field of battle. Their tactics had been essentially offensive, and it is noteworthy that their victories had not been dearly purchased. If we compare them with those of the British in the peninsula, we shall find that with no greater loss than Wellington incurred in the defensive engagements of 3 years, 1810, 1811, 1812, the Confederates had attacked and routed armies far larger in proportion than those which Wellington had merely repulsed. But if they had shown that the best defense lies in a vigorous offensive, their offensive had not yet been applied at the decisive point. To make victory complete, it is the sounder policy to carry the war into hostile territory. A nation endures with comparative equanimity defeat beyond its own borders. Pride and prestige may suffer, but a high-spirited people will seldom be brought to the point of making terms unless its army is annihilated in the heart of its own country, unless the capital is occupied and the hideous sufferings of war are brought directly home to the mass of the population. A single victory on Northern soil, within easy reach of Washington, was far more likely to bring about the independence of the South than even a succession of victories in Virginia. It was time, then, for a strategic counterstroke on a larger scale than had hitherto been attempted. The opportunity was ripe. No great risk would be incurred by crossing the Potomac. There was no question of meeting a more powerful enemy. The Federals, recruited by fresh levies, would undoubtedly be numerically the stronger, and the Confederate equipment, despite the large captures of guns and rifles, was still deficient. But for deficiencies, in numbers and in material, the higher morale and the more skillful leading would make ample compensation. It might safely be inferred that the Northern soldiers would no longer display the cool confidence of Gaines' Mill or even of Malvern Hill. The places of the brave and seasoned soldiers who had fallen would be filled by recruits, and generals who had been outmaneuvered on so many battlefields might fairly be expected, when confronted once more with their dreaded opponents, to commit even more egregious errors than those into which they had already fallen. September 2nd. Such were the ideas entertained by Lee and accepted by the President, and on the morning of September 2nd, as soon as it was found that the Federals had sought shelter under the forts of Alexandria, Jackson was instructed to cross the Potomac and form the advanced guard of the Army of Invasion. It may be imagined with what feelings he issued his orders for the march on Leesburg, above which lay an easy ford. For more than 12 months, since the very morrow of Bull Run, he had persistently advocated an aggressive policy. The fierce battles round Richmond and Manassas he had looked upon as merely the prelude to more resolute efforts. After he had defeated Banks at Winchester, he had urged his friend Colonel Boteler to inform the authorities that, if they would reinforce him, he would undertake to capture Washington. The message had been conveyed to Lee. "Tell General Jackson," was the reply of the commander-in-chief, "that he must first help me to drive these people away from Richmond." This object had been now thoroughly accomplished, and General Lee's decision to redeem his promise was by none more heartily approved than by the leader of the Valley Army. And yet, though the risks of the venture were small, the prospects of complete success were dubious. The opportunity had come, but the means of seizing it were feeble. Lee himself was buoyed up by no certain expectation of great results. In advocating invasion, he confessed to the president that his troops were hardly fit for service beyond the frontier. "The army," he wrote, "is not properly equipped for an invasion of the enemy's territory. It lacks much of the material of war, is feeble in transportation, the animals being much reduced, and the men are poorly provided with clothes, and in thousands of instances are destitute of shoes. What concerns me most is the fear of getting out of ammunition." This description was by no means overcolored. As a record of military activity, the campaign of the spring and summer of 1862 has few parallels. Jackson's division, since the evacuation of Winchester at the end of February, that is, in 6 months, had taken part in no less than 8 battles and innumerable minor engagements. It had marched nearly 1,000 miles, and it had long ago discarded tents. The remainder of the army had been hardly less severely tasked. The demands of the outpost service in front of Richmond had been almost as trying as the forced marches in the valley, and the climate of the peninsula had told heavily on the troops. From the very first, the army had been indifferently equipped. The ill effects of hasty organization were still glaring. The regimental officers had not yet learned to study the wants and comfort of their men. The troops were harassed by the ignorance of a staff that was still half-trained, and the commissariat officials were not abreast of their important duties. More than all, the operations against Pope, just brought to a successful issue, had been most arduous, and the strain on the endurance of the troops, not yet recovered from their excursions in the peninsula, had been so great that a period of repose seemed absolutely necessary. It was not only that battle and sickness had thinned the ranks, but that those whose health had been proof against continued hardships, and whose strength and spirit were still equal to further efforts, were so badly shod that a few long marches over indifferent roads were certain to be more productive of casualties than a pitched battle. The want of boots had already been severely felt. It has been said that the route of the Confederate army from the Rappahannock to Chantilly might have been traced by the stains of bloody feet along the highways, and if the statement is more graphic than exact, yet it does not fall far short of the truth. Many a stout soldier, who had been hobbled along on his bare feet until Pope was encountered and defeated, found himself utterly incapable of marching into Maryland. In rear of the army the roads were covered with stragglers. Squads of infantry, banding together for protection, toiled along painfully by easy stages, unable to keep pace with the colors, but hoping to be up in time for the next fight, and amongst these were not a few officers. But this was not the worst. Lax discipline and the absence of soldierly habits asserted themselves with the same pernicious effect as in the valley. Not all the stragglers had their faces turned towards the enemy. Not all were incapacitated by physical suffering. Many, without going through the formality of asking leave, were making for their homes, and had no idea that their conduct was in any way peculiar. They had done their duty in more than one battle. They had been long absent from their farms, their equipment was worn out, the enemy had been driven from Virginia, and they considered that they were fully entitled to some short repose. And amongst these, whose only fault was an imperfect sense of their military obligations, was the residue of cowards and malingerers shed by every great army engaged in protracted operations. Lee had been joined by the divisions of D. H. Hill, McLaws, Walker, and by Hampton's cavalry, and this strength of his force should have been 65,000 effectives, but it was evident that these numbers could not be long maintained. The men were already accustomed to half rations of green corn, and they would be no worse off in Maryland and Pennsylvania, untouched as yet by the ravages of war, than in the wasted fields of Virginia. The most ample commissariat, however, would not compensate for the want of boots and the want of rest, and a campaign of invasion was certain to entail an amount of hard marching to which the strength of the troops was hardly equal. Not only had the South to provide from her 7 millions of white population an army larger than that of Imperial France, but from a nation of agriculturists she had to provide another army of craftsmen and mechanics to enable the soldiers to keep the field. For guns and gun carriages, powder and ammunition, clothing and harness, gunboats and torpedoes, locomotives and railway plant, she was now dependent on the hands of her own people and the resources of her own soil. The organization of those resources, scattered over a vast extent of territory, was not to be accomplished in the course of a few months, nor was the supply of skilled labor sufficient to fill the ranks of her industrial army. By the autumn of 1862, although the strenuous efforts of every government department gave the lie to the idea, not uncommon in the North, that the Southern character was shiftless and the Southern intellect slow, so little real progress had been made that if the troops had not been supplied from other sources they could hardly have marched at all. The captures made in the Valley, in the Peninsula, and in the Second Manassas campaign proved of inestimable value. Old muskets were exchanged for new smooth-bore cannon, for rifled guns, tattered blankets for good overcoats. Mr. Commissary Banks, his successor Pope, and McClellan himself had furnished their enemies with the material of war, with tents, medicines, ambulances, and ammunition wagons. Even the vehicles at Confederate headquarters bore on their tilts the initials USA. Many of Lee's soldiers were partially clothed in Federal uniforms, and the bad quality of the boots supplied by the Northern contractors was a very general subject of complaint in the Southern ranks. Nor while the men were fighting were the women idle. The output of the government factories was supplemented by private enterprise. Thousands of spinning wheels, long silent in dusty lumber rooms, hummed busily in mansion and in farm. Matrons and maids, from the wife and daughters of the commander-in-chief to the mother of the drummer boy, became weavers and seamstresses, and in every household of the Confederacy, although many of the necessities of life, salt, coffee, and sugar, had become expensive luxuries, the needs of the army came before all else. But notwithstanding the energy of the government and the patriotism of the women, the troops lacked everything but spirit. Nor, even with more ample resources, could their wants have been readily supplied. In any case, this would have involved a long halt in a secure position, and in a few weeks the Federal strength would be increased by fresh levies, and the morale of their defeated troops restored. But even had time been given, the government would have been powerless to render substantial aid. Contingents of recruits were being drilled into discipline at Richmond, yet they hardly exceeded 20,000 muskets, and it was not on the Virginia frontier alone that the South was hard pressed. The valley of the Mississippi was beset by great armies. Alabama was threatened, and western Tennessee was strongly occupied. It was already difficult to find a safe passage across the river for the supplies furnished by the prairies of Texas and Louisiana, and communication with Arkansas had become uncertain. If the Mississippi were lost, not only would 3 of the most fertile states, as prolific of hardy soldiers as of fat oxen, be cut off from the remainder, but the enemy, using the river as a base, would push his operations into the very heart of the Confederacy. To regain possession of the great waterway seemed of more vital importance than the defense of the Potomac or the secession of Maryland, and now that Richmond had been relieved, the whole energy of the government was expended on the operations in Kentucky and Tennessee. It may well be questioned whether a vigorous endeavor, supported by all the means available, and even by troops drawn from the West, to defeat the Army of the Potomac and to capture Washington, would not have been a more efficacious means to the same end. But Davis and his cabinet consistently preferred dispersion to concentration, and indeed, the situation of the South was such as might well have disturbed the strongest brains. The sea power of the Union was telling, with deadly effect. Although the most important strategic points on the Mississippi were still held by Confederate garrisons, nearly every mile of the great river, from Cairo to New Orleans, was patrolled by the Federal gunboats, and in deep water, from the ports of the Atlantic to the roadsteads of the Gulf, the frigates maintained their vigilant blockade. Even on the northern border there was hardly a gleam of light across the sky. The Federal forces were still formidable in numbers, and a portion of the Army of the Potomac had not been involved in Pope's defeat. It was possible, therefore, that more skillful generalship than had yet been displayed by the Northern commanders might deprive the Confederates of all chance of winning a decisive victory. Yet, although the opportunity of meeting the enemy with the prospect of success might never offer, an inroad into Northern territory promised good results. Number 1. Maryland, still strong in sympathy with the South, might be induced by the presence of a Southern army to rise against the Union. Number 2. The Federal army would be drawn off westward from its present position, and so long as it was detained on the northern frontier of Virginia, nothing could be attempted against Richmond, while time would be secured for improving the defenses of the Confederate capital. Number 3. The Shenandoah Valley would be most effectively protected, and its produce transported without risk of interruption both to Lee's army and to Richmond. To obtain such advantages as these was worth an effort, and Lee, after careful consideration, determined to cross the Potomac. The movement was made with the same speed which had characterized the operations against Pope. It was of the utmost importance that the passage of the river should be accomplished before the enemy had time to discover the design and to bar the way. Stuart's cavalry formed the screen. On the morning after the Battle of Chantilly, Fitzhugh Lee's brigade followed the retreating Federals in the direction of Alexandria. Hampton's brigade was pushed forward to Dransville by way of Hunter's Mill. Robertson's brigade made a strong demonstration towards Washington, and Munford, with the 2nd Virginia, cleared out a Federal detachment which occupied Leesburg. Behind the cavalry, the army marched unmolested and unobserved. September 6th. D.H. Hill's division was pushed forward as advanced guard. Jackson's troops, who had been granted a day's rest, brought up the rear, and on the morning of the 6th reached White's Ford on the Potomac. Through the silver reaches of the great river the long columns of men and wagons, preceded by Fitzhugh Lee's brigade, splashed and stumbled in passing through the grooves of oaks which overhung the water, wound steadily northward over the green fields of Maryland. End of section 45. Section 46 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ashley Crossman. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Harper's Ferry, Part 2 of 3. September 7th. The next day, Frederick was occupied by Jackson, who was once more in advance. The cavalry at Urbana watched the roads to Washington, and every city in the North was roused by the tidings that the gray jackets had crossed the border. But although the army had entered Maryland without the slightest difficulty, the troops were not received with the enthusiasm they had anticipated. The women, indeed, emulating their Virginia sisters, gave a warm welcome to the heroes of so many victories. But the men, whether terrorized by the stern rule of the federal government, or mistrusting the power of the Confederates to secure them from further punishment, showed little disposition to join the ranks. It is possible that the appearance of the Southern soldiery was not without effect. These troops, after 5 months' hard marching and hard fighting, were no delectable objects. With torn and brimless hats, strands of rope for belts, and rawhide moccasins of their own manufacture in lieu of boots, covered with vermin and carrying their whole kit in Federal haversacks, the ragged scarecrows who swarmed through the streets of Frederick presented a pitiful contrast to the trim battalions which had hitherto held the Potomac. Their conduct, indeed, was exemplary. They had been warned that pillage and depredations would be severely dealt with, and all requisitions, even of fence rails, were paid for on the spot. Still, recruits were few. The war-worn aspect and indifferent equipment of the "dirty darlings," as more than one fair Marylander spoke of Jackson's finest soldiers, failed to inspire confidence, and it was soon evident that the western counties of Maryland had small sympathy with the South. There were certainly exceptions to the general absence of cordiality. The troops fared well during their sojourn in Frederick. Supplies were plentiful, food and clothing were gratuitously distributed, and Jackson was presented with a fine but unbroken charger. The gift was timely, for little Sorrel, the companion of so many marches, was lost for some days after the passage of the Potomac. But the Confederacy was near paying a heavy price for the good gray mare. When Jackson first mounted her, a band struck up close by, and as she reared, the girth broke, throwing her rider to the ground. Fortunately, though stunned and severely bruised, the general was only temporarily disabled, and, if he appeared but little in public during his stay in Frederick, his inaccessibility was not due to broken bones. Lee, Longstreet, and Jackson, and for a time Jeb Stuart, writes a staff officer, had their headquarters near one another in Best's Grove. Hither in crowds came the good people of Frederick, especially the ladies, as to a fair. General Jackson, still suffering from his hurt, kept to his tent, busying himself with maps and official papers, and declined to see visitors. Once, however, when he had been called to General Lee's tent, 2 young girls waylaid him, paralyzed him with smiles and questions, and then jumped into their carriage and drove off rapidly, leaving him there, cap in hand, bowing, blushing, speechless. But once safe in his tent, he was seen no more that day. The next evening, Sunday, he went with his staff to service in the town, and slept soundly, as he admitted to his wife, through the sermon of a minister of the German Reformed Church. But it was not for long that the Confederates were permitted to repose in Frederick. The enemy had made no further reply to the passage of the Potomac beyond concentrating to the west of Washington. McClellan, who had superseded Pope, was powerless, owing to the inefficiency of his cavalry, to penetrate the cordon of Stuart's pickets, and to ascertain, even approximately, the dispositions of the invading force. He was still in doubt if the whole or only part of Lee's army had crossed into Maryland, and whether his adversary intended to attack Washington by the left bank of the Potomac, to move on Baltimore, or to invade Pennsylvania, were questions which he had no means of determining. This uncertainty compelled him to move cautiously, and on September 9th his advanced guard was still 20 miles east of Frederick. Nevertheless, the situation of the Confederates had become suddenly complicated. When the march into Maryland was begun, 3 towns in the valley were held by the Federals. 3,000 infantry and artillery occupied Winchester. 3,000 cavalry were at Martinsburg, and Harper's Ferry, in process of conversion into an entrenched camp, had a garrison of 8,000 men. Lee was well aware of the presence of these forces when he resolved to cross the Potomac, but he believed that immediately his advance threatened to separate them from the main army, and to leave them isolated, they would be ordered to ensure their safety by a timely retreat. Had it depended upon McClellan, this would have been done. Halleck, however, thought otherwise, and the officer commanding at Harper's Ferry was ordered to hold his works until McClellan should open communication with him. On arrival at Frederick, therefore, the Confederates, contrary to anticipation, found 14,000 Federals still established in their rear, and although Winchester had been evacuated, it was clear that Harper's Ferry was to be defended. The existence of the entrenched camp was a serious obstacle to the full development of Lee's designs. His line of communication had hitherto run from Rapidan Station to Manassas Junction, and thence by Leesburg and Point of Rocks to Frederick. This line was within easy reach of Washington, and liable to be cut at any moment by the enemy's cavalry. Arrangements had therefore been already made to transfer the line to the valley. There, sheltered by the Blue Ridge, the convoys of sick and wounded, of arms, clothing, and ammunition, could move in security from Staunton to Shepherdstown, and the recruits which were accumulating at Richmond be sent to join the army in Northern Territory. But so long as Harper's Ferry was strongly garrisoned, this new line would be liable to constant disturbance, and it was necessary that the post should either be masked by a superior force or carried by a coup de main. The first of these alternatives was at once rejected, for the Confederate numbers were too small to permit any permanent detachment of a considerable force, and without hesitation Lee determined to adopt the bolder course. 25,000 men, he considered, would be no more than sufficient to effect his object. But 25,000 men were practically half the army, and the plan, when laid before the generals, was not accepted without remonstrance. Longstreet, indeed, went so far as to refuse command of the detachment. "I objected," he writes, "and urged that our troops were worn with marching and were on short rations, and that it would be a bad idea to divide our forces while we were in the enemy's country, where he could get information, in 6 or 8 hours, of any movement we might make." The Federal army, though beaten at the Second Manassas, was not disorganized, and it would certainly come out to look for us, and we should guard against being caught in such a condition. Our army consisted of a superior quality of soldiers, but it was in no condition to divide the enemy's country. I urged that we should keep it in hand, recruit our strength, and get up supplies, and then we could do anything we pleased. General Lee made no reply to this, and I suppose the Harper's Ferry scheme was abandoned. Jackson, too, would have preferred to fight McClellan first, and consider the question of communicating afterwards. But he accepted with alacrity the duty which his colleague had declined. His own divisions, reinforced by those of McLaws, R.H. Anderson, and Walker, were detailed for the expedition. Harper's Ferry was to be invested on 3 sides, and the march was to begin at daybreak on September 10th. Meanwhile, the remainder of the army was to move northwest to Hagerstown, 25 miles from Frederick, where it would alarm Lincoln for the safety of Pennsylvania, and be protected from McClellan by the parallel ranges of the Catoctin and South Mountains. Undoubtedly, in ordinary circumstances, General Longstreet would have been fully justified in protesting against the dispersion of the army in the presence of the enemy. Hagerstown and Harper's Ferry are 25 miles apart, and the Potomac was between them. McClellan's advanced guard, on the other hand, was 30 miles from Harper's Ferry and 45 from Hagerstown. The Federals were advancing, slowly and cautiously it is true, but still pushing westward, and it was certainly possible, should they receive early intelligence of the Confederate movements, that before Harper's Ferry fell a rapid march might enable them to interpose between Lee and Jackson. But both Lee and Jackson calculated that the chances with a surer grasp of the several factors. Had the general in command of the Federal army been bold and enterprising, had the Federal cavalry been more efficient, or Stuart less skillful, they would certainly have hesitated before running the risk of defeat in detail. But so long as McClellan controlled the movements of the enemy, rapid and decisive action was not to be apprehended. And it was exceedingly improbable that the scanty and unreliable information which he might obtain from civilian sources would induce him to throw off his customary caution. Moreover, only a fortnight previously the Federal army had been heavily defeated. September 10th. Lee had resolved to woo fortune while she was in the mood. The movement against Harper's Ferry once determined, it was essential that it should be carried out with the utmost speed, and Jackson marched with even more than ordinary haste, but without omitting his usual precautions. Before starting, he asked for a map of the Pennsylvania frontier, and made many inquiries as to roads and localities to the north of Frederick, whereas his route lay in the opposite direction. The cavalry, which preceded the column, says Colonel Douglas, had instructions to let no civilian go to the front, and we entered each village we passed before the inhabitants knew of our coming. In Middletown 2 very pretty girls, with ribbons of red, white, and blue floating from their hair, and small Union flags in their hands, rushed out of a house as we passed, came to the curbstone, and with much laughter waved their flags defiantly in the face of the general. He bowed, raised his hat, and turning with his quiet smile to the staff, said, "We evidently have no friends in this town." September 11th. Having crossed South Mountain at Turner's Gap, The command encamped for the night within a mile of Boonesboro, 14 miles from Frederick. Here, General Jackson must determine whether he would go to Williamsport or turn towards Shepherdstown. I at once rode into the village with a cavalryman to make some inquiries, but we ran into a Federal squadron who, without ceremony, proceeded to make war upon us. We retraced our steps, and although we did not stand upon the order of our going, a squad of them escorted us out of the town with great rapidity. Reaching the top of the hill, we discovered, just over it, General Jackson walking slowly towards us, leading his horse. There was but one thing to do. Fortunately, the chase had become less vigorous, and with a cry of command to unseen troops, we turned and charged the enemy. They, suspecting trouble, turned and fled, while the general quickly galloped to the rear. As I returned to camp, I picked up the gloves which he had dropped in mounting and took them to him. Although he had sent a regiment of infantry to the front as soon as he went back, the only allusion he made to the incident was to express the opinion that I had a very fast horse. The next morning, having learned that the Federal troops still occupied Martinsburg, General Jackson took the direct road to Williamsport. He then forded the Potomac, the troops singing, the bands playing "Carry Me Back to Old Virginny." We marched on Martinsburg. September 12. General A.P. Hill took the direct turnpike, while Jackson, with the rest of his command, followed a side road so as to approach Martinsburg from the west and encamped 4 miles from the town. His object was to drive General White, who occupied Martinsburg, towards Harper's Ferry, and thus corral all the Federal troops in that military pen. As the Comte de Paris puts it, he organized a grand hunting match through the lower valley, driving all the Federal detachments before him and forcing them to crowd into the blind alley of Harper's Ferry. The next morning the Confederates entered Martinsburg. Here the general was welcomed with enthusiasm, and a great crowd hastened to the hotel to greet him. At first he shut himself up in a room to write dispatches, but the demonstration became so persistent that he ordered the door to be opened. The crowd, chiefly ladies, rushed in and embarrassed the general with every possible outburst of affection, to which he could only reply, "Thank you, you are very kind." He gave them his autograph in books and on scraps of paper, cut a button from his coat for a little girl, and then submitted patiently to an attack by the others, who soon stripped the coat of nearly all the remaining buttons. But when they looked beseechingly at his hair, which was thin, he drew the line and managed to close the interview. These blandishments did not delay his movements, however, for in the afternoon he was off again, and his troops bivouacked on the banks of the Opequon. September 13th. On the 13th, Jackson passed through Halltown and halted a mile north of that village, throwing out pickets to hold the roads which lead south and west from Harper's Ferry. Meanwhile, McLaws and Walker had taken possession of the heights to the north and east, and the entrenched camp of the Federals, which, in addition to the garrison, now held the troops who had fled from Martinsburg, was surrounded on every side. The Federal officer in command had left but 1 brigade and 2 batteries to hold the Maryland Heights, the long ridge 1,000 feet high on the north shore of the Potomac, which looks down on the streets of the little town. This detachment, although strongly posted and covered by breastworks and abatis, was driven off by General McLaws, while the Loudon Heights, a portion of the Blue Ridge east of the Shenandoah, and almost equally commanding, were occupied without opposition by General Walker. Harper's Ferry was now completely surrounded. Lee's plans had been admirably laid and precisely executed, and the surrender of the place was merely a question of hours. Nor had matters progressed less favorably elsewhere. In exact accordance with the anticipations of Lee and Jackson, McClellan, up till noon on the 13th, had received no inkling whatever of the dangerous maneuvers which Stuart so effectively concealed, and his march was very slow. On the 12th, after a brisk skirmish with the Confederate cavalry, his advanced guard had occupied Frederick, and discovered that the enemy had marched off in 2 columns, one towards Hagerstown, the other towards Harper's Ferry, but he was uncertain whether Lee intended to recross the Potomac or to move northwards into Pennsylvania. On the morning of the 13th, although General Hooker, commanding the 1st Army Corps, took the liberty of reporting that, in his opinion, the rebels had no more intention of going to Pennsylvania than they had of going to heaven. The Federal commander-in-chief was still undecided, and on the Boonesboro Road only his cavalry was pushed forward. In 4 days, McClellan had marched no more than 25 miles. He had been unable to open communication with Harper's Ferry, and he had moved with even more than his usual caution. But at noon on the 13th, he was suddenly put into possession of the most ample information. A copy of Lee's orders for the investment of Harper's Ferry, in which the exact position of each separate division of the Confederate Army was laid down, was picked up in the streets of Frederick, and chance had presented McClellan with an opportunity unique in history. He was within 20 miles of Harper's Ferry. The Confederates were more than that distance apart. The entrenched camp still held out, for the sound of McLaws' battle on the Maryland Heights was distinctly heard during the afternoon, and a resolute advance would have either compelled the Confederates to raise the siege or have placed the Federal army between their widely separated wings. But, happily for the South, McClellan was not the man for the opportunity. He still hesitated, and during the afternoon of the 13th, only one division was pushed forward. In front of him was the South Mountain, the name given to the continuation of the Blue Ridge north of the Potomac, and the 2 passes, Turner's and Crampton's Gaps, were held by Stuart. No Confederate infantry, as Lee's order indicated, with the exception perhaps of a rear guard, were nearer the passes than the Maryland Heights and Boonesboro. The roads were good and the weather fine, and a night march of 12 miles would have placed the Federal advanced guards at the foot of the mountains, ready to force the gaps at earliest dawn. McClellan, however, although his men had made no unusual exertions during the past few days, preferred to wait till daylight. Nevertheless, on the night of the 13th, disaster threatened the Confederates. Harper's Ferry had not yet fallen, and, in addition to the cavalry, D.H. Hill's division was alone available to defend the passes. Lee, however, still relying on McClellan's irresolution, determined to hold South Mountain, thus gaining time for the reduction of Harper's Ferry, and Longstreet was ordered back from Hagerstown, 13 miles west of Boonesboro, to Hill's assistance. September 14th. On the same night, Jackson, at Halltown, opened communications with McLaws and Walker, and on the next morning, Sunday, he made the necessary arrangements to ensure combination in the attack. The Federal lines, although commanded by the Maryland and Loudoun Heights to the north and east, opposed a strong front to the south and west. The Bolivar Heights, an open plateau, 1.25 miles in length, which has the Potomac on the one flank and the Shenandoah on the other, was defended by several batteries and partially entrenched. Moreover, it was so far from the summits occupied by McLaws and Walker that their guns, although directed against the enemy's rear, could hardly render effective aid. Only the extremities of the plateau were thoroughly exposed to fire from the heights. In order to facilitate communication across the 2 great rivers, Jackson ordered a series of signal stations to be established, and while his own batteries were taking up their ground to assail the Bolivar Heights, he issued his instructions to his colleagues. At 10 o'clock, the flags on the Loudoun Heights signaled that Walker had 6 rifled guns in position. He was ordered to wait until McLaws, who was employed in cutting roads through the woods, should have done the same, and the following message explained the method of attack. General McLaws, if you can, establish batteries to drive the enemy from the hill west of Bolivar, and on which Barber's house is, and from any other position where he may be damaged by your artillery. Let me know when you are ready to open your batteries, and give me any suggestions by which you can operate against the enemy. Cut the telegraph line down the Potomac if it is not already done. Keep a good lookout against a Federal advance from below. Similar instructions will be sent to General Walker. I do not desire any of the batteries to open until all are ready on both sides of the river, except you should find it necessary, of which you must judge for yourself. I will let you know when to open all the batteries. T.J. Jackson, Major General Commanding. About 2:30 in the afternoon, McLaws reported that his guns were up, and a message to fire at such positions of the enemy as will be most effective followed the formal orders for the cooperation of the whole force. Headquarters, Valley District, September 14, 1862. Number 1. Today, Major General McLaws will attack so as to sweep with his artillery the ground occupied by the enemy, take his batteries in reverse, and otherwise operate against him as circumstances may justify. Number 2. Brigadier General Walker will take in reverse the battery on the turnpike and sweep with his artillery the ground occupied by the enemy and silence the batteries on the island of the Shenandoah should he find a battery there. Number 3. Major General A.P. Hill will move along the left bank of the Shenandoah and thus turn the enemy's left flank and enter Harper's Ferry. Number 4. Brigadier General Lawton will move along the turnpike for the purpose of supporting General Hill and otherwise operating against the enemy to the left of General Hill. Number 5. Brigadier General Jones will, with one of his brigades and a battery of artillery, make a demonstration against the enemy's right. The remaining part of his division will constitute the reserve and move along the turnpike. By order of Major General Jackson, W.M.L. Jackson, Acting Assistant Adjutant General. Jackson, it appears, was at first inclined to send a flag of truce for the purpose of giving the civilian population time to get away, should the garrison refuse to surrender. But during the morning heavy firing was heard to the northward, and McLaws reported that he had been obliged to detach troops to guard his rear against McClellan. The batteries were therefore ordered to open fire on the Federal works without further delay. According to General Walker, Jackson, although he was aware that McClellan had occupied Frederick, not over 20 miles distant, could not bring himself to believe that his old classmate had overcome his prudential instincts and attributed the sounds of battle to a cavalry engagement. It is certain that he never for a single moment anticipated a resolute attempt to force the passages of the South Mountain, for, in reply to McLaws, he merely instructed him to ask General P.H. Hill to protect his rear and to communicate with Lee at Hagerstown. Had he entertained the slightest suspicion that McClellan was advancing with his whole force against the passages of the South Mountain, he would hardly have suggested that Hill would be asked to defend Crampton's as well as Turner's Gap. With full confidence, therefore, he would have time to enforce the surrender of Harper's Ferry and to join Lee on the further bank of the Potomac. The progress of his attack was cautious and methodical. "The position in front of me," he wrote to McLaws, "is a strong one, and I desire to remain quiet and let you and Walker draw attention from Furnace Hill, west of Bolivar Heights, so that I may have an opportunity of getting possession of the hill without much loss." It was not then, till the artillery had been long in action and the fire of the enemy's guns had been in some degree subdued, that the infantry was permitted to advance. Although the Federal batteries opened vigorously on the lines of skirmishers, the casualties were exceedingly few. The troops found cover in woods and broken ground, and before nightfall Hill had driven in the enemy's pickets and had secured a knoll on their left flank which afforded an admirable position for artillery. Lawton, in the center, occupied a ridge over which ran the Charlestown Turnpike, brought his guns into action, and formed his regiments for battle in the woods. Jones's division held the Shepherdstown Road on Lawton's left, seized Furnace Hill, and pushed 2 batteries forward. No attempt was made during this Sunday evening to storm the Bolivar Heights, and yet, although the Confederate infantry had been hardly engaged, the enemy had been terribly shaken. From every point of the compass, from the lofty crests which looked down upon the town, from the woods towards Charlestown, from the hill to westward, a ceaseless hail of shells had swept the narrow neck to which the garrison was confined. Several guns had been dismounted. More than one regiment of raw troops had dispersed in panic, and had been with difficulty rallied. The roads were furrowed with iron splinters. Many buildings had been demolished, and although the losses among the infantry, covered by their parapets, had been insignificant, the batteries had come almost to their last round. During the night Jackson made preparations for an early assault. 2 of A.P. Hill's brigades, working their way along the bank of the Shenandoah, over ground which the Federal commander had considered impassable, established themselves to the left rear of the Bolivar Heights. Guns were brought up to the knoll which Hill had seized during the afternoon, and 10 pieces, which Jackson had ordered to be taken across the Shenandoah by Key's Ford, were placed in a position whence they could enfilade the enemy's works at effective range. Lawton and Jones pushed forward their lines until they could hear voices in the entrenchments, and a girdle of bayonets, closely supported by many batteries, encircled the hapless Federals. The assault was to be preceded by a heavy bombardment, and the advance was to be made as soon as Hill's guns ceased fire. September 15th. All night long the Confederates slept upon their arms, waiting for the dawn. When day broke, a soft silver mist, rising from the broad Potomac, threw its protecting folds over Harper's Ferry. But the Southern gunners knew the direction of their targets. The clouds were rent by the passage of screaming shells, and as the sun, rising over the Loudon Heights, dispersed the vapor, the whole of Jackson's artillery became engaged. The Federal batteries, worked with stubborn courage and showing a bold front to every fresh opponent, maintained the contest for an hour. But even if ammunition had not failed them, they could not have long withstood the terrible fire which took them in front, in flank, and in reverse. Then, perceiving that the enemy's guns were silenced, Hill ordered his batteries to cease fire and threw forward his brigades against the ridge. Staunch to the last, the Federal artillerymen ran their pieces forward and opened on the Confederate infantry. Once more the long line of Jackson's guns crashed out in answer, and 2 batteries, galloping up to within 400 yards of the ridge, poured in a destructive fire over the heads of their own troops. Hill's brigades, when the artillery duel recommenced, had halted at the foot of the slope. Beyond, over the bare fields, the way was obstructed by felled timber, the lopped branches of which were closely interlaced, and above the abattis rose the line of breastworks. But before the charge was sounded, the Confederate gunners compelled the work they had so well begun. At 7:30 a.m., the white flag was hoisted, and with the loss of no more than 100 men, Jackson had captured Harper's Ferry with his artillery alone. The general was near the church in the wood on the Charlestown road, and Colonel Douglas was sent forward to ascertain the enemy's purpose. Near the top of the hill, he writes, I met General White, commanding the Federals, and told him my mission. Just then General Hill came up from the direction of his line, and on his request I conducted them to General Jackson, whom I found sitting on his horse where I had left him. He was not, as the Comte de Paris says, leaning against a tree asleep, but exceedingly wide awake. The surrender was unconditional, and then General Jackson turned the matter over to General A.P. Hill, who allowed General White the same liberal terms that Grant afterwards gave Lee at Appomattox. The fruits of the surrender were 12,520 prisoners, 13,000 small arms, 73 pieces of artillery, and several hundred wagons. General Jackson, after a brief dispatch to General Lee announcing the capitulation, rode up to Bolivar and down into Harper's Ferry. The curiosity in the Union Army to see him was so great that the soldiers lined the sides of the road. Many of them uncovered as he passed, and he invariably returned the salute. One man had an echo of response all about him when he said aloud, "Boys, he's not much for looks, but if we'd had him, we wouldn't have been caught in this trap." The completeness of the victory was marred by the escape of the Federal cavalry. Under cover of the night, 1,200 horsemen, crossing the pontoon bridge and passing swiftly up the towpath under the Maryland Heights, had ridden boldly beneath the muzzles of McLaw's batteries, and, moving northwest, had struck out for Pennsylvania. Yet the capture of Harper's Ferry was a notable exploit, although Jackson seemed to have looked upon it as a mere matter of course. Through God's blessing, he reported to Lee at 8 o'clock, Harper's Ferry and its garrison are to be surrendered. As Hill's troops have borne the heaviest part of the engagement, he will be left in command until the prisoners and public property shall be disposed of, unless you direct otherwise. The other forces can move off this evening so soon as they get their rations. To what point shall they move? I write at this time in order that you may be apprised of the condition of things. You may expect to hear from me again today, after I get more information respecting the number of prisoners, etc. Lee, with D.H. Hill, Longstreet, and Stuart, was already falling back from the South Mountain to Sharpsburg, a little village on the right bank of the Antietam Creek, and late in the afternoon, Jackson, Walker, and McLaws were ordered to rejoin without delay. September 14th had been an anxious day for the Confederate commander-in-chief. During the morning, D.H. Hill, with no more than 5,000 men in his command, had seen the greater part of McClellan's army deploy for action in the wide valley below and to the eastward of Turner's Gap. Stuart held the woods below Crampton's Gap, 6 miles south, with Robertson's brigade, now commanded by the gallant Munford, and on the heights above McLaws had posted 3 brigades, for, against this important pass, the shortest route by which the Federals could interpose between Lee and Jackson, McClellan's left wing, consisting of 20,000 men under General Franklin, was steadily advancing. The positions at both Turner's and Crampton's Gaps were very strong. The passes, at their highest points, are at least 600 feet above the valley, and the slopes steep, rugged, and thickly wooded. The enemy's artillery had little chance. Stone walls, running parallel to the crest, gave much protection to the Southern infantry, and loose boulders and rocky scarps increased the difficulties of the ascent. But the numbers available for defense were very small, and had McClellan marched during the night, he would probably have been master of the passes before midday. As it was, Crampton's Gap was not attacked by Franklin until noon, and although at the same hour the advanced guard of the Federal right wing had gained much ground, it was not till 4 in the evening that a general attack was made on Turner's Gap. By this time Longstreet, after a march of 13 miles, had reached the battlefield, and despite the determination with which the attack was pressed, Turner's Gap was still held when darkness fell. The defense on Crampton's Gap had been less successful. Franklin had forced the pass before 5 o'clock, and driving McLaw's 3 brigades before him, had firmly established himself astride the summit. The Confederate losses were larger than those which they had inflicted. McClellan reports 1,791 casualties on the right, Franklin 533 on the left. McLaw's and Munford's loss was over 800, of whom 400 were captured. The number of killed and wounded in Hill's and Longstreet's commands is unknown. It probably reached a total of 1,500, and 1,100 of their men were marched to Frederick as prisoners. Thus the day's fighting had cost the South 3,400 men. Moreover, Longstreet's ammunition column, together with an escort of 600 men, had been cut up by the cavalry, which had escaped from Harper's Ferry, and which had struck the Hagerstown road as it marched northward into Pennsylvania. Yet, on the whole, Lee had no reason to be chagrined with the result of his operations. McClellan had acted with unexpected vigor, but neither in strategy nor in tactics had he displayed improvement on his peninsular methods. He should have thrown the bulk of his army against Crampton's Gap, thus intervening between Lee and Jackson, but instead of doing so, he had directed 70,000 men against Turner's Gap. Nor had the attack on Hill and Longstreet been characterized by resolution. The advanced guard was left unsupported until 2 p.m., and not more than 30,000 men were employed throughout the day. Against this number, 8,000 Confederates had held the pass. Cobb, one of McLaw's brigadiers, who commanded the defense at Crampton's Gap, though driven down the mountain, had offered a stout resistance to superior forces, and 24 hours had been gained for Jackson. On the other hand, in face of superior numbers, the position at Turner's Gap had become untenable, and during the night Hill and Longstreet marched to Sharpsburg. End of section 46. Section 47 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ashley Crossman. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Harper's Ferry, Part 3 of 3. September 15th. This enforced retreat was not without effect on the morale of either army. McClellan was as exultant as he was credulous. "I have just learned," he reported to Halleck at 8 a.m. on the 15th, from General Hooker in advance, that the enemy is making for Shepherdstown in a perfect panic, and that General Lee last night stated publicly that he must admit they had been shockingly whipped. "I am hurrying forward to endeavor to press their retreat to the utmost." Then, 2 hours later, "Information this moment received completely confirms the rout and demoralization of the rebel army. It is stated that Lee gives his losses as 15,000. We are following as rapidly as the men can move. Nor can it be doubted that McClellan's whole army, unaccustomed to see their antagonists give ground before them, shared the general's mood. Amongst the Confederates, on the other hand, there was some depression. It could not be disguised that a portion of the troops had shown symptoms of demoralization. The retreat to the Antietam, although effectively screened by Fitzhugh Lee's brigade of cavalry, was not effected in the best of order. Many of the regiments had been broken by the hard fighting on the mountain. Men had become lost in the forest, or had sought safety to the rear, and the number of stragglers was very large. It was not, then, with its usual confidence that the army moved into position on the ridge above the Antietam Creek. General Longstreet, indeed, was of opinion that the army should have recrossed the Potomac at once. The moral effect of our move into Maryland had been lost by our discomfiture at South Mountain, and it was evident we could not hope to concentrate in time to do more than make a respectable retreat, whereas by retiring before the battle of Sharpsburg we could have claimed a very successful campaign. So spake the voice of prudence. Lee, however, so soon as he was informed of the fall of Harper's Ferry, had ordered Jackson to join him, resolving to hold his ground and to bring McClellan to a decisive battle on the north bank of the Potomac. Although 45,000 men, for Lee at most could count on no more than this number, so great had been the straggling, were about to receive the attack of over 90,000, Jackson, when he reached Sharpsburg on the morning of the 16th, heartily approved the commander-in-chief's decision, and it is worth while to consider the reasons which led them to disagree with Longstreet. Number 1. Under ordinary conditions, to expect an army of 45,000 to wrest decisive victory from one of 90,000 well-armed enemies would be to demand an impossibility. The defense, when two armies are equally matched, is physically stronger than the attack, although we have Napoleon's word for it that the defense has the harder task. But that the inherent strength of the defense is so great as to enable the smaller force to annihilate its enemy is contrary to all the teaching of history. By making good use of favorable ground, or by constructing substantial works, the smaller force may indeed stave off defeat and gain time, but it can hope for nothing more. The records of warfare contain no instance, when two armies were of much the same quality, of the smaller army bringing the campaign to a decisive issue by defensive tactics. Wellington and Lee both fought many defensive battles with inferior forces, but neither of them, under such conditions, ever achieved the destruction of their enemy. They fought such battles to gain time, and their hopes soared no higher. At Talavera, Busaco, Fuentes d'Honor, where the French were superior to the Allies, Wellington repulsed the attack, but he did not prevent the defeated armies taking the field again in a few days. At the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, the North Anna, and Cold Harbor, the great battles of 1864, Lee maintained his ground, but he did not prevent Grant moving round his flank in the direction of Richmond. At the Second Manassas, Jackson stood fast for the greater part of 2 days, but he would never have driven Pope across Bull Run without the aid of Longstreet. Porter at Gaines' Mill held 55,000 men, with 35,000 for more than 7 hours, but even if he had maintained his position, the Confederate army would not have become a mob of fugitives. No, except on peculiarly favorable ground, or when defending an entrenched camp, an army matched with one of equal efficiency and numerically superior can never hope for decisive success. So circumstanced, a wise general will rather retreat than fight, and thus save his men for a more favorable opportunity. But Lee and Jackson had not to deal with ordinary conditions. Whatever may have been the case in the peninsula and in the valley, there can be no question that the armies in Maryland were by no means equal in quality. The Federals were far more accustomed to retreat than advance, For several months, whether they were engaged on the Shenandoah, on the Chickahominy, on the Rappahannock, or on Bull Run, they had been invariably outmaneuvered. Their losses had been exceedingly severe, not only in battle, but from sickness and straggling. Many of their bravest officers and men had fallen. With the exception of the 2nd and 6th Army Corps, commanded by Sumner and by Franklin, by far the greater part of the troops had been involved in Pope's defeat, and they had not that trust in their leaders which promises a strong offensive. While at Washington, the army had been reinforced by 24 regiments of infantry, but the majority of these troops had been but lately raised. They knew little of drill, they were commanded by officers as ignorant as themselves, and they had never fired a musket. Nor were the generals equal in capacity to those opposing them. If a student of history, says a Northern officer, familiar with the characters who figured in the War of Succession, but happening to be ignorant of the Battle of Antietam, should be told the names of the men who held high commands there, he would say that with anything like equality of forces, the Confederates must have won, for their leaders were men who made great names in the war, while the Federal leaders were, with few exceptions, men who never became conspicuous, or became conspicuous only through failure. And the difference in military capacity extended to the rank and file. When the two armies met on the Antietam, events had been such as to confer a marked superiority on the Southerners. They were the children of victory, and every man in the army had anticipated in the successes of Lee and Jackson. They had much experience of battle. They were supremely confident in their own prowess, for the fall of Harper's Ferry had made more than amends for the retreat from South Mountain, and they were supremely confident in their leaders. No new regiments weakened the stability of their array. Every brigade and every regiment could be depended on. The artillery, which had been but lately reorganized in battalions, had, under the fostering care of General Pendleton, become peculiarly efficient, although the material was still indifferent, and against Stuart's horsemen the Federal cavalry was practically useless. In every military attribute, then, the Army of Northern Virginia was so superior to the Army of the Potomac that Lee and Jackson believed they might fight a defensive battle, outnumbered as they were, with the hope of annihilating their enemy. They were not especially favored by the ground, and time and means for entrenching were both wanting, but they were assured that not only were their veterans capable of holding the position, but, if favored by fortune, of delivering a counterstroke which should shiver the Army of the Potomac into 1,000 fragments. Number 2. By retreating across the Potomac, in accordance with General Longstreet's suggestion, Lee would certainly have avoided all chances of disaster, but, at the same time, he would have abandoned a good hope of ending the war. The enemy would have been fully justified in assuming that the retrograde movement had been made under the compulsion of his advance, and the balance of morale have been sensibly affected in favor of the Federals. If the Potomac had once been placed between the opposing forces, McClellan would have had it in his power to postpone an encounter until his army was strongly reinforced, his raw regiments trained, and his troops rested. The passage of the river, it is true, had been successfully forced by the Confederates on September 5th, but by no means followed that it could be forced for the second time in face of a concentrated enemy, who would have had time to recover his morale and supply his losses. McClellan, so long as the Confederates remained in Maryland, had evidently made up his mind to attack. But if Maryland was evacuated, he would probably content himself with holding the line of the Potomac, and, in view of the relative strength of the two armies, it would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune which should lay him open to assault. Lee and Jackson were firmly convinced that it was the wiser policy to give the enemy no time to reorganize and recruit, but to coerce him into battle before he had recovered from the defeat which he had sustained on the heights above Bull Run. To recross the Potomac would be to slight the favors of fortune, to abandon the initiative, and to submit, in face of the vast numbers of fresh troops which the North was already raising, to a defensive warfare, a warfare which might protract the struggle, but which must end in the exhaustion of the Confederacy. McClellan's own words are the strongest justification of the views held by the Southern leaders. The Army of the Potomac was thoroughly exhausted and depleted by the desperate fighting and severe marching in the unhealthy regions of the Chickahominy, and afterwards, during the second Bull Run campaign, Its trains, administrative services, and supplies were disorganized or lacking in consequence of the rapidity and manner of its removal from the peninsula, as well as from the nature of its operations during the Second Bull Run campaign. Had General Lee remained in front of Washington, south of the Potomac, it would have been the part of wisdom to hold our own army quiet until its pressing wants were fully supplied, its organization was restored, and its ranks were filled with recruits. In brief, until it was prepared for a campaign. But as the enemy maintained the offensive and crossed the upper Potomac to threaten or invade Pennsylvania, it became necessary to meet him at any cost, notwithstanding the condition of the troops, to put a stop to the invasion, to save Baltimore and Washington, and throw him back across the Potomac. Nothing but sheer necessity justified the advance of the Army of the Potomac to South Mountain and Antietam in its then condition. The purpose of advancing from Washington was simply to meet the necessities of the moment by frustrating Lee's invasion of the northern states, and when that was accomplished, to push with the utmost rapidity the work of reorganization and supply, so that a new campaign might be promptly inaugurated with the army in condition to prosecute it to a successful termination without intermission. And in his official report, showing what the result of a Confederate success might well have been, he says, "One battle lost, and almost all would have been lost. Lee's army might have marched as it pleased on Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, or New York. It could have levied its supplies from a fertile and undevastated country, extorted tribute from wealthy and populous cities, and nowhere east of the Alleghanies was there another organized force to avert its march." Number 3. The situation in the West was such that even a victory in Maryland was exceedingly desirable. Confederate movements in Tennessee and Kentucky had won a measure of success which bade fair to open up a brilliant opportunity. Should the Federals be defeated in both the theaters of war, the blow would be felt throughout the length and breadth of the northern states, and, in any case, it was of the utmost importance that all McClellan's troops should be retained in the East. So, when the tidings came of Jackson's victory at Harper's Ferry, both armies braced themselves for the coming battle, the Confederates in the hope that it would be decisive of the war, the Federals that it would save the capital. But the Confederates had still a most critical time before them, and Lee's daring was never more amply illustrated than when he made up his mind to fight on the Antietam. McClellan's great army was streaming through the passes of the South Mountain. At Roarsville, 6 miles east of the Confederate bivouacs, where he had halted as soon as the cannonade at Harper's Ferry ceased, Franklin was still posted with 20,000 men. From their battlefield at Turner's Gap, 10 miles from Sharpsburg, came the 70,000 which composed the right and center, and on the banks of the Antietam but 15,000 Southerners were in position. Jackson had to get rid of his prisoners, to march 17 miles, and to ford the Potomac before he could reach the ground. Walker was 20 miles distant, beyond the Shenandoah, and McLaws, who would be compelled by Franklin's presence near Roarsville to cross at Harper's Ferry and follow Jackson, over 5 and 20. Would they be up before McClellan attacked? Lee, relying on McClellan's caution and Jackson's energy, answered the question in the affirmative. The September day wore on. The country between the South Mountain and Sharpsburg, resembling in every characteristic the valley of the Shenandoah, is open and gently undulating. No leagues of woodland, as in eastern Virginia, block the view. The roads run through wide cornfields and rolling pastures, and scattered copses are the only relics of the forest. It was not yet noon when the Federal scouts appeared among the trees which crown the left bank of the Antietam Creek. The number increased, and larger grew the field of blue until it seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. It was an awe-inspiring spectacle, adds Longstreet, as this grand force settled down in sight of the Confederates, shattered by battles and scattered by long and tedious marches. But when night fell upon the field, the only interchange of hostilities had been a brief engagement of artillery. McClellan's advance, owing to the difficulty of passing his great army through the mountains, and to the scarcity of roads, had been slow and tedious. In some of the divisions there had been unnecessary delay, and Lee had so disposed his force that the Federal commander, unenlightened as to the real strength of his adversary, believed that he was opposed by 50,000 men. September 16th. Nor was the next morning marked by any increase of activity. McClellan, although he should have been well aware that a great part of the Confederate army was still west of the Potomac, made no attack. It was discovered, he reports, that the enemy had changed the position of some of his batteries. The masses of his troops, however, were still concealed behind the opposite heights. It was afternoon before I could move the troops to their positions for attack, being compelled to spend the morning in reconnoitering the new position taken up by the enemy, examining the ground, and finding fords, clearing the approaches, and hurrying up the ammunition and supply trains. Considering that McClellan had been in possession of the left bank of the Antietam since the forenoon of the previous day, all these preliminaries might well have been completed before daylight on the 16th. That a change in the dispositions of a few batteries, a change so unimportant as to pass unnoticed in the Confederate reports, should have imposed a delay, when every moment was precious, of many hours, proves that Lee's and Jackson's estimate of their opponent's character was absolutely correct. While McClellan was reconnoitering, and the guns were thundering across the Antietam, Jackson and Walker crossed the Potomac, and reported to Lee in Sharpsburg. Walker had expected to find the commander-in-chief anxious and careworn. Anxious no doubt he was, but there was nothing in his look or manner to indicate it. On the contrary, he was calm, dignified, and even cheerful. If he had a well-equipped army of 100,000 veterans at his back, he could not have appeared more composed and confident. On shaking hands with us, he simply expressed his satisfaction with the result of our operations at Harper's Ferry, and with our timely arrival at Sharpsburg, adding that with our reinforcements he felt confident of being able to hold his ground until the arrival of the divisions of R.H. Anderson, McLaws, and A.P. Hill, which were still behind and which did not arrive until the next day. Yet the reinforcements which Jackson and Walker had brought up were no considerable addition to Lee's strength. Jones's division consisted of no more than 1,600 muskets, Lawton's of less than 3,500. Including officers and artillery, therefore, the effectives of these divisions numbered about 5,500. A.P. Hill's division appears to have mustered 5,000 officers and men, and we may add 1,000 for men sick or on detached duties. The total should undoubtedly have been larger. After the Battle of Cedar Run, Jackson had 22,450 effectives in his ranks. His losses in the operations against Pope and the transfer of Robertson's cavalry to Stuart had brought his numbers down by 5,787. But on September 16th, including 70 killed or wounded at Harper's Ferry, they should have been not less than 16,800. In reality, there were only 11,500. We have not far to look for the cause of this reduction. Many of the men had absented themselves before the army crossed into Maryland, and if those who remained with the colors had seen little fighting since Pope's defeat, they had had no reason to complain of inactivity. The operations which resulted in the capture of Harper's Ferry had been arduous in the extreme. Men who had taken part in the forced marches of the Valley campaign declared that the march from Frederick to Harper's Ferry surpassed all their former experiences. In 3.5 days, they had covered over 60 miles, crossing 2 mountain ranges, and fording the Potomac. The weather had been intensely hot, and the dust was terrible. Nor had the investment of Harper's Ferry been a period of repose. They had been under arms during the night which preceded the surrender, awaiting the signal to assault within a few hundred yards of the enemy's sentries. As soon as the terms of capitulation were arranged, they had been hurried back to the bivouac, had cooked 2 days' rations, and shortly after midnight had marched to the Potomac, 17 miles away. This night march, coming on top of their previous exertions, had taxed the strength of many beyond endurance. The majority were badly shod. Many were not shod at all. They were ill-fed, and men ill-fed are on the high road to hospital. There were stragglers, then, from every company in the command. Even the Stonewall Brigade, though it had still preserved its 5 regiments, was reduced to 300 muskets, and the other brigades of Jackson's division were but little stronger. Walker's division, too, although less hardly used in the campaign than the Valley troops, had diminished under the strain of the night march and mustered no more than 3,500 officers and men at Sharpsburg. Thus the masses of troops which McClellan conceived were hidden in rear of D.H. Hill and Longstreet amounted in reality to some 10,000 effective soldiers. It was fortunate indeed that in their exhausted condition there was no immediate occasion for their services on September 16th. The shadows grew longer, but yet the Federals made no move. Even the fire of the artillery died away, and the men slept quietly in the woods to north and west of the little town. Meanwhile, in an old house, one of the few which had any pretensions to comfort in Sharpsburg, the generals met in council. Staff officers strolled to and fro over the broad brick pavement. The horses stood lazily under the trees which shaded the dusty road, and within, Lee, Jackson, and Longstreet pored long and earnestly over the map of Maryland during the bright September afternoon. But before the glow of a lovely sunset had faded from the sky, the artillery once more opened on the ridge above, and reports came in that the Federals were crossing the Antietam near Prize Mill. Lee at once ordered Longstreet to meet this threat with Hood's division, and Jackson was ordered into line on the left of Hood. No serious collision, however, took place during the evening. The Confederates made no attempt to oppose the passage of the creek. Hood's pickets were driven in, but a speedy reinforcement restored the line, and except that the batteries on both sides took part, the fighting was little more than a fair of outposts. At 11 o'clock, Hood's brigades were withdrawn to cook and eat. Jackson's division filled their place, and the night, although broken by constant alarms, passed away without further conflict. The Federal movements had clearly exposed their intention of attacking, and had even revealed the point which they would first assail. McClellan had thrown 2 army corps, the 1st under Hooker and the 12th under Mansfield, across the Antietam, and they were now posted, facing southward, 1.5 miles north of Sharpsburg, concealed by the wood beyond Jackson's left. End of section 47.
Section 48 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Chapter 19, Sharpsburg, Part 1 of 3. 1862, September 17. It is a curious coincidence that not only were the number of the opposing armies at the Battle of Sharpsburg almost identical with those of the French and Germans at the Battle of Worth, but that there is no small resemblance between the natural features and surrounding scenery of the two fields. Full in front of the Confederate position rises the Red Hill, a spur of the South Mountain, wooded like the Vosges to the very crest, and towering high above the fields of Maryland as the Hochwald towers above the Rhineland. The Antietam, however, is a more difficult obstacle than the Sauerbach, the brook which meanders through the open meadows of the Alsatian Valley. A deep channel of more than 60 feet in width is overshadowed by forest trees, and the ground on either bank ascends at a sharp gradient to the crests above. Along the ridge to the west, which parts the Antietam from the Potomac, and about a mile distant from the former stream, runs the Hagerstown Turnpike, and in front of this road there was a strong position. Sharpsburg, a village of a few hundred inhabitants, lies on the reverse slope of the ridge, extending in the direction of the Potomac, and only the church steeples were visible to the Federals. Above the hamlet was the Confederate center. Here, near a limestone border which stood in a plot which is now included in the soldiers' cemetery, was Lee's station during the long hours of September 17, and from this point he overlooked the whole extent of his line of battle. A mile northward, on the Hagerstown Pike, his loft center was marked by a square white building, famous under the name of the Dunkard Church, and backed by a long dark wood. To the right, a mile southward, a bold spur covered with scattered trees forces the Antietam westward, and on this spur, overlooking the stream, he had placed his right. Between the Hagerstown Pike and the Antietam, The open slopes, although not always uniform, but broken, like those on the French side of the Sauerbach, by long ravines, afforded an admirable field of fire. The lanes which cross them are sunk in many places below the surface. In front of Sharpsburg, the fields were divided by low stone walls, and these natural entrenchments added much to the strength of the position. Nor were they the only advantages. The belt of oaks beyond the Dunkard church, the westwood, was peculiarly adapted for defense. Parallel ledges of outcropping limestone, both within the thickets and along the Hagerstown road, rising as high as a man's waist, gave good cover from shot and shell. The trees were of old growth, and there was little underwood. To the northeast, however, and about 500 yards distant across the fields, lay the eastwood, covering the slopes to the Antietam, with Poffenberger's wood beyond, while further to the left, the northwood, extending across the Hagerstown pike, approached the Confederate flank. The enemy, if he advanced to the attack in this quarter of the field, would thus find ample protection during his march and deployment, and in case of reverse, he would find a rallying point in the north and Poffenberger's woods, of which Hooker was already in possession. In the space between the woods were several small farms, surrounded by orchards and stone fences, and on the slope east of the Dunkard church stood a few cottages and barns. Access to the position was not easy. Only a single ford near Snavely's house existed across the Antietam, and this was commanded by the bluff on the Confederate right. The stone bridges, however, for want of time and means to destroy them, had been left standing. That nearest the confluence of the Antietam and the Potomac, at the Antietam Iron Works, by which A.P. Hill was expected, was defended by rifle pits and enfiladed by artillery. The next, known as the Burnside Bridge, was completely overlooked by the heights above. That, opposite Lee's center, could be raked throughout its length, but the fourth, at Prize Mill, by which Hooker and Mansfield had already crossed, was covered both from view and fire. Roads within the position were numerous. The Hagerstown Turnpike, concealed for some distance on either side of Sharpsburg by the crest of the ridge, was admirably adapted for the movement of reserves, and another broad highway ran through Sharpsburg to the Potomac. The position, then, in many respects, was well adapted to Lee's purpose. The flanks were reasonably secure. The right rested on the Antietam. The left was more open, but the west wood formed a strong point d'appui, and beyond the wood a low ridge, rising above Nicodemus Run, gave room for several batteries, while the Potomac was so close that the space available for attack on this flank was much restricted. The ground could thus be held by a comparatively small number of men, and a large reserve set free for the counterstroke. The great drawback was that the ridge east of the Antietam, although commanded by the crest which the Confederates occupied, would permit McClellan to deploy the whole of his powerful artillery, and in no place did the range exceed 2,000 yards. In case of retreat, moreover, the Potomac, 200 yards from shore to shore, would have to be crossed by a few deep fords, of which only one was practicable for wagons. These disadvantages, however, it was impossible to avoid, and if the counterstroke were decisive, they would not be felt. The left of the position was assigned to Jackson, with Hood in third line. Next in order came D.H. Hill. Longstreet held the center and the right, with Walker in reserve behind the flank. Stuart, with Fitzhugh Lee's brigade and his 4 guns, was between the Westwood and the Potomac. Munford's 2 regiments of cavalry, reinforced by a battery, held the bridge at the Antietam Iron Works, and kept open the communication with Harper's Ferry. And 26 rifled pieces of the reserve artillery were with D.H. Hill. From the Nicodemus Run to the bluff overhanging the Burnside Bridge is just 3 miles, and for the occupation of this front the following troops were at Lee's disposal: Jackson, Jones' division, Ewell's division, General Lawton, 5,500 men, 16 guns. Longstreet, D.R. Jones's division, Hood's division, detached to Jackson. Evans' brigade, 8,000, 50. D.H. Hill's division, 5,000, 26. Walker's division, 3,500, 12. Stewart, Fitzhugh Lee's brigade, Munford's brigade, 2,500, 4. Reserve artillery, 1,000, 26. 25,000 men, 134 guns. On the far side of the Potomac, the Shepherdstown Ford was protected by the remainder of the reserve artillery, with an infantry escort. But so small was the force whose retreat was thus secured that nearly every man was required in the fighting line. Except the divisions of Hood and Walker, 5,500 men all told, there was no immediate reserve. But at daybreak on the 17th, the troops which had been left at Harper's Ferry were rapidly coming up. McLaws and Anderson, who had started before midnight, were already nearing the Potomac. Hampton's cavalry brigade was not far behind, and orders had been dispatched to A.P. Hill. But could these 13,000 bayonets be up in time, before Hooker and Mansfield received strong support, or before the Burnside Bridge was heavily attacked? The question was indeed momentous. If the Federals were to put forth their whole strength without delay, bring their numerous artillery into action, and press the battle at every point, it seemed hardly possible that defeat could be averted. McClellan, however, who had never yet ventured on a resolute offensive, was not likely, in Lee's judgment, to assault so strong a position as that held by the Confederates with wholehearted energy, and it was safe to calculate that his troops would be feebly handled. Yet the odds were great. Even after the arrival of the absent divisions, no more than 35,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, and 194 guns would be in line, and the enemy's numbers were far superior. McClellan had called in Franklin from Roarsville, and his muster roll was imposing. First Corps, Hooker, 14,856 men, 40 guns. Second Corps, Sumner, 18,813 men, 42 guns. Fifth Corps, Porter, 12,930 men, 70 guns. Sixth Corps, Franklin, 12,300 men, 36 guns. Ninth Corps, Burnside, 13,819, 35 guns. 12th Corps, Mansfield, 10,126 men, 36 guns. Cavalry, Pleasanton, 4,320, 16 guns, for a total of 87,164 men, 275 guns. In comparison with the masses arrayed against the Red Hill and the Antietam, the Confederate army was but a handful. 5 a.m. Notwithstanding McClellan's caution, the opening of the battle was not long delayed. Before sunrise, the desultory firing of the pickets had deepened to the roar of battle. Hooker, who had been ordered to begin the attack, forming his troops behind the North Wood, directed them on the Dunkard Church, which, standing on rising ground, appeared the key of the position. Jackson had already thrown back his two divisions at nearly a right angle to the Confederate front. His right, which connected with the left of D.H. Hill, and resting on the western edge of the East Wood, extended as far as the Miller House, was held by Lawton, with 2 brigades in front and 1 in second line. West of the Hagerstown Turnpike, and covering the ground as far as the Nicodemus Farm, was Jones's division. The Stonewall and Jones's brigades in front, Taliaferro's and Stark's along the edge of the wood in rear. 3 guns stood upon the turnpike. The remainder of the artillery, 13 guns, was with Stuart on the high ground north of Nicodemus Run. Hood, in third line, stood near the Dunkard Church, and on Hood's right were 3 of Longstreet's batteries under Colonel Stephen Lee. The ground which Jackson had been ordered to occupy was not unfavorable for defense, although the troops had practically no cover except the rail fences and the rocky ledges. There was a wide and open field of fire, and when the Federal skirmishers appeared north of the Miller House, the Confederate batteries, opening with vigor at a range of 800 yards, struck down 16 men in the first salvo. This fire and the stubborn resistance of the pickets held the enemy for some time in check, but Hooker deployed 6 batteries in reply, and after a cannonade of nearly an hour his infantry advanced. From the cover of the woods, still veiled by the morning mist, the Federals came forward in strong force. Across the dry plowed land in Lawton's front, the fight grew hot, and on the far side of the turnpike, the meadows round the Nicodemus farm became the scene of a desperate struggle. Hooker had sent in 2 divisions, Meade on the left and Doubleday on the right, while a third under Ricketts acted in close support of Meade. The attack was waged with the dash and energy which had earned for Hooker the sobriquet of Fighting Joe, and the troops he commanded had already proved their mettle on many murderous fields. Meade's Pennsylvanians, together with the Indiana and Wisconsin regiments which had wrought such havoc in Jackson's ranks at Groveton, were once more bearing down upon his line. Nor were the tactics of the leaders ill calculated to second the valor of the troops. Hooker's whole army corps of 12,500 men was maneuvered in close combination. The second line was so posted as to render quick support. No portion of the front was without an adequate reserve in rear. The artillery was used in mass, and the flanks were adequately guarded. The conflict between soldiers so well matched was not less fierce than when they had met on other fields. Hooker's troops had won a large measure of success at South Mountain 3 days previously, and their blood was up. Meade, Gibbon, and Ricketts were there to lead them, and the battle opened with a resolution which, if it had infected McClellan, would have carried the Sharpsburg ridge ere set of sun. Stubborn was the resistance of Jackson's regiments, unerring the aim of his seasoned riflemen. But the opposing infantry, constantly reinforced, pressed irresistibly forward, and the heavy guns beyond the Antietam, finding an opening between the woods, swept the thin gray line from end to end. Jones's division, after fighting for 3/4 of an hour on the meadows, fell back to the west wood. General Jones was carried wounded from the field, and the guns on the turnpike were abandoned. 6:30 a.m. So tremendous was the fire that the corn, said Hooker, over 30 acres, was cut as close by the bullets as if it had been reaped with the sickle, and the dead lay piled in regular ranks along the whole Confederate front. Never, he added, had been seen a more bloody or dismal battlefield. To the east of the turnpike, Lawton's division, strengthened at the critical moment by the brigade in second line, held Meade in check, and with a sharp counterstroke drove the Pennsylvanians back upon their guns. But Gibbon, fighting fiercely in the center by the Miller House, brought up a battery in close support of his first line and pressed heavily on the west wood until the Confederate skirmishers, creeping through the maze, shot down the gunners and the teams, and Stark, who had succeeded Jones, led the Valley regiments once more into the open field. The battle swayed backwards and forwards under the clouds of smoke. The crash of musketry, reverberating in the woods, drowned the roar of the artillery, and though hundreds were shot down at the shortest range, neither Federal nor Confederate flinched from the dreadful fray. Hooker sent in a fresh brigade, and Patrick, reinforcing Gibbon with 4 regiments, passed swiftly to the front, captured 2 colors, and made some headway. But again the Virginians rallied, and Stark, observing that the enemy's right had become exposed, led his regiments forward to the charge. Doubleday's division, struck fiercely in front and flank, reeled back in confusion past the Miller House, and although the gallant Stark fell dead, the Confederates recovered the ground which they had lost. Jackson's men had not been left unaided. Colonel Lee's guns had themselves to look to, for along the whole course of the Antietam, McClellan's batteries were now in action, sweeping the Sharpsburg ridge with a tremendous fire. But Stuart, west of the Nicodemus farm, had done much to embarrass Hooker's operations. Bringing his artillery into action, for the ground was unsuited to cavalry, he had distracted the aim of the Federal gunners, and, assailing their infantry in flank, had compelled Doubleday to detach a portion of his force against him. Jackson, with supreme confidence in the ability of his men to hold their ground, had not hesitated to reinforce Stuart with Early's brigade, the strongest in his command. But before Doubleday was beaten back, Early had been recalled. 7:30 a.m. It was now 7:30. The battle had been in progress nearly 3 hours, and Hooker's attack had been repulsed. But fresh troops were coming into action from the north and northeast, and Lawton's and Jones' division were in no condition to withstand a renewed assault. No less than 3 officers in succession had led the latter. Not one single brigade in either division was still commanded by the officer who brought it into action, and but few regiments. Of 4,200 infantry, 1,700 had already fallen. Never had Jackson's soldiers displayed a spirit more akin to that of their intrepid leader, and their fierce courage was not to be wasted. Reinforcements were close at hand. Early's brigade, 1,100 strong, was moving across from Nicodemus Run into the West Wood. Hood brought his Texans, 1,800 muskets, to the relief of Lawton, and on Hood's right, but facing eastward, for Ricketts was working round Jackson's right, 3 of D.H. Hill's brigades, hitherto hidden under cover, came rapidly into line. Lawton's division, nearly half the command being killed or wounded, was withdrawn to the Dunkard Church, but on the skirt of the West Wood the heroic remnant of the Valley regiments still held fast among the limestone ledges. The 8,500 infantry which McClellan had sent to Hooker's assistance formed the 12th Army Corps, commanded by Mansfield, and with those men, too, Jackson's soldiers were well acquainted. They were the men who had followed Banks and Shields from Kernstown to Winchester, from Port Republic to Cedar Run, and the Valley Army had not yet encountered more determined foes. Their attack was delivered with their wonted vigor. Several regiments, moving west of the turnpike, bore down on the West Wood, but coming into action at considerable intervals, they were roughly handled by Jones's division, now commanded by Colonel Grigsby, and protected by the rocks. And Stuart's artillery, taking them in flank, they were rapidly dispersed. East of the high road, the battle raged with still greater violence. Hood and his Texans, as Lawton's brigades passed to the rear, dashed across the cornfield against Meade and Ricketts, driving back the infantry on the batteries and shooting down the gunners. But the Federal line remained unbroken, and Mansfield's troops were already moving forward. Crawford's brigade and then Gordon's struck the Texans in front, while Greene, working round the East Wood, made a resolute onslaught on D.H. Hill. The struggle was long and bloody. The men stood like duelists, firing and receiving the fire at 50 or 100 paces. Crawford lost 1,000 men without gaining a foot of ground. But Gordon turned the scale, and Hood's brigades were gradually forced back through the cornfield to the Dunkard Church. A great gap had now opened in Jackson's line. Jones's division, its flank uncovered by Hood's retreat, found itself compelled to seek a new position. D.H. Hill's brigades, in the same plight, gave ground towards Sharpsburg, and Greene, following in pursuit, actually covered the turnpike and penetrated the West Wood, but neither Hooker nor Mansfield were able to support him, and unassisted he could make no progress. 9 a.m. At this moment, as if by common consent, the firing ceased on this flank of the battle, and as McClellan's Second Army Corps, led by Sumner, advanced to sustain the 1st and 12th, we may stand by Jackson near the Dunkard Church and survey the field after 4 hours' fighting. Assailed in front by superior numbers and enfiladed by the batteries beyond the Antietam, the Confederate left had everywhere given back. The eastward was in possession of the enemy. Their right occupied the Miller House. Their center, supported by many batteries, stood across the cornfield, while the left, thrust forward, was actually established on the edge of the West Wood, some 500 yards to the northward of the church. But if Jackson had yielded ground, he had exacted a fearful price. The space between the woods was a veritable slaughter pen, reeking under the hot September sun, where the blue uniforms lay thicker than the gray. The First Army Corps had been cut to pieces, and it had been beaten in fair fight by Jackson's 2 divisions, counting at the outset less than half its numbers and aided only by the cavalry. It had lost in killed and wounded over 100 officers and 2,400 men. Hooker himself had been struck down, and as far as the Antietam, the field was covered with his stragglers. The 12th Corps had suffered hardly less severely, and Mansfield himself, an old man and a gallant soldier, was dying of his wounds. His batteries, indeed, remained in action, pouring shot and shell on the West Wood and the Dunkard Church, but his infantry, reduced by more than 1,500 rifles, could do no more than hold their ground. Nor was the exhaustion of the enemy the only advantage which the Confederates had gained by the slaughter of 4,000 men. The position to which Jackson had retired was more favorable than that from which he had been driven. The line, no longer presenting a weak angle, was almost straight, and no part of the front was open to enfilade. Stuart and his artillery, withdrawn to a more favorable position, secured the left. D.H. Hill, on the right, though part of his force had given way, still held the Roulette House and the sunken road, and the troops in the West Wood were well protected from the northern batteries. The one weak point was the gap occupied by Greene's Federals, which lay between Grigsby's regiments in the northern angle of the West Wood and Hood's division at the Dunkard Church. The enemy, however, showed no signs of making good his opportunity. Early's brigade was close at hand, and Lee had promised further reinforcements. A glance southward showed that there was no reason for despair. Over all the field lay the heavy smoke of a great artillery battle. From near the Dunkard Church to the bluff overhanging the Antietam, a distance of 2 miles, battery on battery was in line. Here were Longstreet's artillery under Stephen Hill, together with the 26 guns of Cut's reserve battalion, 48 guns in all. The divisional batteries of D.H. Hill and the Washington artillery of New Orleans, and in addition to these 80 guns, others were in action above the Burnside Bridge. An array even more formidable crowned the opposite crest, but although the Confederate batteries, opposed by larger numbers and heavier metal, had suffered terribly, both in men and in materiel, yet the infantry, the main strength of the defense, was still intact. The cliffs of the Red Hill, replying to the rolling thunder of near 800 guns, gave back no echo to the sharper crack of musketry. Save a few skirmishers who had crossed the Sharpsburg bridge, not one company of McClellan's infantry had been sent into action south of the Dunkard Church. Beyond the Antietam, covering the whole space between the river and the hills, the blue masses were plainly to be seen through the drifting smoke, some so far in the distance that only the flash of steel in the bright sunshine distinguished them from the surrounding woods, others moving in dense columns toward the battle. Standards on standards, men on men, in slow succession still. But neither by the Sharpsburg nor yet by the Burnside Bridge had a single Federal regiment crossed the stream. Lee's center and right were not even threatened, and it was evident his reserves might be concentrated without risk at whatever point he pleased. Walker's division was therefore withdrawn from the right, and McLaws, who had reached Sharpsburg shortly after sunrise, was ordered to the front. G.T. Anderson's brigade was detached from D.H. Hill, and the whole force was placed at Jackson's disposal. These fresh troops, together with Early's regiments, not yet engaged, gave 10,000 muskets for the counterstroke, and had Hooker and Mansfield been alone upon the field, the Federal right wing would have been annihilated. But as the Confederate reserves approached the Dunkard church, Sumner, whom McClellan had ordered to cross Prize Bridge with the Second Army Corps, threw 3 divisions against the Westwood and the Roulette House. In 3 lines, up the slope from the Antietam, at 60 yards distance and covering a wide front, came Sedgwick on the right, French on the left, and Richardson to the left rear. So orderly was the advance of those 18,000 Northerners, and so imposing their array, that even the Confederate officers watched their march with admiration, and terrible was the shock with which they renewed the conflict. Sedgwick, emerging from the East Wood, moved directly over the cornfield, crossed the turnpike, and, entering the West Wood to northward of the point still held by Greene, swept through the timber, and with a portion of his advanced brigade reached the further edge. Greene, at the same moment, moved upon the Dunkard church, and Early, who was with the fragments of Jones' division, was alone within the wood, marched rapidly in the same direction. Attacked suddenly in flank from behind a ridge of rock, Greene's regiments were driven back, and then Early, observing Sedgwick's third line pushing across the turnpike, reformed his troops for further action. Greene, for the moment, had been disposed of, but a more formidable attack was threatening. Sedgwick's 6,000 muskets, confronted only by some 600 of the Valley soldiers under Grigsby, were thronging through the wood, and a challenge of front southward would have sent them sweeping down the Confederate line. Early could hardly have withstood their onset. Hood was incapable of further effort, and D.H. Hill was heavily pressed by French. But Jackson's hand still held the reins of battle. During the fierce struggle of the morning, he had remained on the edge of the West Wood, leaving, as was his wont, the conduct of the divisions to his subordinates, but watching his enemy with a glance that saw beyond the numbers arrayed against him. He had already demanded reinforcements from General Lee, and in anticipation of their speedy arrival, their orders had been already framed. They had not been called for to sustain his front or to occupy a new position. Despite the thronging masses of the Federals, despite the fact that his line was already broken, attack, and attack only, was in Jackson's mind, and the reserves and the opportunity arrived together. A staff officer was dispatched to direct Walker, on the left, to sustain the Texans, to clear the West Wood, and to place a detachment in the gap between the Dunkard church and the batteries of Colonel Lee, while Jackson himself, riding to meet McLaws, ordered him to drive the enemy back and turn his right. Anderson's brigade was sent to support McLaws, and Semmes's brigade of McLaws' division was detached to strengthen Stuart. Forming into line as they advanced, McLaws and Walker, leaving the Dunkard church on their right and moving swiftly through the wood, fell suddenly on Sedgwick's flank. Early joined in the melee, and the result, says Palfrey, a Northern general who was present on the field, was not long doubtful. Sedgwick's fine division was at the mercy of the enemy. Change of front was impossible. In less time than it takes to tell it, the ground was strewn with the bodies of the dead and wounded, while the unwounded were moving off rapidly to the north. Nearly 2,000 men were disabled in a moment, and the impetus of the counterstroke was not yet spent. Gordon's brigade of the 12th Corps had been dispatched to Sedgwick's help, but McLaws had reformed his troops, and after a short struggle the Confederates drove all before them. Confusion reigned supreme in the Federal ranks. In vain their powerful artillery, firing case and canister with desperate energy, strove to arrest the rush of the pursuing infantry. Out from the West Wood and across the cornfield, the gray lines of battle, preceded by clouds of skirmishers, pressed forward without a check, and the light batteries, plying whip and spur, galloped to the front in close support. Hope rose high. The Southern yell, pealing from 10,000 throats, rang with a wild note of anticipated triumph, and Jackson, riding with McLaws, followed with kindling gaze the progress of his counterstroke attack. "God," he said to his companion as the shells fell round them and the masses of the enemy melted away like the morning mist, "has been very kind to us this day." But the end was not yet. Sedgwick's batteries, flying to the northeast, rallied under the fire of their batteries, and as the Confederates advanced upon the eastward, they found it already occupied by a fresh brigade. Smith's division of the 6th Corps had been sent forward by McClellan to sustain the battle, and its arrival saved his army from defeat. Once more the cornfield became the scene of a furious struggle, and the Southerners fighting for decisive victory, the Federals for existence. So impetuous was McLaws' attack that the regiments on his left, although checked by the fences, drove in a battery and dashed back the enemy's first line. But the weight of the artillery in front of the Northwood, supported by a portion of Smith's division, prevented further advance, and a Federal brigade, handled with rare judgment, rushed forward to meet the assailants in the open. Sharp was the conflict, for McLaws, a fine soldier, as daring as he was skillful, strove fiercely to complete the victory. But the fight within the woods and the swift pursuit had broken the order of his division. Brigade had mingled with brigade, regiment with regiment. There were no supports, and the broken ranks, scourged by the terrible crossfire of many batteries, were unable to withstand the solid impact of the Federal reserve. Slowly and sullenly the troops fell back from the deadly strife. The enemy, no less exhausted, halted and lay down beyond the turnpike, and while the musketry once more died away to northward of the Dunkard church, Jackson, rallying his brigades, re-established his line along the edge of the West Wood. Near the church was a portion of Walker's division. Further north were 2 of McLaws' brigades, then Armistead, who had been sent forward from Sharpsburg, and then Early. A brigade of McLaws' division formed the second line, and Anderson was sent back to D.H. Hill. Hood also was withdrawn, and the survivors of Jones's division, many of whom had shared in the counterattack, were permitted to leave the front. End of Section 48. Read by Will Caffey, Oregon, October 2022. Section 49 of Stonewall Jackson in the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stonewall Jackson in the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Chapter 19, Sharpsburg, Part 2 of 3. 10:30 a.m. Their rifles were no longer needed, for from 10:30 onwards, so far as the defense of the Confederate left was concerned, the work was done. For many hours the Westwood was exposed to the concentrated fire of the Federal artillery, but this fire, although the range was close, varying from 600 to 1,500 yards, had little effect. The shattered branches fell incessantly among the recumbent ranks, and the shells, exploding in the foliage, sent their hissing fragments far and wide, yet the losses, so more than one general reported, were surprisingly small. But although the enemy's infantry had been repulsed, no immediate endeavor was made by the Confederates to initiate a fresh counterstroke. When Lee sent McLaws and Walker to Jackson's aid, he sent in his last reserve, for A.P. Hill had not yet reached the field, and R.H. Anderson's division had already been taken to support the center. Thus, no fresh troops were available, and the Federal right was strong. At least 15 batteries of artillery were in position along the edge of the Northwood, and they were powerfully supported by the heavy guns beyond the stream. Yet the infantry so effectively protected was only formidable by reason of its numbers. The 1st Corps and the 12th no longer existed as organized bodies. Sedgwick's division of the 2nd Corps was still more shattered. Only Smith's division was effective, and General McClellan, acting on the advice of Sumner, forbade all further attack. Slocum's division of the 6th Corps, which reached the eastward at 12 o'clock, was ordered to remain in rear as support to Smith. The Confederate left wing, then, had offered such strenuous resistance that 8 divisions of infantry, more than half of McClellan's army, lay paralyzed before them for the remainder of the day. 30,500 infantry, at the lowest calculation, and probably 100 guns, besides those across the Antietam, had been massed by the Federals in this quarter of the field. Jackson's numbers, even after he had been reinforced by McLaws and Walker, at no time approached those arrayed against him, and 19,400 men, including Stuart, and 3 brigades of Hill, and 40 guns is a liberal estimate of his strength. The losses on both sides had been exceedingly heavy. Nearly 13,000 men, including no less than 15 generals and brigadiers, had fallen within 6 hours. But although the Confederate casualties were not greatly exceeded by those of the enemy, and were much larger in proportion to their strength, the Federals had lost more than mere numbers. The morale of the troops had suffered, and still more the morale of the leaders. Even Sumner, bravest of men, had been staggered by the fierce assault which had driven Sedgwick's troops like sheep across the cornfield, nor was McClellan disposed to push matters to extremity. Over in the Westwood, on the other hand, discouragement had no place. Jackson had not yet abandoned hope of sweeping the enemy from the field. He was disappointed with the partial success of McLaws's counterstroke. It had come too late. The fortuitous advance of Smith's division, at the very crisis of the struggle, had, in all human probability, rescued the Federal right from a terrible defeat. Had McLaws been able to reach the Eastwood, he would have compelled the hostile batteries to retreat. The Federal infantry, already shattered and disorganized, could hardly have held on, and the line would have been broken through. But although one opportunity had been lost, he was once more thrown on the defensive. Jackson's determination to make the battle decisive of the war was still unshaken. His judgment was never clearer. Shortly before 11 o'clock, his medical director, appalled by the number of wounded men sent back from the front, and assured that the day was going badly, rode to the Westwood in order to discuss the advisability of transferring the field hospitals across the Potomac. Dr. McGuire found Jackson sitting quietly on Little Sorrel behind the line of battle, and some peaches he had brought with him were gratefully accepted. He then made his report, and his apprehensions were not made less by the weakness of the line which held the wood. The men, in many places, were lying at intervals of several yards. For support there was but one small brigade, and over in the cornfields the overwhelming strength of the Federal masses was terribly apparent. Yet his imperturbable commander, apparently paying more attention to the peaches than to his subordinate's suggestions, replied by pointing to the enemy and saying quietly, "Dr. McGuire, they have done their worst." Meanwhile, the tide of battle, leaving Jackson's front and setting strongly southwards, threatened to submerge the Confederate center. French's division of Sumner's corps, 2 brigades of Franklin's, and afterwards Richardson's division, made repeated efforts to seize the Dunkard Church, the Roulette Farm, and the Piper House. 1 p.m. From before 10 until 1 o'clock the battle raged fiercely about the sunken road, which was held by D.H. Hill, and which witnessed on this day such preeminence of slaughter that it has since been known by the name of the Bloody Lane. Here, inspired by the unyielding courage of their leaders, fought the 5 brigades of D.H. Hill, with B.H. Anderson's division and 2 of Walker's regiments, and here Longstreet, confident as always, controlled the battle with his accustomed skill. The Confederate artillery was, by this time, overpowered, for on each battery in turn the enemy's heavy ordnance had concentrated an overwhelming fire, and the infantry were supported by no more than a dozen guns. The attack was strong, but the sunken road, fortified by piles of fence rails, remained inviolable. Still, the Confederate losses were enormous, and defeat appeared a mere question of time. At one moment, the enemy, under French, had actually seized the wood near the Dunkard church and was only dispossessed by a desperate counterstroke. Richardson, who advanced on French's right, and at an appreciable interval of time was even more successful than his colleague. The Bloody Lane, already piled with dead and enfiladed from a height to the northwest, was carried by a brilliant charge, and when the Roulette Farm, a strong defensive post, was stormed, Longstreet fell back to the turnpike through the wreck of the artillery. But at this critical juncture the Federals halted. They had not been supported by their batteries. Richardson had received a mortal wound, and a succession of rough counterstrokes had thinned their ranks. Here, too, the musketry dwindled to a spattering fire, and the opposing forces, both reduced to the defensive, lay watching each other through the long hours of the afternoon. A threat of a Federal advance from the Sharpsburg bridge came to nothing. 4 batteries of regulars, preceded by a force of infantry, pushed across the stream and came into action on either side of the Boonesboro road. But on the slopes above, strongly protected by the walls, Evans' brigade stood fast. Lee sent up a small support, and the enemy confined his movements to a demonstration. Still further to the south, however, the battle blazed out at 1 o'clock with unexpected fury. The Federal attack, recoiling first from Jackson and then from Longstreet, swung round to the Confederate right, and it seemed as if McClellan's plan was to attempt each section of Lee's line in succession. Burnside had been ordered to force the passage of the bridge at 9 o'clock, but either the difficulty of the task or his inexperience in handling troops on the offensive delayed his movements, and when the attack was made, it was fiercely met by 4 Confederate brigades. At length, well on in the afternoon, 3 Federal divisions crowned the spur and, driving Longstreet's right before them, made good their footing on the ridge. Sharpsburg was below them. The Southern infantry, outflanked and roughly handled, was falling back in confusion upon the town, and although Lee had assembled a group of batteries in the center, the regiments were hurrying from the left. Disaster seemed imminent. But strong assistance was at hand. A.P. Hill, who had forded the Potomac and crossed the Antietam by the lower bridge, after a forced march of 17 miles in 8 hours from Harper's Ferry, attacked without waiting for orders and struck the Federals in flank with 3,000 bayonets. By this brilliant counterstroke Burnside was repulsed and the position saved. Northern writers have laid much stress on this attack. Had Burnside displayed more, or A.P. Hill less energy, the Confederates, they assert, could hardly have escaped defeat. It is certainly true that Longstreet's 4 brigades had been left to bear the brunt of Burnside's assault without further support than could be rendered by the artillery. They were not so left, however, because it was impossible to aid them. Jackson's and Longstreet's troops, despite the fiery ordeal through which they had passed, were not yet powerless, and the Confederate leaders were prepared for offensive tactics. A sufficient force to sustain the right might have been withdrawn from the left and center, but Hill's approach was known, and it was considered inadvisable to abandon all hold of the means for a decisive counterstroke on the opposite flank. Early in the afternoon, Longstreet had given orders for an advance. Hood's division, with full cartridge boxes, had reappeared upon the field. Jones and Lawton's divisions were close behind. The batteries had replenished their ammunition, and if Longstreet was hardly warranted in arranging a general counterattack on his own responsibility, he had at least full confidence in the ability of the troops to execute it. It seemed probable, he says, that by concealing our movements under cover of the West Wood, we could draw our columns so near to the enemy to the front that we would have but a few rods to march to mingle our ranks with his, that our columns, massed in goodly numbers and pressing heavily upon a single point, would give the enemy much trouble and might cut him in two, breaking up his battle arrangements at Burnside Bridge. The stroke against the center was not, however, to be tried. Lee had other views, and Jackson had been already ordered to turn the Federal right. Stuart, reinforced by a regiment of infantry and several light batteries, was instructed to reconnoiter the enemy's position, and if favorable ground were found, he was to be supported by all the infantry available. About 12:30, says General Walker, I sought Jackson to report that from the front of my position in the wood I thought I had observed a movement of the enemy, as if to pass through the gap where I had posted Colonel Cook's 2 regiments. I found Jackson in rear of Barksdale's brigade, under an apple tree, sitting on his horse with one leg thrown carelessly over the pobble of his saddle, plucking and eating the fruit. Without making any reply to my report, he asked me abruptly, "Can you spare me a regiment and a battery?" adding that he wished to make up from the different commands on our left a force of 4,000 or 5,000 men and give them to Stuart, with orders to turn the enemy's right and attack him in the rear, that I must give orders to my division to advance to the front and attack the enemy as soon as I should hear Stuart's guns, and that our whole left wing would move to the attack at the same time. Then, replacing his foot in the stirrup, he said with great emphasis, "We'll drive McClellan into the Potomac." Returning to my command, I repeated General Jackson's order to my brigade commanders and directed them to listen to the sound of Stuart's guns. We all confidently expected to hear the welcome sound by 2 o'clock at least, and as that hour approached every ear was on the alert. Napoleon at Waterloo did not listen more intently for the sound of Grouchy's fire than we did for Stuart's. 2 o'clock came, but nothing was heard of Stuart. 2:30, and then 3, and still Stuart made no sign. About 3:30, a staff officer of General Longstreet's brought me an order to advance and attack the enemy in my front. As the execution of this order would have materially interfered with Jackson's plans, I thought it my duty, before beginning the movement, to communicate with General Longstreet personally. I found him in rear of the position in which I had posted Cook in the morning, and upon informing him of Jackson's intentions, he withdrew his order. While we were discussing the subject, Jackson himself joined us with the information of Stuart's failure to turn the Federal right, for the reason that he found it securely posted on the Potomac. Upon my expressing surprise at this statement, Jackson replied that he also had been surprised, as he had supposed the Potomac much further away, but he remarked that Stuart had an excellent eye for topography, and it must be as he represented. "It is a great pity," he added, "we should have driven McClellan into the Potomac." That a counterstroke which would have combined a frontal and flank attack would have been the best chance of destroying the Federal army can hardly be questioned. The front so bristled with field artillery, and the ridge beyond the Antietam was so strong in heavier ordnance, that a purely frontal attack, such as Longstreet suggested, was hardly promising. But the dispositions which baffled Stuart were the work of a sound tactician. 30 rifled guns had been assembled in a single battery a mile north of the West Wood, where the Hagerstown Turnpike ascends a commanding ridge, and the broad channel of the Potomac is within 900 yards. Here had rallied such portions of Hooker's Army Corps as had not dispersed, and here Mansfield's 2 divisions had reformed. And although the infantry could hardly have opposed a resolute resistance, the guns were ready to repeat the lesson of Malvern Hill. Against the rifled pieces, the light Confederate smoothbores were practically useless. Stuart's caution was fully justified, and the sun sank on an indecisive battle. The blessed night came and brought with it sleep and forgetfulness and refreshment to many. But the murmur of the night wind, breathing over fields of wheat and clover, was mingled with the groans of the countless sufferers of both armies. Who can tell? Who can even imagine the horrors of such a night, while the unconscious stars shone above and the unconscious river went rippling by? Out of 130,000 men on the ground, 21,000 had been killed or wounded, more than 16%, and 25,000 of the Federals can hardly be said to have been engaged. The losses of the Confederate left have already been enumerated. Those of the center and the right, although A.P. Hill reported only 350 casualties, had hardly been less severe. In all, 9,500 officers and men, 1/4 of the total strength, had fallen, and many of the regiments had almost disappeared. The 17th Virginia, for instance, of Longstreet's command, took into battle 9 officers and 46 men. Of these, 7 officers and 24 men were killed or wounded and 10 taken prisoners, leaving 2 officers and 12 men to represent a regiment which was over 1,000 strong at Bull Run. Yet, as the men sank down to rest on the line of battle, so exhausted that they could not be awakened to eat their rations, as the blood cooled and the tensions on the nerves relaxed, and even the officers, faint with hunger and sickened with the awful slaughter, looked forward with apprehension to the morrow. From one indomitable heart the hope of victory had not yet vanished. In the deep silence of the night, more oppressive than the stunning roar of battle, Lee, still mounted, stood on the high road to the Potomac, and as general after general rode in wearily from the front, he asked quietly of each, "How is it on your part of the line?" Each told the same tale. Their men were worn out, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, there was nothing left but to retreat across the Potomac before daylight. Even Jackson had no other counsel to offer. His report was not the less impressive for his quiet and respectful tone. He had had to contend, he said, against the heaviest odds he had ever met. Many of his divisional and brigade commanders were dead or wounded, and his loss had been severe. Hood, who came next, was quite unmanned. He exclaimed that he had no men left. "Great God!" cried Lee, with the excitement he had not yet displayed. "Where is the splendid division you had this morning?" "They are lying in the field where you sent them," was the reply, "for few have straggled. My division has been almost wiped out." After all had given their opinion, there was an appalling silence, which seemed to last for several minutes, and then General Lee, rising erect in his stirrups, said, "Gentlemen, we will not cross the Potomac tonight. You will go to your respective commands, strengthen your lines, send 2 officers from each brigade towards the ford to collect your stragglers and get them up. Many have come in. I have had the proper steps taken to collect all the men who are in the rear. If McClellan wants to fight in the morning, I will give him battle again. Go." Without a word of remonstrance, the group broke up, leaving their great commander alone with his responsibility. And, says an eyewitness, "If I read their faces aright, there was not one but considered that General Lee was taking a fearful risk." So the soldiers' sleep was undisturbed. Through the September night they lay beside their arms, and from the dark spaces beyond came the groans of the wounded and the nameless odors of the battlefield. Not often had the night looked down upon a scene more terrible. The moon, rising above the mountains, revealed the long lines of men and guns stretching far across hill and valley, waiting for the dawn to shoot each other down, and between the armies their dead lay in such numbers as civilized war had seldom seen. So fearful had been the carnage, and comprised within such narrow limits, that a Federal patrol, it is related, passing into the cornfield, where the fighting had been the fiercest, believed that they had surprised a whole Confederate brigade. There in the shadow of the woods lay the skirmishers, their muskets beside them, and there, in regular ranks, lay the line of battle, sleeping, as it seemed, the profound sleep of utter exhaustion. But the first man that was touched was cold and lifeless, and the next, and the next. It was the bivouac of the dead. September 18. When the day dawned, the Confederate divisions, reinforced by some 5,000 or 6,000 stragglers, held the same position as the previous evening, and over against them, seen dimly through the mist, lay the Federal lines. The skirmishers, crouching behind the shattered fences, confronted each other at short range. The guns of both armies were unlimbered, and the masses of infantry, further to the rear, lay ready for instant conflict. But not a shot was fired. The sun rose higher in the heavens, the warm breath of the autumn morning rustled in the woods, but still the same strange silence prevailed. The men spoke in undertones, watching intently the movements of staff officers and orderlies, but the ranks lay as still as the inanimate forms, half hidden by the trodden corn, which lay so thickly between the lines. And as the hours passed on, without stir or shot, the Southern generals acknowledged that Lee's daring in offering battle was fully justified. The enemy's aggressive strength was evidently exhausted. And then arose the question, could the Confederates attack? It would seem that the possibility of a great counterstroke had already been the subject of debate, and that Lee, despite the failure of the previous evening and Jackson's adverse report, believed that the Federal right might be outflanked and overwhelmed. During the morning, writes General Stephen D. Lee, a courier from headquarters came to my battalion of artillery with a message that the commander-in-chief wished to see me. I followed the courier, and on meeting General Lee, he said, "Colonel Lee, I wish you to go with this courier to General Jackson and say that I sent you to report to him." I replied, "General, shall I take my batteries with me?" He said, "No, just say that I told you to report to him, and he will tell you what he wants." I soon reached General Jackson. He was dismounted, but with few persons round him. He said to me, "Colonel Lee, I wish you to take a ride with me," and we rode to the left of our lines, with but one courier, I think. We soon reached a considerable hill and dismounted. General Jackson then said, "Let us go up this hill, and be careful not to expose yourself, for the Federal sharpshooters are not far off." The hill bore evidence of fierce fight the day before. A battery of artillery had been on it, and there were wrecked caissons, broken wheels, dead bodies, and dead horses around. General Jackson said, "Colonel, I wish you to take your glasses and carefully examine the Federal line of battle." I did so, and saw a remarkably strong line of battle, with more troops than I knew General Lee had. After locating the different batteries, unlimbered and ready for action, and noting the strong skirmish line in front of the dense masses of infantry, I said to him, "General, that's a very strong position, and there is a large force there." He said, "Yes, I wish you to take 50 pieces of artillery and crush that force, which is the Federal right. Can you do it?" I can scarcely describe my feelings as I again took my glasses and made an even more careful examination. I at once saw such an attempt must fail. More than 50 guns were unlimbered and ready for action, strongly supported by dense lines of infantry and strong skirmish lines advantageously posted. The ground was unfavorable for the location of artillery on the Confederate side, for, to be effective, the guns would have to move up close to the Federal lines, and that, too, under fire of both infantry and artillery. I could not bring myself to say all that I felt and knew. I said, "Yes, General, where will I get the 50 guns?" He said, "How many have you?" I replied, "About 12 out of the 30 I carried into the action the day before." My losses had been very great in men, horses, and carriages. He said, "I can furnish you some, and General Lee says he can furnish some." I replied, "Shall I go for the guns?" "No, not yet," he replied. "Colonel Lee, can you crush the Federal right with 50 guns?" I said, "General, I can try. I can do it if anyone can." He replied, "That is not what I asked you, sir. If I give you 50 guns, can you crush the Federal right?" I evaded the question again and again, but he pressed it home. Finally, I said, "General, you seem to be more intent upon my giving you my technical opinion as an artillery officer than upon my going after the guns and making the attempt." "Yes, sir," he replied, "and I want your positive opinion, yes or no." I felt that a great crisis was upon me, and I could not evade it. I again took my glasses and made another examination. I waited a good while, with Jackson watching me intently, I said, "General, it cannot be done with 50 guns and the troops you have here." In an instant he said, "Let us ride back, Colonel." I felt that I had positively shown a lack of nerve, and with considerable emotion begged that I might be allowed to make the attempt, saying, "General, you forced me to say what I did unwillingly. If you give the 50 guns to any other artillery officer, I am ruined for life. I promise you I will fight the guns to the last extremity, if you will only let me command them." Jackson was quiet, seemed sorry for me, and said, "It's all right, Colonel. Everybody knows you're a brave officer and would fight the guns well," or words to that effect. We soon reached the spot from which we started. He said, "Colonel, go to General Lee. Tell him what has occurred since you reported to me. Describe our ride to the hill, your examination of the Federal position, and my conversation about your crushing the Federal right with 50 guns, and my forcing you to give your opinion." With feelings such as I never had before, nor never expect to have again, I returned to General Lee and gave a detailed account of my visit to General Jackson, closing with the account of my being forced to give my opinion as to the possibility of success. I saw a shade come over General Lee's face, and he said, "Colonel, go and join your command." For many years I never fully understood my mission that day or why I was sent to General Jackson. When Jackson's report was published of the battle, I saw that he stated, on the afternoon of September 17, General Lee had ordered him to move to the left with a view of turning the Federal right, but that he found the enemy's numerous artillery so judiciously posted in their front and so near the river as to render such an attempt too hazardous to undertake. I afterwards saw General J.E.B. Stewart's report, in which he says that it was determined, the enemy not attacking, to turn the enemy's right on the 18th. It appears General Lee ordered General Jackson on the evening of the 17th to turn the enemy's right, and Jackson said that it could not be done. It also appears from Stewart's report, and from the incident I relate, that General Lee reiterated the order on the 18th and told Jackson to take 50 guns and crush the Federal right. Jackson, having reported against such attempt on the 17th, no doubt said that if an artillerist, in whom General Lee had confidence, would say that Federal right could be crushed with 50 guns, he would make the attempt. I now have the satisfaction of knowing that my opinion, which I was forced to give on September 18, had already been given by Jackson on the evening of September 17, and that the same opinion was reiterated by him on September 18, and confirmed by General Jeb Stuart on the same day. I still believe that Jackson, Stuart, and myself were right, and that the attempt to turn the Federal right either on the 17th or on the 18th would have been unwise. The incident shows General Lee's decision and boldness in battle, and General Jackson's delicate loyalty to his commanding general in convincing him of the inadvisability of a proposed movement which he felt it would be hazardous to undertake. The Federal left, protected by the Antietam, was practically inaccessible, and on receiving from the artillery officer's lips the confirmation of Jackson's report, Lee was fain to relinquish all hope of breaking McClellan's line. The troops, however, remained in line of battle, but during the day information came in which made retreat imperative. The Federals were being reinforced. Humphreys' division, hitherto held back at Frederick by orders from Washington, had marched over South Mountain. Couch's division, which McClellan had left to observe Harper's Ferry, had been called in, and a large force of militia was assembling on the Pennsylvania border. Before evening, therefore, Lee determined to evacuate his position, and during the night the Army of Northern Virginia, with all its trains and artillery, recrossed the Potomac at Butler's Ford. Such was the respect which the hard fighting of the Confederates had imposed upon the enemy that although the rumbling of heavy vehicles and the tramp of the long columns were so distinctly audible in the Federal lines that they seemed to wakeful ears like the steady flow of a river, not the slightest attempt was made to interfere. It was not till the morning of the 19th that a Federal battalion, reconnoitering towards Sharpsburg, found the ridge and the town deserted, and although Jackson, who was one of the last, except the cavalry scouts, to cross the river, did not reach the Virginia shore till 8 o'clock, not a shot was fired at him. Nor were the trophies gathered by the Federals considerable. Several hundred badly wounded men were found in Sharpsburg, and a number of stragglers were picked up, but neither gun nor wagon had been left upon the field. The retreat, despite many obstacles, was as successfully as skillfully executed. The night was very dark, and a fine rain, which had set in towards evening, soon turned the heavy soil into tenacious mud. The ford was wide and beset with boulders, and the only approach was a narrow lane. But the energetic quartermaster of the Valley Army, Major Harmon, made light of all difficulties, and under the immediate supervision of Lee and Jackson, the crossing was effected without loss or misadventure. September 19. Just before nightfall, however, under cover of a heavy artillery fire, the Federals pushed a force of infantry across the ford, drove back the 2 brigades which, with 30 pieces of artillery, formed the Confederate rearguard, and captured 4 guns. Emboldened by this partial success, McClellan ordered Porter to put 3 brigades of the 5th Army Corps across the river the next morning and reconnoiter towards Winchester. The news of the disaster to his rear guard was long in reaching Lee's headquarters. His army had not yet recovered from the confusion and fatigue of the retreat. The bivouacs of the divisions were several miles from the river and were widely scattered. The generals were ignorant of each other's dispositions. No arrangements had been made to support the rear guard in case of emergency. The greater part of the cavalry had been sent off to Williamsport, 15 miles upstream, with instructions to cross the Potomac and delay the enemy's advance by demonstration. The brigadiers had no orders. Many of the superior generals had not told their subordinates where they would be found, and the commander of the rearguard, General Pendleton, had not been informed of the strength of the infantry placed at his disposal. On the part of the staff, worn out by the toils and anxieties of the past few days, there appears to have been a general failure, and had McClellan, calculating on the chances invariably offered by an enforced retreat, pushed resolutely forward in strong force, success might possibly have followed. End of section 49. Read by Will Caffey, Oregon, December 2022. Section 50 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Chapter 19, Sharpsburg. Part 3 of 3. September 20th. Lee, on receiving Pendleton's report long after midnight, sent off orders for Jackson to drive the enemy back. When the messenger arrived, Jackson had already ridden to the front. He, too, had received news of the capture of the guns, and ordering A.P. Hill and Early, who were encamped near Martinsburg, to march at once to Shepherdstown, he had gone forward to reconnoiter the enemy's movements. When Lee's courier found him, he was on the Shepherdstown road, awaiting the arrival of his divisions, and watching, unattended by a single aide-de-camp, the advance of Porter's infantry. He had at once grasped this situation. The Confederates were in no condition to resist an attack in force. The army was not concentrated. The cavalry was absent. No reconnaissance had been made either of lines of march or of positions. The roads were still blocked by the trains. The men were exhausted by their late exertions and depressed by their retreat, and the straggling was terrible. The only chance of safety lay in driving back the enemy's advanced guard across the river before it could be reinforced, and the chance was seized without an instant's hesitation. The Federals advanced leisurely, for the cavalry which should have led the way had received its orders too late to reach the rendezvous at the appointed hour, and the infantry, compelled to reconnoiter for itself, made slow progress. Porter's leading brigade was consequently not more than 1.5 miles from the river when the Light Division reported to Jackson. Hill was ordered to form his troops in 2 lines, and, with Early in close support, to move at once to the attack. The Federals, confronted by a large force and with no further object than to ascertain the whereabouts of the Confederate army, made no attempt to hold their ground. Their left and center, composed mainly of regulars, withdrew in good order. The right, hampered by broken country, was slow to move, and Hill's soldiers, who had done much at Sharpsburg but with little loss, were confident of victory. The Federal artillery beyond the river included many of their heavy batteries, and when the long lines of the Southerners appeared in the open, they were met by a storm of shells. But without a check, even to close the gaps in the ranks or to give time to the batteries to reply to the enemy's fire, the Light Division pressed forward to the charge. The conflict was short. The Northern regulars had already passed the ford, and only a brigade of volunteers was left on the southern bank. Bringing up his reserve regiment, the Federal general made a vain effort to prolong his front. Hill answered by calling up a brigade from his second line, and then, outnumbered and outflanked, the enemy was driven down the bluffs and across the river. The losses in this affair were comparatively small. The Federals reported 340 killed and wounded, and of this a raw regiment, armed with condemned Enfield rifles, accounted for no less than 240. Hill's casualties were 271. Yet the engagement was not without importance. Jackson's quick action and resolute advance convinced the enemy that the Confederates were still dangerous, and McClellan, disturbed by Stuart's threat against his rear, abandoned all idea of crossing the Potomac in pursuit of Lee. The losses at Sharpsburg may be here recorded. Jones' division, 1,800. The Stonewall Brigade, 250 strong, 88. Taliaferro's brigade, 173. Stark's brigade, 287. Jones's brigade, 152. Total 700, 38%. Ewell's Lawton division, 8,600. Lawton's brigade, 1,150 strong, 567. Early's brigade, 1,200 strong, 194. Trimble's brigade, 700 strong, 237. Hayes' brigade, 650 strong, 336. Total, 1,334, 47%. The Light Division, 3,000. Branch's brigade, 104. Gregg's brigade, 165. Archer's brigade, 105. Pender's brigade, 30. Field's brigade was not engaged. Harper's brigade was at Harper's Ferry. Total, 404. Artillery, estimated 50. Total, 209 officers, 2,488. D.H. Hill's division, 3,500. Rhodes' brigade, 203. Garland's brigade, estimated 300. Anderson's brigade, 302. Ripley's brigade, estimated 300. Colquitt's brigade, estimated 300. Total, 1,405. McLaw's division, 4,500. Kershaw's brigade, 355. Cobb's brigade, 156. Semmes' brigade, 314. Barksdale's brigade, 294. Total, 1,119. D.R. Jones's division, 3,500. Toombs Brigade, estimated 125. Drayton's Brigade, estimated 400. Anderson's Brigade, 87. Garnett's Brigade, 99. Jenkins' Brigade, 210. Kemper's Brigade, estimated 120. Total, 1,041. Walker's Division, 3,500. Walker's Brigade, 825. Ransom's Brigade, 187. Total, 1,012. Hood's Division, 2,000. Law's Brigade, 454. Hood's Brigade, 548. Total, 1,022. Evans' Brigade, 260 strong, 200. R.H. Anderson's Division, 3,500. Featherton's Brigade, 304. Mahone's Brigade, 76. Pryor's Brigade, 182. Armistead's Brigade, 35. Wright's Brigade, 203. Wilcox's Brigade, 221. Total, 1,021. Artillery, Colonel S.D. Lee's Battalion, 85. Washington Artillery, 34. Cavalry, etc., estimated 143. Total, 262. For a grand total, 9,550. Army of the Potomac. First Corps, Hooker, 2,590. Second Corps, Sumner, 5,188. Fifth Corps, Porter, 109. Sixth Corps, Franklin, 439. Ninth Corps, Burnside, 2,349. 12th Corps, Mansfield, 1,746. Cavalry Division, etc., 39. Total, 2,108 killed, 12,410 casualties. With Porter's repulse, the summer campaign of 1862 was closed. Begun on the Chickahominy, within 30 miles of Richmond, it ended on the Potomac, within 70 miles of Washington, and 6 months of continuous fighting had brought both belligerents to the last stage of exhaustion. Falling apart like two great battleships of the older wars, the smoke of battle drifting slowly, hulls rent by round shot and scuppers awash with blood, but with the colors still flying over shattered spars and tangled shrouds, the armies drew off from the tremendous struggle. Neither Confederates nor Federals were capable of further effort. Lee, gathering in his stragglers, left Stuart to cover his front and fell back towards Winchester. McClellan was content with seizing the Maryland Heights at Harper's Ferry, and except the cavalry patrols, not a single Federal soldier was sent across the river. The organization was absolutely imperative. The Army of the Potomac was in no condition to undertake the invasion of Virginia. Not only had the losses in battle been very large, but the supply train, hurriedly got together after Pope's defeat, had broken down. In every arm there was great deficiency of horses. The troops, especially those who had been engaged in the peninsula, were half-clad and badly shod, and above all, the army was very far from sharing McClellan's conviction that Sharpsburg was a brilliant victory. The men in the ranks were not so easily deceived as their commander. McClellan, relying on a return drawn up by General Banks, now in command at Washington, estimated the Confederate army at 97,000 men, and his official reports made frequent mention of Lee's overwhelming strength. The soldiers knew better. They had been close enough to the enemy's lines to learn for themselves how thin was the force which manned them. They were perfectly well aware that they had been held in check by inferior numbers, and that the battle on the Antietam, tactically speaking, was no more a victory for the North than Malvern Hill had been for the South. From dawn to dark on September 18, they had seen the tattered colors and bright bayonets of the Confederates still covering the Sharpsburg Ridge. They had seen the gray line, immovable and defiant, in undisputed possession of the battleground, while their own guns were silent and their own generals reluctant to renew the fight. Both the government and the people expected McClellan to complete his success by attacking Lee in Virginia. The Confederates, it was said, and men based their opinions on McClellan's reports, had been heavily defeated, not only at Antietam but also at South Mountain, and although the Army of the Potomac might be unfit for protracted operations, the condition of the enemy must necessarily be far worse. Such arguments, however, were entirely inapplicable to the situation. The Confederates had not been defeated at all, either at South Mountain or Sharpsburg, and although they had eventually abandoned their positions, they had suffered less than their opponents. The retreat, however, across the Potomac had undoubtedly shaken their morale. In a military point of view, wrote Lee to Davis on September 25th, "The best move, in my opinion, the army could make would be to advance upon Hagerstown and endeavor to defeat the enemy at that point. I would not hesitate to make it even with our diminished numbers did the army exhibit its former temper and condition. But as far as I am able to judge, the hazard would be great and reverse disastrous." But McClellan was not more cheerful. "The army," he said on the 27th, "is not now in a condition to undertake another campaign nor to bring on another battle, unless great advantages are offered by some mistake of the enemy or pressing military exigencies render it necessary." So far from thinking of pursuit, he thought only of the defense of the Potomac, apprehending a renewed attempt to enter Maryland, and by no means overconfident that the two army corps which he had at last sent to Harper's Ferry would be able to maintain their position if attacked. Nor were the soldiers more eager than their commander to cross swords with their formidable enemy. "It would be useless," says General G. H. Gordon, who now commanded the Federal Division, "to deny that at this period there was a despondent feeling in the army." And the special correspondents of the New York newspapers, the World and Tribune, confirm the truth of this statement, but the clearest evidence as to the condition of the troops is furnished in the numerous reports which deal with straggling. The vice had reached a pitch which is almost inconceivable. Thousands and tens of thousands, Federals as well as Confederates, were absent from their commands. "The states of the North," wrote McClellan, "are flooded with deserters and absentees. One corps of this army has 13,000 men present and 15,000 absent. Of this 15,000, 8,000 probably are at work at home." On September 28, General Meade, who had succeeded on the command of Hooker's corps, reported that over 8,000 men, including 250 officers, had quitted the ranks either before or during the Battle of Antietam, adding that "this terrible and serious evil seems to pervade the whole body." The Confederates, although the privations of the troops during the forced marches, their indifferent equipment, and the deficiencies of the commissariat were contributory causes, had almost as much reason to complain. It is said that in the vicinity of Leesburg alone, over 10,000 men were living on the citizens. Jackson's own division, which took into action 1,600 effectives on September 17 and lost 700, had 3,900 present for duty on September 30th. Lawton's division rose from 2,500 to 4,450 during the same period, and the returns showed that the strength of Longstreet's and Jackson's corps was only 37,992 on September 22nd, but 52,019 on October 1st. It is thus evident that in 8 days the army was increased by more than 14,000 men, yet only a few conscripts had been enrolled. Lee's official reports and correspondence allude in the strongest terms to the indiscipline of his army. The absent, he wrote on September 23rd, are scattered broadcast over the land. And in the dispatches of his subordinates are to be found many references to the vagrant tendencies of their commands. A strong provost guard was established at Winchester for the purpose of collecting stragglers. Parties of cavalry were sent out to protect the farms from pillage and to bring in the marauders as prisoners. The most stringent regulations were issued as to the preservation of order on the march, the security of private property, and the proper performance of their duties by regimental and commissariat officers. On September 23rd, General Jones reported from Winchester that the country was full of stragglers, that he had already sent back 5,000 or 6,000, and that the numbers of officers amongst them was astonishing. The most earnest representations were made to the President, suggesting trial of the offenders by a drumhead court-martial, and ordinary police duties became the engrossing occupation of every general officer. It can hardly be said, then, that the Confederates had drawn much profit from the invasion of Maryland. The capture of Harper's Ferry made but small amends for the retreat into Virginia, and the stubborn endurance of Sharpsburg, however remarkable in the annals of war, had served no useful purpose beyond crippling, for the time being, the Federal army. The battle must be classed with Aspern and Talavera. Lee's soldiers saved their honor, but no more. The facts were not to be disguised. The Confederates had missed their mark. Only a few hundred recruits had been raised in Maryland, and there had been no popular outbreak against the Union government. The Union army had escaped defeat. Lincoln had been able to announce to the Northern people that Lee's victorious career had at length been checked, and 12,000 veteran soldiers, the flower of the Southern army, had fallen in battle. Had General Longstreet's advice been taken and the troops withdrawn across the Potomac after the fall of Harper's Ferry, this enormous loss, which the Confederacy could so ill afford, would certainly have been avoided. Yet Lee was not ill-satisfied with the results of the campaign, nor did Jackson doubt the wisdom of accepting battle on the Antietam. The hazard was great, but the stake was greater. To achieve decisive success in war, some risk must be run. It is impossible, said Moltke, to forecast the result of a pitched battle. But this is no reason that pitched battles, if there is a fair prospect of success, should be shirked. And in the Sharpsburg campaign, the Confederates had undoubtedly fair prospects of success. If the lost order had not fallen into McClellan's hands, Lee, in all probability, would have had ample time to select his battlefield and concentrate his army. There would have been no need of forced marches, and consequently much less straggling. Both Lee and Jackson counted on the caution of their opponent. Both were surprised by the unwonted vigor be displayed, especially at South Mountain and in the march to Sharpsburg. Such resolution in action, they were aware, was foreign to his nature. "I cannot understand this move of McClellan's," was Jackson's remark, when it was reported that the Federal general had boldly advanced against the strong position on South Mountain. But neither Lee nor Jackson was aware that McClellan had exact information of their dispositions, and that the carelessness of a Confederate staff officer had done more for the Union than all the Northern scouts and spies in Maryland. Jackson had been disposed to leave a larger margin for accidents than his commander. He would have left Harper's Ferry alone and have fought the Federals in the mountains, and he was probably right, for in the Gettysburg campaign of the following year, when Lee again crossed the Potomac, Harper's Ferry was ignored, although occupied by a strong garrison, and neither in advance nor retreat were the Confederate communications troubled. But as to the wisdom of giving battle on the Antietam after the fall of Harper's Ferry, there was no divergence of opinion between Lee and his lieutenant. They had no reason to respect the Union army as a weapon of offense, and very great reason to believe that McClellan was incapable of wielding it. Their anticipations were well-founded. The Federal attack was badly designed and badly executed. If it be compared with the German attack at Worth, the defects of McClellan, the defects of his subordinates, the want of sound training throughout the whole army became at once apparent. On August 6, 1870, there was certainly early in the day much disjointed fighting, due in great part to the difficulties of the country, the absence of the Crown Prince, and the anxiety of the generals to render each other loyal support. But when once the commander-in-chief appeared upon the field, and assuming direction of the battle infused harmony into the operations, the strength and unity of the attack could hardly have been surpassed. Almost at the same moment 30,000 men were launched against Mahone's front, 25,000 against his right, and 10,000 against his left. Every battalion within the sound of the cannon participated in the forward movement, and numerous batteries, crossing the stream which corresponds with the Antietam, supported the infantry at the closest range. No general hesitated to act on his own responsibility. Everywhere there was cooperation between infantry and artillery, between division and division, between Army Corps and Army Corps, and such cooperation, due to a sound system of command, is the characteristic mark of a well-trained army and a wise leader. At Sharpsburg, on the other hand, there was no combination whatever, and even the Army Corps commanders dared not act without specific orders. There was nothing like the close concert and the aggressive energy which had carried the Southerners to victory at Gaines' Mill and the Second Manassas. The principle of mutual support was utterly ignored. The Army Corps attacked in succession and not simultaneously, and in succession they were defeated. McClellan fought 3 separate battles, from dawn to 10 a.m. against Lee's left, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. against his center, from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. against his right. The subordinate generals, although with a few exceptions, they handled their commands skillfully, showed no initiative, and waited for orders instead of improving the opportunity. Only 2/3 of the army was engaged. 25,000 men hardly fired a shot, and from first to last there was not the slightest attempt at cooperation. McClellan was made aware by his signalers on the Red Hill of every movement that took place in his opponent's lines, and yet he was unable to take advantage of Lee's weakness. He had still to grasp the elementary rule that the combination of superior numbers and of all arms against a single point is necessary to win battles. The Northern infantry, indeed, had not fought like troops who own their own opponents as the better men. Rather, they had displayed an elasticity of spirit unsuspected by their enemies, and the Confederate soldiers, who knew with what fierce courage the attack had been sustained, looked on the Battle of Sharpsburg as the most splendid of their achievements. No small share of the glory fell to Jackson. Since the victory of Cedar Run, his fame, somewhat obscured by Frazier's Farm and Malvern Hill, had increased by leaps and bounds, and the defense of the West Wood was classed with the march to Manassas Junction, the 3 days' battle about Groveton, and the swift seizure of Harper's Ferry. On October 2nd, Lee proposed to the President that the Army of Northern Virginia should be organized in 2 Army Corps, for the command of which he recommended Longstreet and Jackson. "My opinion," wrote Lee, "of General Jackson has been greatly enhanced during this expedition. He is true, honest, and brave, has a single eye to the good of the service, and spares no exertion to accomplish his object." On October 11th, Jackson received his promotion as lieutenant general, and was appointed to the 2nd Army Corps, consisting at that date of his own division, the Light Division, Ewell's, and D.H. Hill's, together with Colonel Brown's battalion of artillery, a force of 1,917 officers, 25,000 men, and 126 guns. Jackson does not appear to have been unduly elated by his promotion. For 2 days after his appointment, he wrote to his wife that there was no position in the world equal to that of a minister of the gospel, and his letter was principally concerned with the lessons he had learned from the sermon of the previous Sunday. The soldiers of the 2nd Army Corps, however, did not allow him to forget his greatness. In their bivouacs by the clear waters of the Opequon, with abundance of supplies and with ample leisure for recuperation, the troops rapidly regained their strength and spirit. The reaction found vent in the most extravagant gaiety. No circumstance that promised entertainment was permitted to pass without attention, and the jest started at the expense of some unfortunate wight, conspicuous for peculiarity of dress or demeanor, was taken up by 100 voices. None were spared. A trim staff officer was horrified at the irreverent reception of his nicely twisted mustache. He had heard from behind innumerable trees, "Take them mice out your mouth. Take 'em out. No use to say they ain't there. See their tails hanging out." Another, sporting immense whiskers, was urged to "come out of that bunch of hair. I know you're in there. I see your ears a working." So the soldiers chaffed the dandies, and the camp rang with laughter. Fun and frolic were always in the air, and the fierce fighters of Sharpsburg behaved like schoolboys on a holiday. But when the general rode by, the men remembered the victories they had won and to whom they owed them, the hardships they had endured and who had shared them, and the appearance of Little Sorrel was the sure precursor of a scene of the wildest enthusiasm. The horse soon learned what the cheers implied, and directly they began, he would break into a gallop as if to carry his rider as quickly as possible through the embarrassing ordeal. But the soldiers were not to be deterred by their commander's modesty, and whenever he was compelled to pass through the bivouacs, the same tribute was so invariably offered that the sound of a distant cheer rolling down the lines of the Second Army Corps always evoked the exclamation, "Boys, look out! Here comes old Stonewall or an old hare." And these being the only individuals, writes one of Jackson's soldiers, who never failed to bring down the whole house. Nothing could express more clearly the loyalty of the soldiers to their general than this quaint estimate of his popularity. The Anglo-Saxon is averse to the unrestrained display of personal affection, and when his natural reluctance is overborne by irrepressible emotion, he attempts to hide it by a jest. So Jackson's veterans laughed at his peculiarities, in his dingy uniform, his battered cap, his respect for clergymen, his punctilious courtesy, and his blushes. They delighted in the phrase, when a distant yell was heard, "Here's old Jack," or a rabbit. They delighted more in his confusion when he galloped through the shouting camp. "Here he comes," they said. "We'll make him take his hat off." They invented strange fables, of which he was the hero. "Stonewall died," ran one of the most popular, "and 2 angels came down from heaven to take him back with them. They went to his tent, he was not there. They went to the hospital, he was not there. They went to the outposts, he was not there. They went to the prayer meeting, he was not there, so they had to return without him. But when they reported that he had disappeared, they found that he had made a flank march and reached heaven before them." Another was to the effect that whereas Moses took 40 years to get children of Israel through the wilderness, old Jack would have double-quicked them through in 3 days on half rations. But, nevertheless, beneath this affection of hilarity lay a deep and passionate devotion. The 2 incidents which occurred at this time show the extent of this feeling, and at least one reason for its existence. On October 8th, writes Major Heros de Borck, Adjutant General of the Cavalry Division, "I was honored with the pleasing mission of presenting to Stonewall, as a slight token of Stuart's high regard, a new uniform coat which had just arrived from the hands of a Richmond tailor. Starting at once, I reached the simple tent of our great general just in time for dinner. I found him in his old weather-stained coat, from which all the buttons had been clipped by the fair hands of patriotic ladies, and which, from exposure to sun, rain, and powder smoke, and by reason of many rents and patches, was in a very unseemly condition. When I had dispatched more important matters, I produced General Stuart's present in all its magnificence of gilt and buttons, and sheeny facings, and gold lace, and I was heartily amused at the modest confusion with which the hero of many battles regarded the fine uniform, scarcely daring to touch it, and at the quiet way in which at last he folded it up carefully and deposited it in his portmanteau, saying to me, "Give Stewart my best thanks, Major. The coat is much too handsome for me, but I shall take the best care of it, and shall prize it highly as a souvenir. And now let us have some dinner." But I protested emphatically against the summary disposition of the matter of the coat, deeming my mission indeed but half executed, and remarked that Stewart would certainly ask how the coat fitted, and that I should take it as a personal favor if he would put it on. To this, with a smile, he readily assented, and having donned the garment, he escorted me outside the tent to the table where dinner had been served in the open air. The whole of the staff were in a perfect ecstasy at their chief's brilliant appearance, and the old negro servant, who was bearing the roast turkey to the board, stopped in mid-career with a most bewildered expression, and gazed in such wonderment at his master as if he had been transfigured before him. Meanwhile, the rumor of the change ran like electricity through the neighboring camps. The soldiers came running by hundreds to the spot, desirous of seeing their beloved Stonewall in his new attire, and the first wearing of a new robe by Louis XIV, at whose morning toilette all the world was accustomed to assemble, never created half the excitement at Versailles that was aroused in the woods of Virginia by the investment of Jackson in the new regulation uniform. The second incident is less amusing, but was not less appreciated by the rank and file. Riding one morning near Front Royal, accompanied by his staff, Jackson was stopped by a countrywoman with a chubby child on either side, who inquired anxiously for her son Johnny, serving, she said, in Captain Jackson's company. The general, with a deferential courtesy he never laid aside, introduced himself as her son's commanding officer, but begged for further information as to his regiment. The good dame, however, whose interest in the war centered on one individual, appeared astonished that Captain Jackson did not know her particular Johnny, and repeated her inquiries with such tearful emphasis that the young staff officers began to smile. Unfortunately for themselves, Jackson heard a titter, and turning on them with a scathing rebuke for their want of manners, he sent them off in different directions to discover Johnny, giving them no rest until mother and son were brought together. But if the soldiers loved Jackson for his simplicity and respected him for his honesty, beyond and above was the sense of his strength and power, of his indomitable will, of the inflexibility of his justice, and of the unmeasured resources of his vigorous intellect. It is curious, even after the long lapse of years, to hear his veterans speak of their commander. Laughter mingles with tears. Each has some droll anecdote to relate, each some instance of thoughtful sympathy or kindly deed. But it is still plain to be seen how they feared his displeasure, how hard they found his discipline, how conscious they were of their own mental inferiority. The mighty phantom of their lost leader still dominates their thoughts, just as in the battles of the Confederacy his earthly presentment dominated the will of the Second Army Corps. In the campaign which had driven the invaders from Virginia and carried the Confederate colors to within sight of Washington, his men had found their master. They had forgotten how to criticize. His generals had learned to trust him. Success and adulation had not indeed made him more expansive. He was as reticent as ever, and his troops, the foot cavalry, as they were now called, were still marched to and fro without knowing why or whither. But men and officers, instead of grumbling when they were roused at untimely hours, or when their marches were prolonged without apparent necessity, obeyed with alacrity, and amused themselves by wondering what new surprise the general was preparing. "Where are you going?" they were asked as they were turned out for an unexpected march. "We don't know, but old Jack does," was the laughing reply, and they had learned something of his methods. They had discovered the value of time, of activity, of mystery, of resolution. They discussed his stratagems, gradually evolving, for they were by no means apparent at the time. the object and aim of his maneuvers, and the stirring verses sung round every campfire show that the soldiers not only grasped his principles of warfare, but that they knew right well to whom their victories were to be attributed. Stonewall Jackson's Way. Come, stack arms, men, pile on the rails, stir up the campfires bright. No matter if the canteen fails, we'll make a roaring night. Here Shenandoah brawls along, there lofty Blue Ridge echoes strong to swell the brigade's roaring song of Stonewall Jackson's way. We see him now, the old slouched hat, cocked o'er his eye askew, the shrewd dry smile, the speech so pat, so calm, so blunt, so true. The blue light elder knows them well. Says he, that's Banks, he's fond of shell. Lord save his soul, we'll give them... Well, that's Stonewall Jackson's way. Silence, ground arms. Kneel all, caps off. Old Blue Light's going to pray. Strangle the fool that dares to scoff. Attention, it's his way. Appealing from his native sod, in forma pauperis to God, lay bare thine arm. Stretch forth thy rod. Amen. That's Stonewall's way. He's in the saddle now, fall in. Steady, the whole brigade. Hill's at the ford, cut off. We'll win his way out, ball and blade. What matter if our shoes are worn? What matter if our feet are torn? Quick step, we're with him before morn. That's Stonewall Jackson's way. The sun's bright lances rout the mists of morning, and by George, there's Longstreet struggling in the lists, hemmed in by an ugly gorge. Pope and his columns whipped before, bayonets and grape, hear Stonewall roar. Charge, Stuart, pay off Ashby's score. That's Stonewall Jackson's way. Ah, maiden, wait and watch and yearn for news of Stonewall's band. Ah, widow, read with eyes that burn the ring upon thy hand. Ah, wife, sow on, pray on, hope on, thy life shall not be all forlorn. The foe had better ne'er been born that gets in Stonewall's way. End of section 50. Read by Will Caffey, Oregon, December 2022.
Section 51 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Johnson. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Chapter 20, Fredericksburg, Part 1. 1862, October. While the Army of Northern Virginia was resting in the valley, McClellan was preparing for a winter campaign. He was unable, however, to keep pace with the impatience of the Northern people. Not only was he determined to postpone all movement until his army was properly equipped, his ranks recruited, his cavalry remounted, and his administrative services reorganized, but the military authorities at Washington were very slow in meeting his demands. Notwithstanding, then, the orders of the President, the remonstrances of Halleck, and the clamor of the press, for more than 5 weeks after the battle of Sharpsburg, he remained inactive on the Potomac. It may be that in the interests of the army, he was perfectly right in resisting the pressure brought to bear upon him. He was certainly the best judge of the temper of his troops, and could estimate more exactly than either Lincoln or Halleck the chances of success if he were to encounter Lee's veterans on their native soil. However this may be, his inaction was not in accordance with the demands of the political situation. The President, immediately the Confederates retired from Maryland, had taken a step which changed the character of the war. Hitherto the Northerners had fought for the restoration of the Union on the basis of the Constitution, as interpreted by themselves. Now, after 18 months of conflict, the Constitution was deliberately violated. For the clause which forbade all interference with the domestic institutions of the several states, a declaration that slavery should no longer exist within the boundaries of the Republic was substituted, and the armies of the Union were called upon to fight for the freedom of the Negro. In the condition of political parties, this measure was daring, It was not approved by the Democrats, and many of the soldiers were Democrats, or by those, and they were not a few, who believed that compromise was the surest means of restoring peace, or by those, and they were numerous, who thought the dissolution of the Union a smaller evil than the continuance of the war. The opposition was very strong, and there was but one means of reconciling it: vigorous action on the part of the army, the immediate invasion of Virginia, and a decisive victory. Delay would expose the framers of the measure to the imputation of having promised more than they could perform, of wantonly tampering with the Constitution, and of widening the breach between North and South beyond all hope of healing. In consequence, therefore, of McClellan's refusal to move forward, the friction between the Federal government and their general-in-chief, which, so long as Lee remained in Maryland, had been allayed, once more asserted its baneful influence, and the aggressive attitude of the Confederates did not serve to make matters smoother. Although the greater part of October was for the Army of Northern Virginia a period of unusual leisure, the troops were not altogether idle. As soon as the stragglers had been brought in, and the ranks of the divisions once more presented a respectable appearance, various enterprises were undertaken. The Second Army Corps was entrusted with the destruction of the Baltimore and Ohio Railway, a duty carried out by Jackson with characteristic thoroughness. The line from Harper's Ferry to Winchester, as well as that from Manassas Junction to Strasburg, were also torn up, and the spoils of the late campaign were sent south to Richmond and Staunton. These preparations for defensive warfare were not, however, so immediately embarrassing to the enemy as the action of the cavalry. Stuart's 3 brigades, after the affair at Butler's Ford, picketed the line of the Potomac from the North Mountain to the Shenandoah, a distance of 40 miles. Hampton's brigade at Hedgesville, Fitzhugh Lee's at Shepherdstown, Munford's at Charlestown, and headquarters near Leetown. On October 8, General Lee, suspecting that McClellan was meditating some movement, ordered the cavalry to cross the Potomac and reconnoiter. October 9th. Selecting 600 men from each of his brigades, with General Hampton, Colonels W.H.F. Lee, and W.E. Jones in command, and accompanied by 4 horse artillery guns, Stuart rendezvoused on the night of the 9th at Darksville. As the day dawned, he crossed the Potomac at McCoy's Ford, drove in the Federal pickets, and broke up a signal station near Fairview. October 10. Marching due north, he reached Mercersburg at noon and Chambersburg, 46 miles from Darksville, at 7 p.m. on October 10. Chambersburg, although a Federal supply depot of some importance, was without a garrison, and here 275 sick and wounded were paroled, 500 horses requisitioned, the wires cut, and the railroad obstructed, while the machine shops, several trains of loaded cars, and a large quantity of small arms, ammunition, and clothing was destroyed. October 11. At 9 the next morning the force marched in the direction of Gettysburg, moving around the Federal rear. Then, crossing the mountains, it turned south through Emmitsburg, past the Monocacy near Frederick, and after a march of 90 miles since leaving Chambersburg, reached Hyattstown at daylight on the 12th. October 12. Here, on the road which formed McClellan's line of communication with Washington, a few wagons were captured, and information came to hand that 4,000 or 5,000 Federal troops were near Poolesville, guarding the fords across the Potomac. Moving at a trot through the woods, the column, leaving Poolesville 2 or 3 miles to the left, made for the mouth of the Monocacy. About 1.5 miles from that river, an advanced guard of hostile cavalry, moving eastward, was encountered and driven in. Colonel Lee's men were dismounted, a gun was brought into action, and under cover of this screen, posted on a high crest, the main body made a dash for White's Ford. The point of passage, although guarded by about 100 Federal riflemen, was quickly seized, and Stuart's whole force, together with the captured horses, had completed the crossing before the enemy, advancing in large force from the Monocacy, was in a position to interfere. This brilliantly conducted expedition was as fruitful of results as the ride round McClellan's army in the previous June. The information obtained was most important. Lee, besides being furnished with a sufficiently full report of the Federal dispositions, learned that no part of McClellan's army had been detached to Washington, but that it was being reinforced from that quarter, and that therefore no oversea expedition against Richmond was to be apprehended. Several hundred fine horses from the farms of Pennsylvania furnished excellent remounts for the Confederate troopers. Prominent officials were brought in as hostages for the safety of the Virginia citizens who had been thrown into Northern prisons. Only a few scouts were captured by the enemy, and not a man was killed. The distance marched by Stuart from Darksville to White's Ford was 126 miles, of which the last 80 were covered without halt. Crossing the Potomac at McCoy's Ford at 6 a.m. on October 10, he had recrossed it at White's Ford between 1 and 2 p.m. on October 12. He was thus for 56 hours inside the enemy's lines, and during the greater part of his march within 30 miles of McClellan's headquarters near Harper's Ferry. It is often the case in war that a well-planned and boldly executed enterprise has a far greater effect than could possibly have been anticipated. Neither Lee nor Stuart looked for larger results from this raid than a certain amount of plunder and a good deal of intelligence. But skill and daring were crowned with more ample reward than the attainment of the immediate object. In the first place, the expedition, although there was little fighting, was most destructive to the Federal cavalry. McClellan had done all in his power to arrest the raiders. Directly the news came in that they had crossed the Potomac, troops were sent in every direction to cut off their retreat. Yet so eminently judicious were Stuart's precautions, so intelligent the Maryland soldiers who acted as his guides, and so rapid his movements, that although constant reports were received by the Federal generals as to the progress and direction of his column, the information came always too late to serve any practical purpose, and his pursuers were never in time to bar his march. General Pleasonton, with such cavalry as could be spared from the picket line, marched 78 miles in 24 hours, and General Averill's brigade quartered on the upper Potomac 200 miles in 4 days. The severity of the marches told heavily on these commands, already worn out by hard work on the outposts, and so many of the horses broke down that a period of repose was absolutely necessary to refit them for the field. Until his cavalry should have recovered, it was impossible for McClellan to invade Virginia. In the second place, neither the Northern government nor the Northern people could forget that this was the second time that McClellan had allowed Stuart to ride at will round the Army of the Potomac. Public confidence in the general-in-chief was greatly shaken, and a handle was given to his opponents in the ranks of the abolitionists, who, because he was a Democrat and had much influence with the army, were already clamoring for his removal. October 26. The respite which Stuart had gained for Virginia was not, however, of long duration. On October 26, McClellan, having ascertained by means of a strong reconnaissance in force that the Confederate army was still in the vicinity of Winchester, commenced the passage of the Potomac. The principal point of crossing was near Berlin, and so soon as it became evident that the Federal line of operations lay east of the Blue Ridge, Lee ordered Longstreet to Culpeper Court House. Jackson, taking post on the road between Berryville and Charlestown, was to remain in the valley. On November 7 the situation was as follows: Army of the Potomac, 1st Corps, Warrenton; 2nd Corps, Rectortown; 3rd Corps, between Manassas Junction and Warrenton; 5th Corps, White Plains; 9th Corps, Waterloo; 11th Corps, New Baltimore; Cavalry Division, Rappahannock Station in Sperryville; line of supply, Orange and Alexandria and Manassas Railways; 12th Corps, Harper's Ferry and Sharpsburg. Army of Northern Virginia, 1st Corps, Culpeper Court House; 2nd Corps, Headquarters Millwood; Cavalry Division, Hampton's and Fitzhugh Lee's brigades on the Rappahannock, Munford's brigade with Jackson. Lines of supply: Staunton to Strasburg, Staunton to Culpeper Courthouse, Richmond to Gordonsville. November 7th. On this date the Sixth Corps of the Army of the Potomac, which were assembled between the Bull Run Mountains and the Blue Ridge, numbered 125,000 officers and men present for duty, together with 320 guns. The returns of the Army of Northern Virginia gave the following strength: First Army Corps, 31,939, guns 112, 54 short-range smoothbores. Second Army Corps, 31,794, guns 123, 53 short-range smoothbores. Cavalry Division, 7,176, guns 4. Reserve Artillery, 900, guns 36, 20 short-range smoothbores. Total men, 71,809. Total guns, 275. The Confederates were not only heavily outnumbered by the force immediately before them, but along the Potomac from Washington westward was a second hostile army, not indeed so large as that commanded by McClellan, but larger by several thousands than that commanded by Lee. The Northern capital held a garrison of 80,000. At Harper's Ferry were 10,000. In the neighborhood of Sharpsburg over 4,000. Along the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad 8,000. Thus the total strength of the Federals exceeded 225,000 men. Yet in face of this enormous host, and with Richmond only weakly garrisoned behind him, Lee had actually separated his two wings by an interval of 60 miles. He was evidently playing his old game, dividing his army with a view to a junction on the field of battle. Lincoln, in a letter of advice with which he had favored McClellan a few days previously, had urged the importance of making Lee's line of supply the first objective of the invading army. An advance east of the Blue Ridge, he said, would at once menace the enemy's line of communications and compel him to keep his forces together. And if Lee, disregarding this menace, were to cut in between the Army of the Potomac and Washington, McClellan would have nothing to do but to attack him in the rear. He suggested, moreover, that by hard marching it might be possible for McClellan to reach Richmond first. The Confederate line of communications, so the President believed, ran from Richmond to Culpeper Courthouse, and McClellan's advanced guards on November 7th were within 20 miles of that point. Lee, however, had altogether failed to respond to Mr. Lincoln's strategical pronouncements. Instead of concentrating his forces, he had dispersed them, and instead of fearing for his own communications, he had placed Jackson in a position to interfere very seriously with those of his enemy. Mr. Lincoln's letter to McClellan shows that the lessons of the war had not been altogether lost upon him. Generals Banks and Pope, with some stimulus from Stonewall Jackson, had taught him what an important part is played by lines of supply. He had mastered the strategical truism that an enemy's communications are his weakest point. But there were other considerations which had not come home to him. He had overlooked the possibility that Lee might threaten McClellan's communications before McClellan could threaten his. And he had yet to learn that an army operating in its own country, if proper forethought be exercised, can establish an alternative line of supply and provide itself with a double base, thus gaining a freedom of action of which an invader bound, unless he has command of the sea, to a single line is generally deprived. The President appears to have thought that, if Lee were cut off from Richmond, the Army of Northern Virginia would be reduced to starvation and become absolutely powerless. It never entered his head that the astute commander of that army had already, in anticipation of the very movement which McClellan was now making, established a second base at Staunton, and that his line of supply, in case of necessity, would not run over the open country between Richmond and Gordonsville, but from Staunton to Culpeper, behind the ramparts of the Blue Ridge. Lee, in fact, accepted with equanimity the possibility of the Federals intervening between himself and Richmond. He had already, in the campaign against Pope, extricated himself from such a situation by a bold stroke against his enemy's communications, and the natural fastness of the valley, amply provided with food and forage, afforded facilities for such a maneuver which had been altogether absent before the Second Manassas. Nor was he of Mr. Lincoln's opinion that if the Army of Northern Virginia cut in between Washington and McClellan, it would be a simple operation for the latter to about face and attack the Confederates in the rear. He knew, and Mr. Lincoln, if he had studied Pope's campaign, should have known it too, that the operation of countermarching, if the line of communication has been cut, is not only apt to produce great confusion and great suffering, but has the very worst effect on the morale of the troops. But Lee had that practical experience which Mr. Lincoln lacked, and without which it is but waste of words to dogmatize on strategy. He was well aware that a large army is a cumbrous machine, not readily deflected from the original direction of the line of march, and more than all, he had that intimate acquaintance with the soldier in the ranks, that knowledge of the human factor, without which no military problem, whether of strategy, tactics, or organization, can be satisfactorily solved. McClellan's task, therefore, so long as he had to depend for his supplies on a single line of railway, was not quite so simple as Mr. Lincoln imagined. Nevertheless, on November 7th, Lee decided to unite his army. As soon as the enemy advanced from Warrenton, Jackson was to ascend the valley, and crossing the Blue Ridge at Fisher's Gap, join hands with Longstreet, who would retire from Madison Courthouse to the vicinity of Gordonsville. The Confederates would then be concentrated on McClellan's right flank should he march on Richmond, ready to take advantage of any opportunity for attack, or, if attack were considered too hazardous, to threaten his communications and compel him to fall back to the Potomac. The proposed concentration, however, was not immediately carried out. In the first place, the Federal advance came to a sudden standstill, and in the second place, Jackson was unwilling to abandon his post of vantage behind the Blue Ridge. It needed hardly be said that the policy of maneuvering instead of entrenching, of aiming at the enemy's flank and rear instead of barring his advance directly, was in full agreement with his views of war, and it appears that about this date he had submitted proposals for a movement against the Federal communications. It would be interesting indeed to have the details of his design, but Jackson's letter book for this period has unfortunately disappeared, nor did he communicate his ideas to any of his staff. Letters from Lee, however, indicate that the maneuver proposed was of the same character as that which brought Pope in such hot haste from the Rappahannock to Bull Run, and that it was Jackson's suggestion which caused the commander-in-chief to reconsider his determination of uniting his army. "As long as General Jackson," wrote Lee to the Secretary of War on November 10, "can operate with safety and secure his retirement west of the Massanutten Mountains, I think it advantageous that he should be in a position to threaten the enemy's flank and rear, and thus prevent his advance southward on the east side of the Blue Ridge. General Jackson has been directed accordingly, and should the enemy descend into the valley, General Longstreet will attack his rear and cut off his communications. The enemy apparently is so strong in numbers that I think it preferable to baffle his designs by maneuvering, rather than resist his advance by main force. To accomplish the latter without too great a risk and loss would require more than double our present numbers." His letter to Jackson, dated November 9, ran as follows: "The enemy seems to be massing his troops along the Manassas Railroad in the vicinity of Piedmont, which gives him great facilities for bringing up supplies from Alexandria. It has occurred to me that his object may be to seize upon Sharpsburg with his main force, to intercept your ascent of the valley. This would oblige you to cross into the Lost River Valley, or west of it, unless you could force a passage through the Blue Ridge. Hence my anxiety for your safety. If you can prevent such a movement of the enemy, and operate strongly on his flank and rear through the gaps of the Blue Ridge, you would certainly, in my opinion, effect the object you propose. A demonstration of crossing into Maryland would serve the same purpose, and might call him back to the Potomac. As my object is to retard and baffle his designs, if it can be accomplished by maneuvering your corps as you propose, it will serve my purpose as well as if effected in any other way. With this understanding, you can use your discretion, which I know I can rely upon, in remaining or advancing up the valley. Keep me advised of your movements and intentions, and you must keep always in view the probability of an attack upon Richmond from either north or south, when a concentration of force will become necessary. Jackson's plan, however, was not destined to be tried. McClellan had issued orders for the concentration of his army at Warrenton. His troops had never been in better condition. They were in good spirits, well supplied, and admirably equipped. Owing to the activity of his cavalry, coupled with the fact that the Confederate horses were at this time attacked by a disease which affected both tongue and hoof, his information was more accurate than usual. He knew that Longstreet was at Culpeper and Jackson in the valley. He saw the possibility of separating the two wings of the enemy's forces, and of either defeating Longstreet or forcing him to fall back to Gordonsville, and he had determined to make the attempt. On the night of November 7th, however, at the very moment when his army was concentrating for an advance against Longstreet, McClellan was ordered to hand over his command to General Burnside. Lincoln had yielded to the insistence of McClellan's political opponents, to the rancor of Stanton, and the jealousy of Halleck. But in sacrificing the general who had saved the Union at Sharpsburg, he sacrificed the lives of many thousands of his soldiers. A darker day than even the Second Manassas was in store for the Army of the Potomac. McClellan was not a general of the first order, but he was the only officer in the United States who had experience of handling large masses of troops, and he was improving every day. Stuart had taught him the use of cavalry, and Lee the value of the initiative. He was by no means deficient in resolution, as his march with an army of recently defeated men against Lee in Maryland conclusively proves. And although he had never won a decisive victory, he possessed, to a degree which was never attained by any of his successors, the confidence and affection of his troops. But deplorable as was the weakness which sanctioned his removal on the eve of a decisive maneuver, the blunder which put Burnside in his place was even more so. The latter appears to have been the protégé of a small political faction. He had many good qualities. He was a firm friend, modest, generous, and energetic. But he was so far from being distinguished for military ability that in the Army of the Potomac it was very strongly questioned whether he was fit to command any army corps. His conduct at Sharpsburg, where he had been entrusted with the attack on the Confederate right, had been the subject of the severest criticism, and by not a few of his colleagues he was considered directly responsible for the want of combination which had marred McClellan's plan of attack. More than once Mr. Lincoln infringed his own famous aphorism, "Never swap horses when crossing a stream." But when he transferred the destinies of the Army of the Potomac from McClellan to Burnside, he did more. He selected the weakest of his team of generals to bear the burden. At the same time that McClellan was superseded, General Fitz-John Porter, the gallant soldier of Gaines' Mill and Malvern Hill, probably the best officer in the Army of the Potomac, was ordered to resign command of the Fifth Army Corps and to appear before a court-martial on charges of incompetency and neglect of duty at the Second Manassas. The fact that those charges were preferred by Pope and that Porter had been allowed to retain his command through the campaign in Maryland were hardly calculated to inspire the army with confidence in either the wisdom or the justice of its rulers, and it was the general opinion that his intimate friendship with McClellan had more to say to his trial than his alleged incompetency. Burnside commenced his career by renouncing the enterprise which McClellan had contemplated. Longstreet was left unmolested at Culpeper, and in order to free the communications from Jackson, the Federal army was marched eastward along the Rappahannock to Falmouth, a new line of supply being established between that village and Aquia Creek, the port on the Potomac, 6 hours' sail from Washington. Lee had already foreseen that Jackson's presence in the valley might induce the Federals to change their line of operations. Fredericksburg, on the south side of the Rappahannock, and the terminus of the Richmond and Potomac Railroad, had consequently been garrisoned by an infantry regiment and a battery, while 3 regiments of cavalry patrolled the river. This force, however, was not posted on the Rappahannock with a view of retarding the enemy's advance, but merely for observation. Lee, at this date, had no intention of concentrating at Fredericksburg. The Federals, if they acted with resolution, could readily forestall him, and the line of the North Anna, a small but difficult stream, 36 miles south, offered peculiar advantages to the defense. End of section 51. Section 52 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Johnson. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Fredericksburg, Part 2. November 17. The Federal march was rapid. On November 15th, the Army of the Potomac left Warrenton, and the advanced guard reached Falmouth on the afternoon of the 17th. General Sumner, in command, observing the weakness of the Confederate garrison, requested permission from Burnside to cross the Rappahannock and establish himself on the further bank. Although 2 army corps were at hand and the remainder were rapidly closing up, Burnside refused, for the bridges had been broken, and he was unwilling to expose part of his forces on the right bank, with no means of retreat except a difficult and uncertain ford. The same day, part of Longstreet's corps and a brigade of cavalry were sent to Fredericksburg, and on the 19th, Lee, finding that the Federals had left Warrenton, ordered Longstreet to concentrate his whole force at Fredericksburg, and summoned Jackson from the valley to Orange Courthouse. Jackson, meanwhile, had moved to Winchester, probably with the design of threatening the enemy's garrisons on the Potomac, and this unexpected movement had caused much perturbation in the North. Pennsylvania and Maryland expected nothing less than instant invasion. The merchant feared for his strong-box, the farmer for his herds. Plate was once more packed up, railway presidents demanded further protection for their lines, generals begged for reinforcements, and, according to the Times correspondent, it was the universal belief that Stonewall Jackson was ready to pounce upon Washington from the Shenandoah, and to capture presidents, secretaries, and all. But before apprehension increased to panic, before Mr. Lincoln had become infected by the prevailing uneasiness, the departure of the Confederates from the valley brought relief to the affrighted citizens. On November 22, Jackson bade farewell to Winchester. His headquarters were not more than 100 yards from Dr. Graham's manse, and he spent his last evening with his old friends. "He was in fine health and fine spirits," wrote the minister's wife to Mrs. Jackson. "The children begged to be permitted to sit up to see General Jackson, and he really seemed overjoyed to see them, played with them and fondled them, and they were equally pleased. I have no doubt it was a great recreation to him. He seemed to be living over last winter again, and talked a great deal about the hope of getting back to spend this winter with us in the old room, which I told him I was keeping for you and him. He certainly has had adulation enough to spoil him, but it seems not to affect or harm him at all. He is the same humble, dependent Christian, desiring to give God all the glory, looking to him alone for a blessing, and not thinking of himself." So it was with no presage that this was the last time he would look upon the scenes he loved that Jackson moved southward by the Valley Turnpike. Past Kernstown his columns swept, past Middletown and Strasburg, and all the well-remembered fields of former triumphs, until the peaks of the Massanuttons threw their shadows across the highway, and the mighty bulk of the noble mountains, draped in the gold and crimson of the autumn, once more re-echoed to the tramp of his swift-footed veterans. Turning east at New Market, he struck upwards by the familiar road, and then, descending the narrow pass, he forded the Shenandoah, and crossing the Luray Valley, vanished in the forests of the Blue Ridge. Through the dark pines of Fisher's Gap he led his soldiers down to the Virginia plains, and the rivers and the mountains knew him no more until their dead returned to them. On the 26th the Second Army Corps was at Madison Court House. November 27. The next day it was concentrated at Orange Court House, 36 miles from Fredericksburg. In 8 days, 2 being given to rest, the troops had marched 120 miles, and with scarce a straggler, for the stern measures which had been taken to put discipline on a firmer basis, and to make the regimental officers do their duty, had already produced a salutary effect. On Jackson's arrival at Orange Court House, he found the situation unchanged. Burnside, notwithstanding that heavy snowstorms and sharp frosts betokened the approach of winter, the season of impassable roads and swollen rivers, was still encamped near Falmouth. The difficulty of establishing a new base of supplies at Aquia Creek, and some delay on the part of the Washington authorities in furnishing him with a pontoon train, had kept him idle. But he had not relinquished his design of marching upon Richmond. His quiescence, however, together with the wishes of the President, had induced General Lee to change his plans. The Army of Northern Virginia, 78,500 strong, although in order to induce the Federals to attack it was not yet closely concentrated, was ready to oppose in full force the passage of the Rappahannock, and all thought of retiring to the North Anna had been abandoned. November 29. On November 29, therefore, Jackson was ordered forward, and while the First Army Corps occupied a strong position in rear of Fredericksburg, with an advanced detachment in the town, the Second was told off to protect the lower reaches of the Rappahannock. Ewell's division, still commanded by Early, was posted at Skinker's Neck, 12 miles southeast of Fredericksburg, a spot which afforded many facilities for crossing. D.H. Hill's, at Port Royal, already menaced by Federal gunboats, 6 miles further downstream. A.P. Hill's and Taliaferro's, Jackson's own, at Yerby's House and Guiney's Station, 5 and 9 miles respectively from Longstreet's right. And Stuart, whose division was now increased to 4 brigades, watched both front and flanks. The Rappahannock was undoubtedly a formidable obstacle. Navigable for small vessels as far as Fredericksburg, the head of the tidewater, it is 200 yards wide in the neighborhood of the city, and it increases in width and depth as it flows seaward. But above Falmouth there are several easy fords. The river banks, except near Fredericksburg, are clad with forest, hiding the movements of troops, and from Falmouth downward the left bank, under the name of the Stafford Heights, so completely commands the right that it was manifestly impossible for the Confederates to prevent the enemy, furnished with a far superior artillery, from making good the passage of the stream. A mile west of Fredericksburg, however, extending from Beck's Island to the heights beyond the Massaponax Creek, runs a long low ridge broken by ravines and partially covered with timber, which with some slight aid from axe and spade could be rendered an exceedingly strong position. Longstreet, who occupied this ridge, had been ordered to entrench himself. Gun pits had been dug on the bare crest, named Mary's Hill, which immediately faces Fredericksburg. A few shelter trenches had been thrown up, natural defenses improved, and some slight breastworks and abattis constructed out of the outskirts of the woods. These works were at extreme range from the Stafford Heights, and the field of fire, extending as far as the river, a distance varying from 1,500 to 3,000 yards, needed no clearing. Over such ground a frontal attack, even if made by superior numbers, had little chance of success. But notwithstanding its manifest advantages, the position found no favor in the eyes of Jackson. It could be easily turned by the fords above Falmouth, Banks, United States, Ellie's, and Germanna. This, however, was a minor disqualification compared with the restrictions in the way of offensive action. If the enemy should cross at Fredericksburg, both his flanks would be protected by the river, while his numerous batteries, arrayed on the Stafford Heights and commanding the length and breadth of the battlefield, would make counterstroke difficult and pursuit impossible. To await attack, moreover, was to allow the enemy to choose his own time and place, and to surrender the advantages of the initiative. Burnside's communications were protected by the Rappahannock, and it was thus impracticable to maneuver against his most vulnerable point, to inflict on him a surprise, to compel him to change front, and, in case he were defeated, to cut him off from his base and deprive him of his supplies. The line of the North Anna, in Jackson's opinion, promised far greater results. The Federals, advancing from Fredericksburg, would expose their right flank and their communications for a distance of 36 miles, and if they were compelled to retreat, the destruction of their whole army was within the bounds of possibility. "I am opposed," he said to General D.H. Hill, "to fighting on the Rappahannock. We will whip the enemy, but gain no fruits of victory. I have advised the line of the North Anna, but have been overruled." So the days passed on. The country was white with snow, the temperature was near zero, and the troops, their blankets as threadbare as their uniforms, without greatcoats, and in many instances without boots, shivered beneath the rude shelters of their forest bivouacs. Fortunately, there was plenty of work. Roads were cut through the woods, and existing tracks improved. The river banks were incessantly patrolled. Fortifications were constructed at Port Royal and Skinker's Neck, and the movements of the Federals, demonstrating now here and now there, kept the whole army on the alert. Nor were Jackson's men deprived of all excitement. He had the satisfaction of reporting to General Lee that D.H. Hill, with the aid of Stuart's horse artillery, had frustrated 2 attempts of the Federal gunboats to pass up the river at Port Royal, and that the vigilance of Early at Skinker's Neck had caused the enemy to abandon the design which he had apparently conceived of crossing at that point. December 11. But more vigorous operations were not long postponed. On December 10, General Burnside, urged by the impatience of the Northern press, determined to advance, and the next morning, at 3 a.m., the signal guns of the Confederates gave notice that the enemy was in motion. 140 Federal guns, many of large caliber, placed in epaulements on the Stafford Heights, frowned down upon Fredericksburg, and before the sun rose the Federal bridge builders were at work on the opposite shore. The little city, which had been deserted by the inhabitants, was held by Barksdale's Mississippi Brigade of McLaw's division, about 1,600 strong, and the conduct of this advanced detachment must have done much to inspirit the troops who watched their prowess from the ridge in rear. A heavy fog hung upon the water, and not until the bridge was 2/3 completed and shadowy figures became visible in the mist did the Mississippians open fire. At such close quarters the effect was immediate, and the builders fled. Twice, at intervals of half an hour, they ventured again upon the deserted bridge, and twice were they driven back. Strong detachments were now moved forward by the Federals to cover the working parties, and artillery began to play upon the town. The Southerners, however, securely posted in rifle pits and cellars, were not to be dislodged, and at 10 o'clock Burnside ordered the heavy batteries into action. Every gun which could be brought to bear on Fredericksburg discharged 50 rounds of shot and shell. To this bombardment, which lasted upwards of an hour, Longstreet's artillery could make no reply. Yet though the effect on the buildings was appalling, and flames broke out in many places, the defenders not only suffered little loss, but at the very height of the cannonade repelled another attempt to complete the bridge. After a delay of several hours, General Hooker, commanding the advance, called for volunteers to cross the river in boats. 4 regiments came forward, The pontoons were manned, and though many lives were lost during the transit, the gallant Federals pushed quickly across. Others followed, and Barksdale, who had no orders to hold the place against superior strength, withdrew his men from the river bank. About 4:30 p.m., 3 bridges being at last established, the enemy pushed forward, and the Mississippians, retiring in good order, evacuated Fredericksburg. A mile below, near the mouth of Hazel Run, the Confederate outposts had been driven in, and 3 more bridges had been thrown across. Thus, on the night of the 11th, the Federals, who were now organized in 3 grand divisions, each of 2 army corps, had established their advanced guards on the right bank of the Rappahannock, and under cover of the batteries on the Stafford Heights could rapidly and safely pass over their great host of 120,000 men. Burnside had framed his plan of attack on the assumption that Lee's army was dispersed along the Rappahannock. His balloon had reported large Confederate bivouacs below Skinker's Neck, and he appears to have believed that Lee, alarmed by his demonstrations near Port Royal, had posted half his army in that neighborhood. Utterly unsuspicious that a trap had been laid for him, he had resolved to take advantage of this apparently vicious distribution, and, crossing rapidly at Fredericksburg, to defeat the Confederate left before the right could lend support. Port Royal is but 18 miles from Fredericksburg, and in prompt action, therefore, lay his only hope of success. Burnside, however, after the successful establishment of his 6 bridges, evinced the same want of resolution which had won him so unenviable a reputation at Sharpsburg. The long hours of darkness slipped peacefully away. No unusual sound broke the silence of the night, and all was still along the Rappahannock. December 12. It was not till the next morning, December 12, that the army began to cross, and the movement, made difficult by a dense fog, was by no means energetic. 4 of the 6 army corps were transferred during the day to the southern bank, but beyond a cavalry reconnaissance, which was checked by Stuart, there was no fighting, and to every man in the Federal ranks it was perfectly plain that the delay was fatal. Lee, meanwhile, with ample time at his disposal and full confidence in the wisdom of his dispositions, calmly awaited the development of his adversary's plans. Jackson brought up A.P. Hill and Taliaferro at noon, and posted them on Longstreet's right. But it was not till that hour, when it had at last become certain that the whole Federal army was crossing, that couriers were dispatched to call in Early and D.H. Hill. Once more the Army of Northern Virginia was concentrated, at exactly the right moment, on the field of battle. December 13. Like its predecessor, December 13 broke dull and calm, and the mist which shrouded the river and plain hid from each other the rival hosts. Long before daybreak the Federal divisions still beyond the stream began to cross, and as the morning wore on, and the troops near Hazel Run moved forward from their bivouacs, the rumbling of artillery on the frozen roads, the loud words of command, and the sound of martial music came, muffled by the fog, to the ears of the Confederates lying expectant on the ridge. Now and again the curtain lifted for a moment, and the Southern guns assailed the long dark columns of the foe. Very early had the Confederates taken up their position. The ravine of Deep Run, covered with tangled brushwood, was the line of demarcation between Jackson and Longstreet. On the extreme right of the Second Corps, and half a mile north of the marshy valley of the Massaponax, where a spur called Prospect Hill juts down from the wooded ridge, were 14 guns under Colonel Walker. Supported by 2 regiments of Field's brigade, these pieces were held back for the present within the forest which here clothed the ridge. Below Prospect Hill, and running thence along the front of the position, the embankment of the Richmond and Potomac Railroad formed a tempting breastwork. It was utilized, however, only by the skirmishers of the defense. The edge of the forest, 150 to 200 yards in rear, looked down upon an open and gentle slope, and along the brow of this natural glacis, covered by the thick timber, Jackson posted his fighting line. To this position it was easy to move up his supports and reserves without exposing them to the fire of artillery, and if the assailants should seize the embankment, he relied upon the deadly rifles of his infantry to bar their further advance up the ascent beyond. The light division supplied both the first and second lines of Jackson's army corps. To the left of Walker's guns, posted in a shelter trench within the skirts of the wood, was Archer's brigade of 7 regiments, including 2 of Field's, the left resting on a coppice that projected beyond the general line of the forest. On the further side of this coppice, but nearer the embankment, lay Lane's brigade, an unoccupied space of 600 yards intervening between his right and Archer's left. Between Lane's right and the edge of the coppice was an open tract 200 yards in breadth. Both of these brigades had a strong skirmish line pushed forward, along and beyond the railroad. 500 yards in rear, along a road through the woods which had been cut by Longstreet's troops, Gregg's South Carolina brigade, in second line, covered the interval between Archer and Lane. To Lane's left rear lay Pender's brigade, supporting 12 guns posted in the open on the far side of the embankment, and 21 massed in a field to the north of a small house named Bernard's Cabin. 400 yards in rear of Lane's left and Pender's right was stationed Thomas's brigade of 4 regiments. It is necessary to notice particularly the shape, size, and position of the projecting tongue of woodland which broke the continuity of Hill's line. A German officer on Stuart's staff had the day previous, while riding along the position, remarked its existence, and suggested the propriety of raising it. But although Jackson himself predicted that there would be the scene of the severest fighting, the ground was so marshy within its depths, and the undergrowth so dense and tangled, that it was judged impenetrable and left unoccupied, an error of judgment which cost many lives. General Lane had also recognized the danger of leaving so wide a gap between Archer and himself, and had so reported, but without effect to his divisional commander. The coppice was triangular in shape, and extended nearly 600 yards beyond the embankment. The base, which faced the Federals, was 500 yards long. Beyond the apex the ground was swampy and covered with scrub, and the ridge, depressed at this point to a level with the plain, afforded no position from which artillery could command the approach to or issue from this patch of jungle. A space of 700 yards along the front was thus left undefended by direct fire. Early, who with D.H. Hill had marched in shortly after daybreak, formed the right of the third line, Taliaferro on the left. The division of D.H. Hill, with several batteries, formed the general reserve, and a portion of Early's artillery was posted about half a mile in rear of his division, in readiness, if necessary, to relieve the guns on Prospect Hill. Jackson's line was 2,600 yards in length, and his infantry 30,000 strong, giving 11 rifles to the yard, but nearly 3/4 of the Army Corps, the divisions of Early, Taliaferro, and D.H. Hill, were in third line and reserve. Of his 123 guns, only 47 were in position, but the wooded and broken character of the ground forbade a further deployment of his favorite arm. His left, near Deep Run, was in close touch with Hood's division of Longstreet's Army Corps, and in advance of his right, already protected by the Massaponax, was Stuart with 2 brigades and his horse artillery. One Whitworth gun, a piece of great range and large caliber, was posted on the wooded heights beyond the Massaponax, northeast of Yerby's house. Jackson's dispositions were almost identical with those which he had adopted at the Second Manassas. His whole force was hidden in the woods. Every gun that could find room was ready for action, and the batteries were deployed in 2 masses. Instead, however, of giving each division a definite section of the line, he had handed over the whole front to A.P. Hill. This arrangement, however, had been made before D.H. Hill and Early came up, and with the battle imminent a change was hazardous. In many respects, moreover, the ground he now occupied resembled that which he had so successfully defended on August 29 and 30. There was the wood opposite the center, affording the enemy a covered line of approach, the open fields, pasture, and stubble on either hand, the stream, hidden by timber and difficult of passage, on the one flank, and Longstreet on the other. But the position at Fredericksburg was less strong for defense than that at the Second Manassas, for not only was Jackson's line within 3,000 yards, a long range but not ineffective, of the heavy guns on the Stafford Heights, but on the bare plain between the railway and the river there was ample room for the deployment of the Federal field batteries. At the Second Manassas, on the other hand, the advantages of the artillery position had been on the side of the Confederates. Nevertheless, with the soldiers of Sharpsburg, ragged indeed and underfed, but eager for battle and strong in numbers, there was no reason to dread the powerful artillery of the foe, and Jackson's confidence was never higher than when, accompanied by his staff, he rode along his line of battle. He was not, however, received by his soldiers with their usual demonstrations of enthusiastic devotion. In honor of the day he had put on the uniform which Stuart had presented him. The old cadet cap, which had so often waved his men to victory, was replaced by a headdress resplendent with gold lace. Little Sorrel had been deposed in favor of a more imposing charger, and the veterans failed to recognize their commander until he had galloped past them. A Confederate artilleryman has given a graphic picture of his appearance when the fight was at its hottest. A general officer, mounted upon a superb bay horse and followed by a single courier, rode up through our guns. Looking neither to the right nor the left, he rode straight to the front, halted, and seemed gazing intently on the enemy's line of battle. The outfit before me, from top to toe, cap, coat, top boots, horse, and furniture, were all of the new order of things. But there was something about the man that did not look so new after all. He appeared to be an old-time friend of all the turmoil around him. As he had done us the honor to make an afternoon call on the artillery, I thought it becoming in someone to say something on the occasion. No one did, however, so although a somewhat bashful and weak-kneed youngster, I plucked up courage enough to venture to remark that those big guns over the river had been knocking us about pretty considerably during the day. He quickly turned his head, and I knew in an instant who it was before me. The clear-cut, chiseled features, the thin, compressed, and determined lips, the calm, steadfast eye, the countenance to command respect, and in time of war to give the soldier that confidence he so much craves from a superior officer, were all there. He turned his head quickly, and looking me all over, rode up the line and away as quickly and silently as he came, his little courier hard upon his heels. And this was my first sight of Stonewall Jackson. From his own lines Jackson passed along the front, drawing the fire of the Federal skirmishers who were creeping forward, and proceeded to the center of the position, where, on the eminence which has since borne the name of Lee's Hill, the commander-in-chief, surrounded by his generals, was giving his last instructions. It was past 9 o'clock. The sun, shining out with almost September warmth, was drawing up the mist which hid the opposing armies, and as the dense white folds dissolved and rolled sway, the Confederates saw the broad plain beneath them dark with more than 80,000 foes. Of these the left wing, commanded by Franklin, and composed of 55,000 men and 116 guns, were moving against the Second Corps. 30,000, under Sumner, were forming for attack on Longstreet, and from the heights of Stafford, where the reserves were posted in dense masses, a great storm of shot and shell burst upon the Confederate lines. "For once," says Dabney, "war unmasked its terrible proportions with a distinctness hitherto unknown in the forest-clad landscapes of America, and the plain of Fredericksburg presented a panorama that was dreadful in its grandeur." It was then that Longstreet, to whose sturdy heart the approach of battle seemed always welcome, said to Jackson, "General, do not all those multitudes of Federals frighten you?" "We shall very soon see whether I shall not frighten them." And with his grim reply, the commander of the Second Corps rode back to meet Franklin's onset. End of section 52. Section 53 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Johnson. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Fredericksburg, Part 3. 9 a.m. The Federals were already advancing. From Deep Run southward, for more than a mile and a half, 3 great lines of battle, accompanied by numerous batteries, moved steadily forward, powerful enough to all appearance to bear down on all opposition in sheer weight of numbers. "On they came," says an eyewitness, "in beautiful order, as if on parade, their bayonets glistening in the bright sunlight. On they came, waving their hundreds of regimental flags, which relieved with warm bits of coloring the dull blue of the columns and the russet tinge of the wintry landscape, while their artillery beyond the river continued the cannonade with unabated fury over their heads, and gave a background of white fleecy smoke, like midsummer clouds, to the animated picture." And yet that vast array of so formidable of aspect lacked that moral force without which physical power, even in its most terrible form, is but an idle show. Not only were the strength of the Confederate position, the want of energy in the preliminary movements, the insecurity of their own situation, but too apparent to the intelligence of the regimental officers and men, but they mistrusted their commander. Northern writers have recorded that the Army of the Potomac never went down to battle with less alacrity than on this day at Fredericksburg. Nor was the order of attack of such a character as to revive the confidence of the troops. Burnside, deluded by the skill with which Jackson had hidden his troops into the belief that the Second Army Corps was still at Port Royal, had instructed Franklin to seize the ridge with a single division, and Meade's 4,500 Pennsylvanians were sent forward alone, while the remainder of the grand division, over 50,000 strong, stood halted on the plain awaiting the result of this hopeless maneuver. Meade advanced in 3 lines, each of a brigade, with skirmishers in front and on the flank, and his progress was soon checked. No sooner had his first line crossed the Richmond road than the left was assailed by a well-directed and raking artillery fire. Captain Pelham, commanding Stuart's horse artillery, had galloped forward by Jackson's orders with his 2 rifled guns, and escorted by a dismounted squadron, had come into action beyond a marshy stream which ran through a tangled ravine on the Federal flank. So telling was his fire that the leading brigade wavered and gave ground, and though Meade quickly brought up his guns and placed his 3rd Brigade en potence in support, he was unable to continue his forward movement until he had brushed away his audacious antagonist. The 4 Pennsylvania batteries were reinforced by 2 others, but rapidly changing his position as often as the Federal gunners found his range, for more than half an hour Pelham defied their efforts, and for that space of time arrested the advance of Meade's 4,500 infantry. One of his pieces was soon disabled, but the remaining gun, captured from the enemy 6 months before, he maintained the unequal fight until his limbers were empty, and he received peremptory orders from Stuart to withdraw. On Pelham's retirement, Franklin, bringing several batteries forward to the Richmond road, for more than half an hour subjected the woods before him to a heavy cannonade, in which the guns on the Stafford Heights played a conspicuous part. Hidden, however, by the thick timber, Jackson's regiments lay secure, unharmed by the tempest that crashed above them through the leafless branches. and reserving their fire for the hostile infantry, his guns were silent. The general, meanwhile, according to his custom, had walked far out into the fields to reconnoiter for himself, and luck favored the Confederacy on this day of battle. Lieutenant Smith was his only companion, and a Federal sharpshooter, suddenly rising from some tall weeds 200 paces distant, leveled his rifle and fired. The bullet whistled between their heads, and Jackson, turning with a smile to his aide-de-camp, said cheerfully, "Mr. Smith, had you not better go to the rear? They may shoot you." Then, having deliberately noted the enemy's arrangements, he returned to his station on Prospect Hill. 11:15 a.m. It was past 11 before Meade resumed his advance. Covered by the fire of the artillery, his first line was within 800 yards of Jackson's center when suddenly the silent woods awoke to life. The Confederate batteries, pushing forward from the covert, came rapidly into action, and the flash and thunder of more than 50 guns revealed to the astonished Federals the magnitude of the task they had undertaken. From front and flank came the scathing fire. The skirmishers were quickly driven in, and on the closed ranks behind burst the full fury of the storm. Dismayed and decimated by this fierce and unexpected onslaught, Meade's brigades broke in disorder and fell back to the Richmond road. For the next hour and a half an artillery duel, in which over 400 guns took part, raged over the whole field, and the Confederate batteries, their position at last revealed, engaged with spirit the more numerous and powerful ordnance of the enemy. Then Franklin brought up 3 divisions to Meade's support, and from the smoldering ruins of Fredericksburg, 3 miles to the northward, beyond the high trees of Hazel Run, the deep columns of Sumner's grand division deployed under the fire of Longstreet's guns. Sumner's attack had been for some time in progress before Franklin was in readiness to cooperate. The battle was now fully developed, and the morning mists had been succeeded by dense clouds of smoke, shrouding bill and plain, through which the cannon flashed redly, and the defiant yells of Longstreet's riflemen, mingled with their rattling volleys, stirred the pulses of Jackson's veterans. As the familiar sounds were borne to their ears, it was seen that the dark lines beyond the Richmond road were moving forward, and the turn of the Second Corps had come. 1 p.m. It was 1 o'clock, and Jackson's guns had for the moment ceased their fire. Meade's Pennsylvanians had rallied. Gibbon's division had taken post on their right. Binney and Newton were in support, and Doubleday, facing south, was engaged with Stuart's dismounted troopers. 21 guns on the right and 30 on the left, stationed on the Richmond road 1,000 yards from the Confederate position, formed a second tier to the heavier pieces on the heights, and fired briskly on the woods. Preceded by clouds of skirmishers, Meade and Gibbon advanced in column of brigades at 300 paces distance, the whole covering a front of 1,000 yards, and the supporting divisions moved up to the Richmond road. When the Federals reached the scene of their former repulse, Jackson's guns again opened, but without the same effect, for they were now exposed to the fire of the enemy's batteries at close range. Even Pelham could do but little, and the artillery beyond the railroad on Hill's left was quickly driven in. Meade's rear brigade was now brought up and deployed on the left of the first, in the direction of the Massaponax, thus further extending the front. The leading brigade made straight for the tongue of woodland which interposed between Lane and Archer. As they neared the Confederate line, the Pennsylvanians, masked by the trees, found that they were no longer exposed to fire, and that the coppice was unoccupied. Quickly crossing the border, through swamp and undergrowth, they pushed their way, and bursting from the covert to the right, fell on the exposed flank of Lane's brigade. The fight was fierce, but the Southerners were compelled to give ground, for neither Archer nor Gregg was able to lend assistance. Meade's second brigade, though following close upon the first, had, instead of conforming to the charge of direction against Lane's flank, rushed forward through the wood. 200 paces from the embankment it came in contact with Archer's left, which was resting on the very edge of the coppice. The Confederates were taken by surprise. Their front was secured by a strong skirmish line, but on the flank, as the thickets appeared impenetrable, neither scouts nor pickets had been thrown out, and the men were lying with arms piled. Two regiments, leaping to their feet and attempting to form line to the left, were broken by a determined charge, and gave way in disorder. The remainder, however, stood firm, for the Federals, instead of following up their success in this direction, left Archer to be dealt with by the 3rd Brigade of the division, which had now reached the railroad, and swept on towards the military road, where Gregg's brigade was drawn up within the forest. So thick was the cover, and so limited the view, that General Gregg, taking the advancing mass for part of Archer's line retiring, restrained the fire of his men. The Federals broke upon his right. He himself fell mortally wounded. His flank regiment, a battalion of conscripts, fled, except one company, without firing a shot. The two regiments on the opposite flank, however, were with great readiness turned about, and changing front inwards, arrested the movement of the enemy along the rear. The Federals had now been joined by a portion of the 1st Brigade, inspirited by their victory over Lane, and the moment, to all appearance, seemed critical to the extreme for the Confederates. To the left rear of the attacking column, Meade's 3rd Brigade was held in check by Walker's batteries, and the sturdy Archer, who, notwithstanding that a strong force had passed beyond his flank, and had routed 2 of his regiments, still resolutely held his ground, and prevented his immediate opponents from joining the intruding column. To the right rear, opposite Pender, Gibbon's division had been checked by the fire of the great battery near Bernard's cabin. 2 of his brigades had been driven back, and the 3rd had with difficulty gained the shelter of the embankment. So from neither left nor right was immediate support to be expected by Meade's victorious regiments. But on the Richmond road were the divisions of Birney and Newton, with Doubledays and Sickles not far in rear, and 20,000 bayonets might have been thrown rapidly into the gap, which the Pennsylvanians had so vigorously forced. Yet Jackson's equanimity was undisturbed. The clouds of smoke and the thick timber hid the fighting in the center from his post of observation on Prospect Hill, and the first intimation of the enemy's success was brought by an aide-de-camp, galloping wildly up the slope. "General," he exclaimed in breathless haste, "the enemy have broken through Archer's left, and General Gregg says he must have help, or he and General Archer will both lose their position." Jackson turned round quietly, and without the least trace of excitement in either voice or manner, sent orders to Early and Taliaferro in 3rd line to advance with the bayonet and clear the front. Then, with rare self-restraint, for the fighting instinct was strong within him, and the danger was so threatening as to have justified his personal interference, he raised his field-glasses and resumed his scrutiny of the enemy's reserves on the Richmond road. 1:45 p.m. His confidence in his lieutenants was not misplaced. Early's division, already deployed in line, came forward with a rush, and the Stonewall Brigade, responding with alacrity to Jackson's summons, led the advance of Taliaferro. The counterstroke was vigorous. Meade's brigades had penetrated to the heart of the Confederate position, but their numbers were reduced to less than 2,000 bayonets. In the fierce fighting and dense thickets they had lost all semblance of cohesion, and not a single regiment had supported them. The men looked round in vain for help, and the forest around them resounded with the yells of the Confederate reinforcements. Assailed in front and flank by destructive fire, the Pennsylvanians were rapidly borne back. Hill's 2nd line joined in Early's advance. Gibbon was strongly attacked. 6 brigades, sweeping forward from the forest, dashed down the slopes, and in a few moments the broken remnants of the Federal divisions were dispersing in panic across the plain. As the enemy fled, the Confederate gunners, disregarding the shells of Franklin's batteries, poured a heavy fire into the receding mass, and although instructions had been given that the counterstroke was not to pass the railroad, Hoke's and Atkinson's brigades, carried away by success and deaf to all orders, followed in swift pursuit. Some of Birney's regiments, tardily coming forward to Meade's support, were swept away, and the yelling line of gray infantry, shooting down the fugitives and taking many prisoners, pressed on towards the Richmond road. There the remainder of Birney's division was drawn up, protected by the breast-high bank, and flanked by artillery. Yet it seemed for a moment as if the two Confederate brigades would carry all before them. The troops of Meade and Gibbon were streaming in confusion to the rear. 2 batteries had been abandoned, and before Hake's onset the left of Birney's infantry gave ground for 50 yards. But the rash advance had reached its climax. Unsupported, and with empty cartridge boxes, the Southerners were unable to face the fire from the road. 16 guns had opened on them with canister, and after suffering heavy losses in killed, wounded, and prisoners, they withdrew in disorder, but unpursued. The success of the Second Army Corps was greater than even Jackson realized. Meade and Gibbon had lost 4,000 officers and men, and it was not till late in the afternoon that they were rallied on the river bank. The casualties in Birney's division swelled the total to 5,000, and the Confederate counterstroke had inflicted a heavier blow than the tale of losses indicates. Not only the troops which had been engaged, but those who had witnessed their defeat, who had seen them enter the enemy's position, and who knew they should have been supported, were much disheartened. 2:30 p.m. At 2:30 p.m., soon after the repulse of Hake and Atkinson, Burnside, having just witnessed the signal failure of a 4th assault on Longstreet, sent an urgent order to Franklin to renew his attack. Franklin made no response. He had lost all confidence both in his superior and his men, and he took upon himself to disobey. On the Confederate side, Taliaferro and Early, with part of the Light Division, now held the railway embankment and the skirt of the woods. D.H. Hill was brought up into third line, and the shattered brigades of A.P. Hill were withdrawn to the rear. During the rest of the afternoon the skirmishers were actively engaged, but although Jackson's victorious soldiery long and eagerly expected a renewal of the assault, the enemy refused to be again tempted to close quarters. On the left, meanwhile, where the battle still raged, the Confederates were equally successful. Against an impregnable position, 40,000 Northerners were madly hurled by the general of Mr. Lincoln's choice. By those hapless and stout-hearted soldiers, sacrificed to incompetency, a heroism was displayed which won the praise and the pity of their opponents. The attack was insufficiently prepared, and feebly supported by the artillery. The troops were formed on a narrow front, Mary's Hill the strongest portion of the position, where the Confederate infantry found shelter behind a stout stone wall, and numerous batteries occupied the commanding ground in rear, was selected for assault. Neither feint nor demonstration, the ordinary expedients by which the attacker seeks to distract the attention and confuse the efforts of the defense, was made use of. And yet division after division, with no abatement of courage, marched in good order over the naked plain, dashed forward with ever-thinning ranks, and then, receding sullenly before the storm of fire, left, within 100 yards of the stone wall, a long line of writhing forms to mark the limit of their advance. 3 p.m. 2 army corps had been repulsed by Longstreet with fearful slaughter when Meade and Gibbon gave way before Jackson's counterstroke, and by 3 o'clock nearly one-half of the Federal army was broken and demoralized. The time appeared to have come for a general advance of the Confederates. Before Fredericksburg, the wreck of Sumner's grand division was still clinging to such cover as the ground afforded. On the Richmond road in front of Jackson, Franklin had abandoned all idea of the offensive, and was bringing up his last reserves to defend his line. The Confederates, on the other hand, were in the highest spirits, and had lost but few. General Lee's arrangements, however, had not included preparation for a great counterstroke, and such a movement is not easily improvised. The position had been occupied for defensive purposes alone. There was no general reserve, no large and intact force which could have moved to the attack immediately the opportunity offered. "No skill," says Longstreet, could have marshaled our troops for offensive operations in time to meet the emergency. My line was long and over broken country, so much so that the troops could not be promptly handled in offensive operations. Jackson's corps was in mass, and could he have anticipated the result of my battle, he would have been justified in pressing Franklin to the river, when the battle of the latter was lost. Otherwise the pursuit would have been as unwise as the attack he had just driven off. It is well known that after driving off attacking forces, if immediate pursuit can be made, so that the victors can go along with the retreating forces pell-mell, it is well enough to do so, but the attack should be immediate. To follow a success by counterattack against the enemy in position is problematical. Moreover, so large was the battlefield, so limited the view by reason of the woods, and with such ease had the Federal attacks been repulsed, that General Lee was unaware of the extent of his success. Ignorant, too, as he necessarily was, of the mistrust and want of confidence in its leaders with which the Federal army was infected, he was far from suspecting what a strong ally he had in the hearts of his enemies. While, on the other hand, the inaccessible batteries on the Stafford Heights were an outward and visible token of unabated strength. Jackson, however, although the short winter day was already closing in, considered that the attempt was worth making. About 3 p.m. he had seen a feeble attack on the Confederate center repulsed by Hood and Pender, and about the same time he received information of Longstreet's success. Franklin, meanwhile, was reforming his lines behind the high banks of the Richmond road, and the approach of his reserves, plainly visible from the Confederate position, seemed to presage a renewed attack. "I waited some time," says Jackson, "to receive it, but he making no forward movement, I determined, if prudent, to do so myself. The artillery of the enemy was so judiciously posted as to make an advance of our troops across the plain very hazardous, yet it was so promising of good results, if successfully executed, as to induce me to make preparations for the attempt. In order to guard against disaster, the infantry was to be preceded by artillery, and the movement postponed until late in the afternoon, so that if compelled to retire, it would be under cover of the night." Jackson's decision was not a little influenced by Stuart, or rather by the reports which Stuart, who had sent out staff officers to keep the closest watch on the enemy's movements, had been able to furnish of the demoralized condition of a great part of Franklin's force. The cavalry general, as soon as he verified the truth of these reports in person, galloped off to confer with Jackson on Prospect Hill, and a message was at once sent to Lee, requesting permission for an advance. A single cannon shot was to be the signal for a general attack, which Stuart, striking the enemy in flank, was to initiate with his 2 brigades and the lighter guns. "Returning to our position," to quote Stuart's chief of staff, "we awaited in anxious silence the desired signal, but minute after minute passed by, and the dark veil of the winter night began to envelop the valley, when Stuart, believing that the summons agreed upon had been given, issued the order to advance. Off we went into the gathering darkness, our sharpshooters driving their opponents easily before them, and Pelham with his guns pushing ahead at a trot, giving them a few shots whenever the position seemed favorable, and then again pressing forward. This lasted about 20 minutes, when the fire of the enemy's infantry began to be more and more destructive, and other fresh batteries opened upon us. Still all remained silent upon our main line. Our situation had become indeed a critical one, when a courier from General Jackson galloped up at full speed, bringing the order for Stuart to retreat as quickly as he could to his original position. Under cover of the night this retrograde movement was effected without loss, and the cavalry, as they marched back, saw the campfires kindling on the skirts of the forest, and the infantry digging entrenchments by the fitful glare. The Second Corps had not come into action. Jackson had issued orders that every gun, of whatever caliber or range, which was not disabled, should be brought to the front and open fire at sunset, and that as soon as the enemy showed signs of wavering, the infantry should charge with fixed bayonets and sweep the invaders into the river. Hood's division, which had been temporarily placed at his disposal, was instructed to cooperate. It appears, however, that it had not been easy, in the short space of daylight still available, to remedy the confusion into which the Confederates had been thrown by Meade's attack and their own counterstroke. The divisions were to some extent mixed up. Several regiments had been broken, and the ammunition of both infantry and artillery needed replenishment. Moreover, it was difficult in the extreme to bring the batteries forward through the forest, and when they eventually arrived, the strength of the Federal position was at once revealed. Franklin's line was defended by 116 field pieces, generally of superior metal than those of the Confederates, and the guns on the Stafford Heights, of which at least 30 bore upon Jackson's front, were still in action. As the first Confederate battery advanced, this great array of artillery, which had been for some time comparatively quiet, reopened with vigor, and, to use Jackson's words, "so completely swept our front as to satisfy me that the proposed movement should be abandoned." But he was not yet at the end of his resources. A strong position which cannot be turned is not always impregnable. If the ground be favorable and few obstacles exist, a night attack with the bayonet, especially if the enemy be exhausted or half beaten, has many chances of success, and during the evening Jackson made arrangements for such a movement. "He asked me," says Dr. McGuire, "how many yards of bandaging I had, and when I replied that I did not know the exact number, but that I had enough for another fight, he seemed a little worried at my lack of information and showed his annoyance. I repeated rather shortly, 'I have enough for another battle,' meaning to imply that this was all that it was necessary for him to know. I then asked him, 'Why do you want to know how much bandaging I have?' He said, 'I want a yard of bandaging to put on the arm of every soldier in this night's attack, so that the men may know each other from the enemy.' I told him I had not enough cotton cloth for any such purpose, and that he would have to take a piece of the shirt tail of each soldier to supply the cloth, but unfortunately half of them had no shirts. The expedient was never tried. General Lee decided that the attack would be too hazardous." That night both armies lay on their arms. Burnside, notwithstanding that he spent several hours amongst the troops before Fredericksburg, and found that both officers and men were opposed to further attack, decided to renew the battle the next day. His arrangements became known to Lee, an officer or orderly carrying dispatches having strayed within the Confederate outposts, and the Southern generals looked forward, on the morning of the 14th, to a fresh attack, a more crushing repulse, and a general counterstroke. Such cheerful anticipations, however, so often entertained by generals holding a strong defensive position, are but seldom realized, and Fredericksburg was no exception. The Confederates spent the night in diligent preparation. Supplies of ammunition were brought up and distributed, the existing defenses were repaired, abattis cut and laid, and fresh earthworks thrown up. Jackson, as usual on the eve of battle, was still working while others rested. Until near midnight he sat up writing and dispatching orders. Then, throwing himself, booted and spurred, on his camp bed, he slept for 2 or 3 hours, when he again arose, lighted his candle, and resumed his writing. Before 4 o'clock he sent to his medical director to inquire as to the condition of General Gregg. Dr. McGuire reported that his case was hopeless, and Jackson requested that he would go over and see that he had everything he wished. Somewhat against his will, for there were many wounded who required attention, the medical officer rode off, but scarcely had he entered the farmhouse where Gregg was lying than he heard the tramp of horses, and Jackson himself dismounted on the threshold. The brigadier, it appears, had lately fallen under the ban of his displeasure, but from the moment his condition was reported, Jackson forgot everything but the splendid services he had rendered on so many hard-fought fields, and his anxiety that every memory should be effaced which might embitter his last moments, he had followed Dr. McGuire to his bedside. The interview was brief, and the dying soldier was the happier for it. But the scene in that lonely Virginian homestead, where, in the dark hours of the chill December morning, the life of a strong man, of a gallant comrade, of an accomplished gentleman, and of an unselfish patriot, for Gregg was all these, was slowly ebbing, made a deeper impression on those who witnessed it than the accumulated horrors of the battlefield. Sadly and silently the general and his staff officer rode back through the forest, where the troops were already stirring round the smoldering campfires. Their thoughts were somber. The Confederacy, with a relatively slender population, could ill spare such men as Gregg. And yet Jackson, though yielding to the depression of the moment, and deploring the awful sacrifices which the defense of her liberties imposed upon the South, was in no melting mood. Dr. McGuire, when they reached headquarters, put a question as to the best means of coping with the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. "Kill them, sir. Kill every man," was the reply of the stern soldier, who but just now, with words of tender sympathy and Christian hope, had bade farewell to his dying comrade. End of section 53.